Chapter 945. Between green and red was the Holy Walker. He led Blue and Skinny to save the Guardians Gonza and said, "Adachitis, the hatred should end here." Thea was very busy and didn't want to talk nonsense with them. She glanced at the red lanterns and said coldly, "The goddess of death's eyes were emotionless." Even Red Lantern, who was dizzy with hatred, couldn't help but take a step back. Adachitis turned and left without saying a word. Thea also sent Green and Blue away. She didn't care about the little blue men. She returned to this area first because she had to take back the Bell of Fate and return the projection she borrowed to Big Brother Fate. In fact, she wanted to borrow the book in Big Brother Fate's hand at first. Unfortunately, there was always a limit to the power of magic. The Book of Fate was a treasure above the rules. Magic couldn't simulate it at all. Anti-summoning was the first lesson of learning summoning. For many mages, it was a necessary skill. However, it was a little difficult to anti-summon a level 13 spell. It couldn't be like ordinary summon creatures. With a soft bang, a green smoke rushed back to the original plane. Anti-summoning an object of this level required a very delicate spell and a lot of magic power. She didn't lack these qualities. After a lot of effort, she sent the bell back. As for the part of First Lantern's self that was cut off and the various emotions contained in it, she gave it to Big Brother Fate as a reward. That old guy liked to experience the wonders of different lives. Even if half of 100 billion lives were cut off, there were still 50 billion. It was enough for Big Brother Fate to ponder for a while. She cleaned up the traces of the battlefield. The emotional lines here were very messy and complicated. Countless emotions were piled up in this void. If someone passed by, the best result would be to become a lunatic. She wasn't good at dealing with these emotions. For First Lantern it was a source of energy, but for her it was a poison. She lived a simple life and did simple things. Too many emotions would affect her heart. She knew her own situation. She wasn't a strong-willed person. She put on White Lantern and used the power of life to calm down the emotions in this void, and let everything return to normal. After cleaning up the battlefield, she found the Pusher Trio. They were so busy that smoke came out of their heads. She heard that Batman on Earth was also exhausted. With her help, they didn't speed up the process much, but they were still very happy that the crisis was over. Emotions can give people strength? The simple-minded Supergirl couldn't understand this at all. She frowned and thought for a long time. Thea stood at the side and chatted with Diana. Diana told her about the Silver Swan. To be honest, Thea had no impression of this nickname at all. She had never even heard of it. Mr. Joyeux suspects that Kane tampered with her spinal implant. That's why her temperament changed so drastically. If we subdue her, we should be able to restore her to her original state. Diana explained the matter to her formally. Thea was displeased. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry were jumping out at her? How dare these low-class fellows have designs on Diana? They really don't know how to spell the word death. However, she giggled and said that she didn't mind. Reality proved that Diana knew her very well. Her cunning guesses were spot on. The Valkyrie's beautiful eyes stared at her for a long time. "You can't do anything behind my back." Thea was very guilty. That was what she thought. Death Knell was the most suitable person. What could a ballerina do? He killed her with 2 slashes. After that, the earthenware lady would dig a hole to bury her body without anyone knowing. Next, they would bribe the local police to make a missing person report. It was a one-stop service. Finally, there was the underworld waiting for the Silver Swan. Thea would tell her that death wasn't the end but the beginning. However, now that Diana had made it clear, she wouldn't argue over a small character. She hurriedly changed the topic. "Don't worry. By the way, Black Hand killed Hal Jordan and Sinisto. Where is he?" Diana almost vomited blood when she changed the topic. If it weren't for Superman and Supergirl beside her, she would have pushed Death Knell down and bullied her. He should be locked up by green light again. She wasn't very sure. Thea didn't need her to be sure. Without the Black Death King, he was nothing. She didn't need to worry at all. She just needed to change the topic about the Silver Swan. With the help of Earth's think tank, the 4 of them restored a total of 15 planets to their original state. Casualties were inevitable in the process. However, as long as they weren't Earthlings, they didn't care much if they didn't die in front of them. After a while they returned to Earth. It was already 2 hours later. Batman said a few words to them and got up to rest. Mental work was much more tiring than fighting monsters. Usually, he would only sleep for an hour. Today, he wanted to give himself a break and sleep for 2 hours. The rest of the Flash and Mr. Excellent were also exhausted. They said goodbye. Thea and Diana went back to their own villa in the suburbs of London. It was more than 10,000 square meters in total area. It was really strange. Diana wanted to live in Greece, but she worked in France every day. Instead, she chose to live in England. The two changed into their home clothes. Thea quickly pulled the curtains. Diana looked at her from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were probably saying, "Are you okay? You have to be careful in broad daylight." Not to mention that she had wronged Thea. The two understood each other's thoughts from their actions and looks. The young lady hurriedly said that she was innocent. She tapped Diana's forehead with her finger. "You have such complicated thoughts. Today I have a trophy for you to see." Then she took out the first light ring as if she was showing off a treasure. In the dim room, a colorful ring appeared in the palm of her hand. "This ring is also an origin. See if it suits you." With 3 divine positions, Diana was no longer the newbie she used to be. She had her own way of identifying things. Only those that suited her were the best. Otherwise, if she piled up divine positions randomly, it would affect her future development. She felt it with her heart. The Valkyrie frowned. "This thing is too messy. I can't see it." "Is that so?" Thea was a little depressed. It was obviously a very powerful equipment, but no one could use it. This made her very angry. Let's spend some time purifying it. She could only come up with a solution that was not really a solution. The most labor-saving method was still the white light. The white light's purification ability was the best in the universe. However, the emotions in the ring were different from those scattered on the battlefield. They had been entangled with each other for billions of years. It was extremely difficult to use the power of life to calm them down. "Use divine power," Diana said. Divine power could make the impossible possible. The disadvantage was that divine power recovered very slowly. Thea did not want to use it if she could avoid it. Fortunately, the divine power of death could be absorbed during slaughter. It was not too troublesome to replenish it. "I'll go first." A pure black cyclone flashed between Thea's fingers. It rushed into the ring like a dragon. Chapter 946. The divine power of death was full of momentum. There was nothing it could not kill, nothing it could not destroy. It symbolized the end of all things. However, it went in quickly and was also destroyed quickly. In less than 3 seconds, Thea felt that she had lost contact with the divine power. If nothing went wrong, she would be beaten to death by random punches. Many ants could kill an elephant no matter how strong a single attack was. It would not be able to fight against many enemies. She once again increased the input of divine power, but it was still extinguished by a sea of emotions. "Let me try." Seeing her lover being defeated, Diana also became more cautious. One of her fingers flashed with green light, that was courage, and the other hand had little golden light dancing, that was perseverance. Perseverance gave her more and more tenacity. With perseverance, she could move forward with courage. Although Diana was not as strong as Thea now, she was worthy of her identity as the world's protagonist. After breaking through her own limitations, she was very stable. The several divine positions resonated with each other and cooperated very well. Unfortunately, she only lasted for less than 5 seconds before she completely lost contact with her. What to do? This question was placed in front of the 2 goddesses. Thea's method was to analyze the specific problem. Wasn't it just the remnants of emotions? She first went to the underworld and pulled back the 4 guardians who were waiting in line to be reborn. Thea asked them to take back the emotions in the ring. "Your Majesty Goddess, we don't have a body, we can't take back the emotions." There was a hint of cunning in the eyes of the big-headed guardian. His hidden meaning was that they could not do this without a body, but with a body it would be different. "Could you let us be resurrected? If you have a body, are you sure you can take it back?" Thea looked at them coldly. "This? Oh." The 4 guardians looked at each other. They were not sure. If they were not able to fulfill their promise, then it would be terrible. Their hesitation fell into Thea's eyes, causing the goddess of death to sigh. In the face of death, the arrogant and cold guardians began to talk nonsense. With a wave of her hand, she called the Secretary General, Two-Face, over. She pointed at the little blue men and said, "Penny, Burton, Bradley, and Hubert, these guys have contributed to the universe after all. For the sake of their past contributions, temporarily stop the reincarnation process and wait for my further news. Previously, you were filled with righteous indignation, as if it wasn't enough for a few little blue people to be reincarnated into pigs. Now that you think it's useful, you immediately feel that they can be saved. You're the one who's saying all the good and bad things. You're even more two-faced than I am." Thea pointed out to the two-faced man one by one again. She matched them to each other, telling them who they were and who they were. There was nothing he could do about it. The names he had registered before were too perfunctory. Names like Passerby 1, 2, 3, 4 were obviously not up to standard. The little blue men gained some value in the young Mrs. Hart. They finally got their names back and got rid of their status as passersby. After giving the little blue men a suspended sentence, Thea rushed to planet Odium. Ignoring the 4 dead guardians, there were still 2 living guardians here. She went straight to the point and asked Gansersade to take back the emotions in the ring. The process was not very pleasant. After all, she was simply and violently looking for the ring in Gansersade's soul. Gansersade was tormented by her, and his defense was greatly reduced. Then he was hit by the bell of fate. When Thea entered the room, Gansersade was lying on the bed. His breathing was so weak that it was almost inaudible, as if he was dead. Gansersade was furious when she saw the young miss, but she was already past the age of youth. When Thea asked her to take back the emotions, she repeatedly talked about how hard it was for her. She was alone and had to take care of her old boyfriend, Gansersade, and how difficult it was for her. Thinking that she seemed to be a little violent, the goddess of death checked Gansersade. Although he was seriously injured, Gansersade's strength was one of the best among the guardians. Using the divine power of the soul to move back and forth, he slowly woke up. After that, the two extracted their own emotions in the ring according to the agreement. Thea looked at the results and was both happy and worried. The good news was that she could extract the emotions, but the bad news was that there were nearly 50 personal emotions in the ring. In other words, there were 50 guardians who participated in the creation of the first ring. Hundreds of millions of years had passed. Some fled to Zamalin and established the Purple Lantern Corps. Most of them died in battle, like the 3 who were killed by Raven in the Dark Knight, and Scarface, who committed suicide after the Dark Knight, plus the one who merged with the Parallax Monster and was killed by them in Seaside City, and those who were sacrificed in the years before. There were 50 of them, but now she secretly imprisoned one. There were 2 in front of her, 8 guardians of the First Lantern Corps, and only 11 of them were left. The rest were basically dead. If Thea wanted to use this method to completely solve the emotional problem of the ring, the best way was to go back 10 billion years like the First Lantern Corps, and persuade them to take back their emotions while they were still full. She hesitated for a moment, feeling that the risk was too high. The little blue man's strength was very interesting. At first he was so strong that he had no friends. Kalana killed Gao Tianzuan and Star Swallowing in seconds. This was an example. After that, he became weaker and weaker. Today, he was reduced to the same level as Superman. Superman squinted his eyes and was speechless. Wearing the ring, the First Lantern Corps in its peak state must be very powerful. If they could seal such a powerful First Lantern, if Thea went back and fought 50 of them, her ending would not be much better than the First Lantern Corps. It was not worth the risk for a dispensable ring. Besides, it was not that there was no other way, it was just more troublesome. Everything would usher in death, and emotions were no exception. Dripping water could penetrate a stone. Divine power could not bear to use it, and it could slowly wear it down with the aura of death. There were plenty of people in the underworld that could be ordered around. After returning to the underworld, she set up a new purification room next to her own giant statue in the Death Temple. The reason she made it public was definitely not to get all people, to provide death aura to help her purify the ring. Her explanation was to let the intelligent beings pay their respects here, look at the colorful ring, and remember their lost emotions. Those who were muddle-headed and unconscious could not provide much death aura. Although there were not many who still had their own consciousness in the underworld, the number was huge. After all, there were 52 parallel universes and even more small worlds. Every planet and every world had some outstanding people. This number could be said to be terrifying when accumulated. Countless elites received the order to pay their respects. Although they did not understand the purpose, seeing that they did not lose anything, they did it either for real or for fake reasons. Thea also gave out some benefits at the right time. For example, for those who were sincere, she provided them with some positions in the underworld for them to choose from. Those who were elites in their previous lives were willing to start a new life. Naturally, there were also those who were willing to keep their memories and continue to shine in the underworld. Many people felt that it was a good thing to be able to live forever in this state. For example, the four advisors by Thea's side now. Chapter 947. In the end, the four little blue men were not sent to reincarnate. Their knowledge was a huge treasure, and reincarnating them would be a waste. Thea read Haruba's life memories, which contained countless secrets of the universe. But this was not everything. The guardians were not tied together all the time. They each had their own tasks, and Haruba was only responsible for a part of it. In the end, Thea did not let them reincarnate. She used the title of a consultant to protect the four little blue men. It was not difficult to make a temporary body. If Circe could do it, it would not be difficult for her. After all, she could not leave the underworld. The four little blue men transformed into the first batch of temporary workers in the underworld. Their main job was to give suggestions. After all, Sia's grassroots team still had a lot of problems, and the insiders might automatically overlook some of the work, but these little blue men could look at the problem from an outsider's point of view and find fault with it. The little blue men had bodies and could finally fly again. It was not a good feeling to walk on 2 feet and look up at everyone. They took back the emotions in the ring. In order to show their loyalty, they each took out a part of their memories. With their cooperation, Thea finally saw the complete forging process of the first lamp ring. The guardians were very strong in the beginning. They easily captured the source of emotions. Unfortunately, eternal life and infinite wisdom prevented them from walking the path of the new gods. Instead, they tried to decipher the mysteries. At this time, First Lamp came to them. He brought with him a technology from billions of years in the future. Everyone worked together to transform the source into a ring. Now they needed to reverse the process. It was not easy without the help of the little blue men. I see your intentions, but resurrection is impossible. The underworld, or rather the world's will, has high requirements for the resurrection of the long-lived species. You obviously do not meet the requirements. Sia was not lying. The long-lived species were basically the life forms at the beginning of the universe. Now that time had passed, the universe no longer needed them. It needed passion and constant change. In just a few decades, they would be able to bloom with endless brilliance. Only this could help the universe evolve to a higher level. Immortals that were like stagnant water were now like malignant tumors. Lady Styx, Attikitis, and these guys in front of him could tell that without Thea's help, Lady Styx would not be able to level up in another 100 million years. These little blue people were dropping levels every day. The universe's will did not hide its rejection of them. The leader of the blue men, Big Head Hobart, still spoke on behalf of the group. This was a habit that they would not be able to change anytime soon. Your Majesty, we are very comfortable here. We don't want to be resurrected. Thea nodded. She was too lazy to think about whether they were sincere or not, as long as they could be of use to her. The matter of purifying the rings was left to them. Thea made another trip to the Blue Lantern main planet. Kyle Rayner was still training in seclusion. She gave him a few simple pointers and turned back to Earth. The matter of the Third Army was not a big deal. It was not a big deal to Earth, but it was not a small matter either. Just look at the planets that were ravaged by the Third Army. Without Superman and Diana's combat power to kill in the early stages, once the Third Army overflowed, it would be a disaster. Now that the battle was over, the Righteous Alliance was ready to have a meeting to discuss what to do in the future. It was worth mentioning that because Kyle was left on the Blue Lantern main planet, the Green Lantern representative on Earth had changed again. Simon Baz, the Arabian Green Lantern, was sitting nervously in the Green Lantern's exclusive seat. In addition, Thea's unspeakable relative, Black Canary Laurel Lance, had also officially joined the Righteous Alliance. Laurel was a late bloomer. No one knew what stimulated her, but her strength improved by leaps and bounds. Her sonic attack and her own hard work finally made her into the ranks of the first-line heroes. She stepped into the Righteous Alliance's door one step ahead of Batgirl Barbara. First of all, they welcomed the two new companions. Secondly, Superman directly asked everyone what safety measures should be set up on Earth in the future. In the past, this question was raised by Batman. It was rare today. Superman saw more than 10 planets suffer disasters. He could not help it. He had to do something. Many people on Earth did not realize what had happened, but he knew. He saw it with his own eyes. The Third Army assimilated intelligent life. The first lanterns threw the entire planet around like sandbags. Countless lives were wailing and wandering between life and death. If all of this fell on Earth on the heads of his relatives, what should he do? Seeing these tragic scenes with his own eyes, Superman could not sleep all night. At the beginning of the meeting, he threw out this question, hoping that someone could help him solve his doubts. Will there be similar disasters in the universe? According to some convention, the Green Lantern was in charge of all problems in the universe. Several people looked at Simon Baz in unison. The Arabian Green Lantern was dumbfounded. You're asking me about everything? Just a day ago, I was chased by many agents on the road for stealing a car. Now you're asking me about disasters in the universe? How could I know? The Missy coughed twice, indicating that she had something to say. Superman, your definition is too broad. The disasters we are facing now are actually caused by certain individuals. It is not an earthquake or a hurricane. It is difficult to make a reasonable and accurate prediction. But Madame Xanadu can make a prediction. Am I right? You should be able to do it too, right? Batman resisted mentioning Old Ma's name. Prophecies require a price. Time is a long river. The prophet is like a fish in the river. It jumps up with all its might and sees the road ahead. However, the price is that it loses its original position and is covered in injuries. Thea avoided talking about herself. Madame Xanadu was now a relative she could not mention. After becoming the Lord of Hell, there was no need for Old Ma to appear. Thea spent time helping her sort out the burden on the timeline. Now, Madame Xanadu had finally recovered 40 to 50% of her strength. She did not explicitly refuse, but what she meant was that she did not advocate sacrificing someone to save Earth. Superheroes could basically reach a consensus on this point. Sacrificing the innocent in exchange for justice was not justice. Then do you mean that we can only passively defend? Superman asked. Thea thought for a moment. She asked in return, if a person did not make a mistake, would you arrest him for something in the future? No, at least I won't. The Flash immediately spoke, but then he reiterated that this was only his opinion. We won't either. Batman also nodded, but Thea could tell from his eyes that he wanted to collect all kinds of information about the other party first and carefully write down a notebook of information. Once the other party committed a crime, they would be arrested immediately. All right then, we've reached a consensus on this point. I'll just tell you what I've seen and heard for your reference. There's a group of people and they're very evil. Sia was interrupted before she could finish. Chapter 948. Is it Darkseid? Batman still remembered the invincible power of the evil lord. Is it an alien? Superman was worried about his relatives. Neither. Do you know about parallel universes? Everyone nodded. The Flash and the others teamed up with Dr. Wells on Earth 2 every day, so they naturally knew about parallel universes. Batman had also seen Thomas Wayne on Earth 2 from afar, so he was no stranger to this concept. There is such a parallel universe. Although the code names are different, the Superman, Batman, Speedster, Green Lantern, and Neptune are all evil. Of course, I'm even more evil there. The Kryptonians there use kryptonite as their energy source, and they commit all kinds of crimes. At night, Gotham is also ruled by a man in black. The speedy ones kill the innocent for fun, and the rest are their accomplices. Currently, this dimension does not intend to invade us, but I would like to ask all of you, what do you plan to do after knowing this? A dimension full of bad guys. Thea told them about Earth 3, and Guangdong's investigation showed that the evil Thea came from there too. As for whether she was still there, Guangdong could not be sure. A huge barrier covered Earth 3, and the new gods could not enter at all. A few of his subordinates suppressed to the level of ordinary people and entered the barrier, but they were limited by their abilities and could not get any high-level information. Thea thought about it several times. Whether the evil version of herself was controlling Tianshou or being controlled by Tianshou, They would have to fight. The anti-watcher was also recovering there. If he had absorbed the energy of the entire universe of Earth 3, it would be difficult to deal with him. Thea wanted to organize an expedition to Earth 3. She had even thought of the code name, Eternal Justice. She was working on her plan, and the people of the Alliance were also digesting the information she told them. They did not provoke us and were going to fight them? Was this the act of a hero? Everyone was thinking. It was normal for heroes to be schemed against by their enemies in the dark. Then they would suddenly attack and lose their armor. They were not masochists. Who would like to live their lives in fear? But the enemy had not done anything yet. If they went to fight them, it would go against their principles. Do you have any further evidence? Or images of that world? Batman asked. Wait here, I'll look for it. After saying that, Thea closed her eyes and scanned the entire Earth with her psychic power. All kinds of shielding devices and black technology were useless in the face of death. She quickly found the target. Spatial displacement was too easy for her. As long as the target stood in front of people, everything would be revealed. However, there was still a small problem in the Alliance that needed to be solved. She whispered a few words to Diana, and they quickly reached a consensus that this matter could be done. Thea gave Batman a strange look. The other party has already begun to plot against us. They sent 2 people to act as the vanguard. You can't catch them? Superman asked tentatively. The eldest miss chuckled. If this person walks into the Hall of Justice because his appearance is too obvious, then the true identity of one of us here will be officially exposed. Although she didn't say it directly, everyone knew that she was referring to Batman. The scene fell into silence for a while. We are the Justice League. Even if we can't share each other's past, we should accept each other's true identity. I'm Clark Kent. Superman was the first to speak. Thea Quinn. Diana Prince. The Flash took off his hood. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Barry Allen. The Green Arrow also took off his hood and said in a low voice, Oliver Quinn. Arthur Curry. Ray Palmer. Zatanna Zatara. The 2 newcomers didn't know what was going on, but they still took off their masks. Laurel Lance. Simon Bartz. Nightwing hesitated for a long time. He was in the same boat as Batman, but when he thought of leaving those wings in order to find his own path, he made up his mind and took off his mask. I'm Dick Grayson. For a moment, all the pressure fell on Batman. He was a little tired but also a little relaxed. Nightwing had been exposed, so there was no point in hiding. He finally took off his mask. Bruce Wayne. He hadn't seen the sun for a long time, so his face was a little pale. There was enough light in the Hall of Justice. Looking directly at the broken light through the glass, Batman felt a little awkward. In fact, many people knew his true identity. Now he was just taking off his mask. He quickly adjusted his state of mind. He was very unhappy with Thea forcing him to state his position. He rubbed his forehead. Can you tell me now? Who are the people sent by the evil plane? Thea didn't directly teleport. She looked from afar again. They've gathered a few villains from Earth. Should I directly teleport a leader or pull all of them over? If all of them are pulled over, we have to prepare for battle. Was there a need to say that? Good and evil couldn't coexist. With so many heroes suddenly attacking a bunch of villains, was there anything more satisfying than this? Even the Flash wanted to fight right now. The young mistress clicked her tongue and expressed her appreciation for the heroes' enthusiasm for battle. She motioned for them to put on their masks. With a light tap of her finger, under Zatanna's respectful gaze, she quickly drew countless complicated lines in the air. Prepare to welcome our visitor from afar, Mr. Alfred Penisworth from Earth 3. Hearing her say this, even though Batman had some guesses, he was still very surprised. He thought that it might be the counterpart of someone around him on Earth 3, but he really didn't expect it to be the old butler, Fu. If the other old butler stood in front of everyone as a bad guy, Bruce Wayne's disguise would indeed be lost. After the Azure teleportation array activated and the light disappeared, the 4 strangers panicked and found that they were surrounded by people from the Righteous Alliance. Batman immediately saw the old man standing in the middle. He looked exactly the same as the old butler, but his temperament was completely different. The old man's face was pale and he was wearing a purple suit. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Thea seemed to know what he was thinking and gave him the answer. This Mr. Penisworth killed the clown on their side. Yes, the clown who fought against Batman's tyranny for freedom and democracy. A sense of confusion filled Batman's heart. The other party's evil aura lingered. Just based on his intuition, he felt that the other party was not here to discuss friendly relations and establish a harmonious parallel space. There was nothing to say. Let's fight. The heroes were sharpening their swords and were already prepared. A few villains wouldn't do. It was impossible to make the villains fight to the death without retreating. Even though the evil old butler asked them to charge together, they agreed verbally, but in reality, each of them had their own plans. Giantess, you open the way. Copperhead, you cover. Shadow Stealer, bring up the rear. The evil old butler quickly issued the order. Even though he was in a hopeless situation, he still didn't give up and was still trying to find a chance of survival. Chapter 949. The appearance of the woman called Giganteus could be said to be exaggerated. She had a head full of long fluffy hair and bulging muscles. She wore a leather vest, and her entire body was filled with a murderous aura. One could not see the gentleness and charm of a woman at all. She looked like a bandit who had taken over a mountain and declared herself king. It was impossible to tell that she was a woman without looking closely. She took a deep breath, and her body expanded rapidly like a balloon. Soon she broke through the human limit and moved toward a height of 5 meters, then 10 meters. Tisk, boring trick. The young lady sneered from a distance. If she was allowed to grow, her hall would be destroyed, and it would cost money to repair it. Considering the issue of justice, it was not convenient to use death magic, but casting a few transformation spells was not difficult for her. Thea was not as proficient in transformation as Circe, but she was definitely good at it. Let's go. Whether it was a technological mutation or a bloodline mutation with a shrinking spell, the opponent's body returned to the size of a normal person. Laurel, who had just joined the team and was eager to make a contribution, rushed forward with a whip kick. I've collected information about these 3 guys. The woman is a giant morphing woman who mutated due to a blood disease. Copperhead is good at military combat and jujitsu. There's not much information about the other Shadow Stealer. He should be a psychic. Batman didn't join the battle, but talked about them from the periphery. Thea interjected halfway. I teleported 5 people here, and there's one more. Atom Man, you search for him. Knowing that he had a part to play in the battle, Atom Man quickly shrank and searched for the enemy hiding in the dark. The battle ended quickly, but it couldn't be slow. After all, it was 12 top heroes against 4. Even if Thea and Diana didn't make a move, the villains were beaten to a pulp. Black Canary defeated the giant morphing woman, and Green Arrow also captured Copperhead. The Shadow Stealer was a little more troublesome. He could hide in the enemy's shadow, which was a combination of offense and defense. Zatanna saw the opportunity and released a flash to remove the shadows in the room. Then the flash stunned the enemy with a speed far beyond the enemy's reflexes. The evil old butler didn't have any superpowers. He only carried a pistol with him, and was easily taken down by Nightwing. The Atom Man's battle did not go well. The enemy was very cunning and hit several times. In this microscopic world, outsiders could not help much. In the end, it was Superman who found the enemy with his supervision, and captured the enemy with the help of the Atom Man. It wasn't hard to tell if a local criminal was an outsider or not. What Batman knew definitely belonged to the locals, and vice versa. That was how authoritative Batman was. Copperhead Snake, Gigantified Woman, and Shadow Stealer were all people who betrayed their own plane's information and acted as accomplices for the sake of benefits. Their actions were greatly despised by the heroes. Thea was in charge of contacting them, and all of them were imprisoned in the Heaven's Eye Society. Let Black Amanda have her way with them. After the accomplices were sent away, the 2 main culprits became the key points. Ray Palmer untied the belt of the original child. It was her shrinking equipment. Without the belt, the original child finally returned to her normal size. She had long brown hair and a pretty face. However, at this time, her eyes were closed and she did not say a word. She seemed to be ready to fight to the death, but the slight trembling of the corners of her mouth showed that she was not calm inside. The evil version of the butler was much calmer. He looked around the Hall of Justice and compared the appearance of the heroes with the images in his memory. Although he had been on Earth for a while, it was the first time he saw the superheroes of this world face to face. A strange sense of confusion lingered in his heart. The completely opposite world made him want to laugh. However, his heart was as hard as stone. He quickly put away his messy thoughts and said to the original child in a cold voice, "Calm down. They are heroes with high moral standards. Our lives are completely guaranteed." After that, he showed a provocative smile which roughly meant that they could kill him if they could. The people of the Righteous Alliance had a tacit understanding. They gave Batman space. "I can see the struggle in your heart. You have the ability to break the shackles. Why don't you do it?" The evil old butler's voice was somewhat bewitching. He looked at Batman curiously. The people of the Righteous Alliance did not react. If they could be bewitched by a few words, Batman would not be Batman. Thea was even more relieved. Among all the people and gods she had met, Batman's willpower was the best. It did not mean that the stronger the power, the stronger the willpower. It seemed to be inversely proportional. She was a good example. Ghosts, strangers, they all had low willpower. The longer you lived, the lower your willpower. It seemed to be an iron law of this world. Batman looked at the evil old butler curiously. "You don't know me." "Not at all. The one in that evil world should not be me. I thought it was the other me who had fallen. Now it seems that's not the case." He turned to ask Thea. Thea spread her hands indifferently. "That world is sealed by a higher power. I can't enter it anymore. Maybe there was an error in the transmission of the information. If you want to know more, magic can help you pry open his mouth." Batman thought about it carefully. "No, let me interrogate him alone." Then he pulled the evil old butler to the next room. The rest of the people could not help but look at the original children, but no one proposed to torture them. Women did not know much and participated in the core information. This was the common view nowadays. How many men were there in the heroes and how many women were there? How many men were there in the villains and how many women were there? How many men were there in the big bosses? Were there any women other than Thea? Women were looked down upon in this world, or rather protected. They were basically there as assistants. Except for the Atom Man, who was studying the original children's belts, the rest of the people were either resting or chatting with each other. For example, Olivier and Laurel, who had been lovers in the past, had all kinds of disputes. Now that they were in the same room, Sia felt that the relationship between the two of them was awkward. However, the two of them were chatting and laughing and their conversation was quite good. Superman and the Flash also talked about the evil Kryptonians and the evil Ultralisks. Batman soon came out. He did not look too good. He took the original children away and interrogated them separately. When he returned to the hall, he took off his mask, put his hands on the table, and organized his words. Bruce Wayne in that world was shot when he was young. Now the person who rules Gotham is a guy called Night Owl, a member of the Wayne family that does not exist in this world. He is my brother, Thomas Wayne Jr. Night Owl's assistant is also Nightwing, the evil gang member Richard Grayson. In addition, a Kryptonian also landed there. His codename is Super Overlord, which should correspond to Superman, the Flash's Johnny Quick, the Green Lantern's Divine Ring, Diana's Super Queen, Neptune's Ocean Overlord and Firestorm's Deathstorm. Chapter 950. Batman told her what he had learned. There seems to be another Luthor in that world, but he's not like them. He's even more evil and can use magic. Thea did not say anything. She felt that evil Luthor's magic was taught by evil Thea. As the vengeful spirit of God's predecessor, magic was really just a minor skill. "Everyone, the enemy has bared their fangs at us. If we don't strike first, doomsday will be waiting for us. Also, if the battlefield is on that Earth, we have less to worry about." Seeing that no one said anything, Thea had no choice but to take the lead. Starting a war would definitely affect her reputation, but she did not care about that. The enemy was already coming for them. They were not so pedantic and agreed to fight. However, none of them had any experience in fighting across dimensions, so they could only look at Thea. "Like I said, the new gods in that dimension have another name, but let's call it Earth 3. She confirmed the target first. "It's sealed by a powerful barrier. I can't get in. Diana, Superman, the Flash, and all the other superpowered heroes can't get in. The evil superpowered villains can't get out without special means. That's why they sent Butler Pennyworth as the vanguard. Batman nodded, indicating that he was aware of this information. However, his mind was sharp and he quickly realized a problem. Who sealed it? We call him the Anti-Watcher. Actually, you should have seen him before. He was the one who was resurrected from the Black Lantern's power source on the darkest night. Thea answered. Batman immediately asked, "Is he more powerful than Darkseid?" Thea took a long time to think about this question. Batman's question was too amateur, so she had to answer it in a more general way. Strictly speaking, the Anti-Watcher is far more powerful than Darkseid. Batman's eyes widened. Thea took another turn. The Anti-Supervisor is different from us new gods. We have a ceiling, and once we reach a certain level we can't go any further. It's the same for me and Darkseid, but the Anti-Supervisor is different. He has no ceiling. Batman's posture was a little messy. How was he supposed to fight like this? However, he was very patient. He hugged his elbows and continued to listen. Thea frowned. That's like asking me whether an atomic bomb or an atomic bomb can kill. Darkseid and anti-surveillance are completely different. Darkseid is a conqueror. He wants all life to submit to him. How evil! The Flash whispered. The Anti-Watcher wants to destroy the universe. The more he destroys, the stronger he becomes. This one is even more evil. The Flash exclaimed again. Thea glared at him and the guy finally shut up. You mean to say that this counter-supervisor is currently very weak? You want to kill him when he's weak. Am I right? Batman thought that he knew her very well. She must have her own reasons for putting so much effort into this. Thea denied. The Anti-Supervisor is not a threat to me. I can say that he's not much of a threat. If I just sit back and do nothing, we have no conflict of interest. Destroying the multiverse is a mission engraved in his soul. He's like a program, tirelessly destroying one universe after another. Every time he destroys a universe, he absorbs all the power of that universe. That's the source of his power. When all the universes are destroyed, he will enter a new form. Maybe it's a reboot or something else. Anyway, I haven't seen it before. When he destroys the universe, I can hide outside the universe. I have this ability. I can take my family, friends, and everyone with me. But are you willing to do that? Are you going to sit back and watch the universe be destroyed while you run away? No one was willing to run away in the face of danger. Compared to his evil counterparts, the Anti-Supervisor was more of a threat. The heroes were full of sacrifice and had high moral values. Thea, who had broken moral values, was also the advocate. In the end, all of them approved the plan to invade Earth-3. Since the Anti-Supervisor only had a sliver of HP left, now was the best time to kill him. Even Batman thought that they could fight. But this was not a street fight. One Earth was going to attack another Earth, and countless preparations needed to be done. First, they needed to get first-hand information. Interrogation alone was definitely not enough. The main alliance needed someone to be the front line. Even the superhumans could not get through, and half of them would be eliminated. This mission. Batman was about to volunteer when he was interrupted by Nightwing. Bruce, Gotham still needs you. Let me go. As a heroine, Laurel was unwilling to pass on her responsibility. Green Arrow also volunteered to help. Even the Atom Man said that since the original children could come, it was only natural for him to go. He was very suitable for gathering information in his atomic form. The 5 superheroes talked about each other's strengths and weaknesses. They all wanted to take on this dangerous mission. They first eliminated Batman for the same reason. He was a tall tree that attracted too much attention, and it was good for him to be a behind-the-scenes commander. He could forget about charging into battle. After all, he was old and had not fully recovered from his injuries from the battle with Darkseid. Green Arrow was the second to be eliminated. She was already considered an enhanced person. Thea felt that she would not be able to get through. Besides, Star City could not do without her. The focus finally fell on Black Canary, Nightwing, and the Atom Man. Seeing that they were arguing passionately, Thea held her coffee cup and watched the show. She did not have the heart to interrupt. It was not until Diana poked her under the ribs that she spoke. There's a small problem. Diana glared at her. Thea quickly changed her words. I haven't figured out how to get to Earth 3. Nightwing had the upper hand. As Batman's successor, he had an overwhelming advantage whether it was combat, reconnaissance, interrogation, or infiltration. If all three went, he would be the leader. If there was only one spot, it would be his. He did not expect Missy to come to a sudden halt. After arguing for so long, it turned out that there was still a problem. Was this a problem? You guys have been trying for so long. Can't you find a way? Sia smiled at Nightwing, who had an ugly expression on his face as he forced himself to swallow a mouthful of blood. She felt helpless as well. The mother box had already been sealed off on Earth 3. Even all interdimensional teleportation methods had been sealed off. Even her Anka amulet could not. The official Sister of Death could certainly ignore it, but she, as a reserve, could not. Then how did the two of them get here? One-way teleportation? Batman still had a lot of questions, but he did ask the main point. How did they invade us? They must have some means to get here, right? What about after conquering us? Will they go back? Batman turned into a million whys and threw a bunch of questions at Thea. Chapter 951. Thea could only answer them one by one. First of all, the two of them should have come here before the blockade. The Anti-Watcher was seriously injured at that time. He was in the interdimensional blockade. In terms of time, it was only a moment, but in that plane, the abnormal weather may last for several days. So, there will be a gap in his blockade. At that time, ordinary people can come here. In order to send our companions over, we have to break the blockade without alerting them. So I'm stuck at this step. As for how they came here, I don't think it's important. After all, we're going to fight our way over. Why should we care what they do? Batman looked at her for a long time with a stern face. I think you'd better tell us. The hidden danger needs to be eliminated in time. You were the one who shouted that there should be no secrets in the couplet, and forced me to reveal my identity. I remember it very clearly. Tell me your secret out loud. Superman thought that they should take precautions in advance. At the same time, Diana thought for a while and felt that they should make it clear. The Valkyrie meant that one person's wisdom was shorter than others. Perhaps there were details that she did not consider. Everyone should think of a solution together. Thea scratched her head. It's very troublesome. It will take a lot of time. I need to find two people. Batman said, Go ahead. I have a lot of time now. The young lady teleported away and returned to the Hall of Justice in less than half an hour. There was a man and a woman beside her. She first introduced the blonde man beside her. Well, many of you may know this gentleman. He is the Deputy Commander of the Sky's Eye Society, Mr. Steve Trevor. The item we will discuss later is currently in the hands of the Sky's Eye Society. Then she pointed to the woman on the other side. Barry has seen this lady before. She is Miss Pandora. She has lived alone on Earth for thousands of years. She is a living legend. After that, she signaled Steve to open the box he carried with him. Superheroes had a good reputation. Steve was not worried about the safety here. He opened the metal box he carried with him. Wearing heavy gloves, he took out a dazzling golden skull. Damn it, you didn't tell me. This is what he brought with him. Pandora, who was still a little nervous, quickly pulled out two guns. It seemed that she was ready to fight another non-existent enemy. Thea comforted her and told her that it was safe here. There were no 7 deadly sins or the old wizard. Those were all her obsessions. Steve was also shocked by her. He thought that the woman was going to rob him. He stood in front of the golden skull, but his body did not touch it directly. Everyone in the Righteous Alliance was on their guard. However, they were different from the brats of the young Titans. They had long since passed the age of rashness. All of them were staring at Pandora. This story is a bit long, so I'll keep it short. She pointed at the golden skull, ignoring Batman's probing gaze. Thousands of years ago, this thing fell onto Earth. According to my analysis, its function is to act as a coordinate. There should be something similar on Earth 3. They worked together to open a channel. What did you say? Before anyone from the Righteous Alliance could react, Pandora exploded. She pointed at the golden skeleton in disbelief. This thing is a coordinate. Pandora's mental state was much stronger than it was at the same time in the original spacetime. At least, she was no longer entangled in the guilt of releasing the 7 deadly sins. However, she still could not accept that the culprit who caused her thousands of years of suffering was actually a coordinate. Thea also felt that it was ridiculous, but it was the truth. Those guys on Earth 3 were also stupid. Couldn't they have been more low-key when it came to teleporting coordinates? Couldn't they have disguised it as a stone and thrown it over? If they were afraid that the evil old butler could not find it, they could have made a locator or something. If they could teleport across dimensions, how could they not be able to locate it? In the end, these guys made a very flashy and evil golden skull shape. Later on, perhaps because they were too eager and used too much force, they threw it to this side of Earth thousands of years ago. It was seen by the old muddle-headed Shazan, causing Pandora to be the scapegoat of the world. Now Pandora was sullen in her heart. When she understood the truth of the matter, she was about to vomit. However, serious illness required serious medicine. She still had to make it clear. This thing is just a coordinate. It has no other purpose. I can guarantee that everything that the wizard Shazan said was his subjective imagination. After saying that, she reached out to grab the golden skull. Steve shouted, "Be careful, it will bewitch your mind." Thea acted as if she did not hear him. She grabbed the skull in her hand. It was light and only weighed a few kilograms. The golden skull was one size bigger than a normal human skull, and there seemed to be a very evil red light in its eye sockets. It looked completely evil. No wonder the old Shazan thought that there was something wrong with it. Not only him, but since ancient times, this skull had fallen into the hands of many people. Many of the archmages, especially the evil archmages, had studied it. They all felt that there was a secret in it, but unfortunately, they did not find anything. Such a piece of technological equipment had been studied by a group of evil archmages. Naturally, it was contaminated with a lot of magic. After a long time, it had a bewitching effect on ordinary people. Thea wiped away the magic residue on it. This thing is modeled after the mother box. The specific effects are a little different, but the difference is not big. It is definitely a piece of technological equipment. Batman knew that he could try it. Without saying anything, he picked it up and studied it. After a long time, he said thoughtfully, "The technology here is very advanced. It will be difficult for me to crack it in a short time." Thea clapped her hands. She would leave it to him. It was a little difficult to enter without being noticed by the anti-surveillance team with magic and divine power. Technological equipment should be a good way. Steve saw that the people of the Alliance were looking at the golden skull like beating drums and passing flowers. His face was strange. "Miss Quinn, this thing?" "Commander Trevor, I will explain to the President. This is just the beginning. We still need to cooperate with several parties in the future." When the President was mentioned, the patriotic old young man Steve was defeated. Pandora knew that they were going to attack Earth 3. Filled with righteous indignation, she said that she would also join the battle and seek justice from the culprits who had harmed her life. Several technological heroes and Batman worked together to study anti-teleportation. Before Thea left, she called Batman again. "Tell Alfred to get ready. I think the Pentagon will most likely send him a message. You want the army to go too. How fresh. We can't just go with the 12 of us, right? There is also a government in that world. Without the cooperation of the military, we can't fight so many enemies. Not only the army, but all the heroes' forces, the International Justice League, the Alliance of Women, the Dark Alliance that Madame Xanadu is forming, the Young Titans, and even the Suicide Squad and the Rogue Gang. I am going to pull them all." Chapter 952. In fact, the number of people participating in the war is not as many as you think. We can't send all of them. After all, the Earth here still needs to be protected. I can't go to war easily. Diana's power has exceeded the limit of the planet's battle. We don't know if the environment there is suitable for the Kryptonians. The 3 powerful Kryptonians on our side won't go there immediately. The Martian hunter is now focused on the Earth. He won't join the Alliance. He won't go if the enemy doesn't come. You see, Thea explained to him while counting her fingers. In addition, the Green Lantern has no emotional supplement in that universe. There is no energy battery charging there. The 7 Lantern Corps is our important ally, but without emotional motivation, they are not as good as an American soldier. Batman's face fell. 4 of the 7 veterans could not go to war. The Flash was the only one who could fight. You mean to let ordinary superheroes take the lead? No, I'll think about the Seven Lantern Corps later. They have to participate in the war. The environment of the Earth there is not easy to judge. Now it's just a preliminary plan. Everything has to wait for the results of the investigation before it can be confirmed. This is a war, not a fight against street crime. She was not telling the truth. At her current level, she had a vague idea of many things. Besides, she had worn a white lantern before. Many seemingly mysterious matters had their own explanations. Every universe actually had its own operating laws. For example, the current universe was righteous. It had to be righteous. No matter how evil jumped around, it would definitely be defeated in the end. This was the rule of the universe. The three laws of the earth were evil. No matter how hard the righteous tried, they would fail. If there was a large-scale invasion, Thea would have to spend a lot of effort to suppress the will of the world there. This was the main reason why she could not participate in the war in time. However, there was no need to say such things that would affect the world. Leaving Batman to ponder, she returned to the White House. The work of persuading her mother was unusually smooth. To be honest, when Moira first took over the presidency, she was a little desperate. It was similar to showing the true colors of a hero when the sea was turbulent. However, after the novelty, what was left was countless troubles and all kinds of emergencies. As the president, she was tired of dealing with them. Now that she heard that they were going to fight the enemy outside the country, she fully supported it. Superheroes had to wait for a while to consider moral factors, reputation, and a lot of other issues. As a politician, she did not have these burdens, especially when the enemy had sent an advance team. What else could she say? Fight, fight now, fight now. After communicating with a few important members of Congress, the results were very gratifying. As politicians, they were also under a lot of pressure. They were tortured by all kinds of aliens and bad guys every few days. What could they say now? Could he fight his way out? Support, of course they had to support. The voters did not care about justice. Of course justice was the best. They only needed to know that they were on the stronger side. The Congress was very easy to convince. As expected, the military encountered some doubts. They did not need to be responsible for the voters, but if there were too many casualties, they might be assassinated by the families of the deceased. This was the bad thing about the proliferation of guns. Doctors and teachers now had to carry guns for work. There was too much social pressure. The generals were very hesitant. At this time, the real and fake Alfred came in handy. They had to make them realize that if they didn't shoot first, the other party would come for them. 3 days later, Thea welcomed Bruce Wayne and the old butler Fu in front of the Pentagon. Only then did Thea realize that the old butler was not a retired British paratrooper. He was a British secret agent. It belonged to the MI6 and specialized in dealing with external matters. The famous 007 was theoretically the old man's colleague. Thea really wanted to ask if the old man's codename was 006 or 008. Fu came to the United States alone after World War II, under the background of the Great Depression, and lurked in the Wayne family for 40 years. The Wayne family now had few members. Before, they were the most famous of the famous families. Half of the properties in Gotham City were under their name. They were the Wei Bansheng from head to toe. Sending an elite secret agent like the old butler to do undercover work meant that the British had prepared a big game of chess. Unfortunately, the empire on which the sun never set was a thing of the past. The old butler was not used. After that, because of his connection with the young Bruce, the two of them were like father and son until today. My identity won't cause any misunderstandings, right? Before entering the door, the old butler asked in a low voice. Thea assured the old man that there would be no problem. The relationship between the two countries had changed long ago. You can retire in the Wayne family. The old butler Fu was overthinking. The generals did not care at all whether he was a British secret agent or not. Of course, it was also because he was too old. Such an old man, and with Thea and Bruce's face, they could not search him and force him to answer. The military was more pressured than the White House and Congress. If they could not protect the citizens, what was the point of having them? However, in the face of all kinds of sudden disasters, it was useless no matter who was the leader. Louise's father, General Ryan, had been the Minister of Defense for 4 years, and was about to have a nervous breakdown. Of course, they liked to fight the enemy, not be beaten by the enemy. Catching the enemy off guard. running into the enemy's house to kill and burn. Was there anything happier in life? However, they could not just listen to rumors. They had to weigh the pros and cons, and confirm the authenticity of the information. The evil version of the old butler had been handed over to the Pentagon, and the military had their own methods of interrogation. Now that they saw the kind version of the old butler, the generals could not help but be amazed. It was not that they did not know about the parallel universe, but they had always felt that it was very far away. Now they finally saw a living person, a bad person who came from the parallel universe and was ready to invade Earth, and a good person who had always been obedient. The two Alfreds had completely different personalities and temperaments, but they were both very capable. There was no doubt about that. After all, they were the top agents of their time, so Alfred could not be too bad. The generals had a rough idea. If the enemy wanted to invade Earth, then they had to fight. It was better to fight early than late. However, they were just support, and the decisive power was still on the side of the heroes. The reconnaissance of the advanced troops was very important. Batman continued to study the reverse channel. It was not difficult to open it, but the difficult part was to open it without attracting the enemy's attention. Nightwing's job was to hide and investigate, not to invade. Batman's progress was not that great. Later on, after a discussion with the elders, they added Luthor to the team. His intelligence was not to be underestimated. When he heard that they were going to invade another Earth, Baldy Luthor was very interested and came to help with the rations. Superman emphasized that this was not an invasion, but a battle to defend their home against evil. Luthor scoffed, but he did not argue with the Righteous Alliance. They could call it whatever they wanted. With the addition of Luthor, Batman, and Mr. Excellent, the three most intelligent scientists on Earth worked together to decipher the Golden Skull at a much faster speed. Chapter 953. The anti-decryption work was carried out simultaneously with the mobilization of the military. Thea went to the universe alone to find help. Her sharp bugs could not be sent out to fight alongside the Earthlings. The bugs did not look righteous. Her goal was still the 7 Lantern Corps that Batman mentioned. Black and White Lantern Corps were actually their troubles. She had helped them a lot, and they had to contribute to the dimensional war. However, the Lantern Corps could not use the Lantern Ring in the parallel universe. After a few discussions, the 4 advisors of the underworld helped her solve this problem. The Lantern Ring was filled with countless emotions. It could replace the main energy source and provide energy remotely. It could purify the ring and provide ammunition support. Thea felt that this was a good idea. The 7 Lantern Corps had enough mid-range and low-range combat power, but they were completely lacking in high-end combat power. It would be difficult for her to deal with the anti-supervisor and the evil Sia by herself, so she had to find a helper. After searching the multiverse for 2 days, she found the Spirit. She went straight to the point and asked to destroy the eclipse. The Spirit looked at her for a long time before saying, "Okay." Thea almost fell. "Okay, I'm here to ask you to be my fighter. Why are you acting dumb?" Now that she had the confidence, she would not be able to win if they really fought, but the gap was not as big as before. "Are you willing to be my host? I can increase your power infinitely." The Spirit was silent for a long time before suddenly saying this. Thea was stunned. She actually thought about it. She had to admit that this was a very tempting offer. The Spirit was limited by the strength of its host. The stronger the host, the more power it could unleash. If it chose Thea, who was half a level lower than it, as a host, it would be invincible. That would be practically invincible in the world. Their strengths were not added together, but multiplied together. By then, Darkseid and the Eclipse would not be a match at all. Thea's eyes were full of splendor. If she could merge with the Spirit, she would not be afraid of Lucifer, the Son of God. Unfortunately, the power did not belong to her. It belonged to God. Thea didn't have much ambition. She wouldn't stand on the road and shout, "Heaven doesn't cover my eyes. Earth doesn't bury my heart." She just wanted to be herself. The road ahead was vast, but it was not a dead end. There was no need to walk the path of God. She sighed, her eyes full of regret. "I'm sorry, I just want to be myself. Let's talk about the heavenly eclipse." Ghost was still expressionless. He seemed to know that she would refuse, so he quickly changed the topic to Tion Sure. "How are you going to deal with him?" Thea really wanted to say, "You go up and fight while I take advantage of you from behind." However, she also knew that this was not appropriate. The spirit boss just didn't want to talk nonsense. She wasn't stupid. She had done a lot of homework in advance, but she still wanted to know what kind of existence the heavenly eclipse was. Does he have any weaknesses? Tianshur is the vengeful spirit of God. He is my predecessor. In his current state, he cannot use his full strength. Seeing that Ghost was about to reveal something, Missy immediately asked, "Why?" His true body is still sealed in the heart of darkness. Who sealed it? God. Thea was instantly speechless. However, she also cursed in her heart. The boss was very powerful, but his sealing skills were probably not up to standard. The seal was so weak. How could this guy escape? Ghost continued. The heavenly eclipse will invade the negative emotions of life. You have to be prepared. Thea expressed that this was not a problem. Heroes were all strong-willed. They ate, slept, and fought against negative emotions every day. If the heavenly eclipse only had this ability, he would not be far from death. Is the heart of darkness still there? Can we reseal it? Missy was too lazy to gnaw on a hard bone. This was not a game. There was no drop from the first kill. It was dangerous and tiring. She really did not want to fight. If they could reseal it, it would be much easier. However, she also knew that it was not that easy. Sure enough, Ghost spoke again. The heart of darkness is the heavenly eclipse. They are already one. Thea frowned. Did this guy mean that the seal would not work? The heavenly eclipse was sealed in the stone by Boss God. He could not escape, so he used a stupid method to turn the stone into a part of himself. She had to admit that this guy was very smart. What is the heart of darkness made of? Is there more in the universe? She continued to ask. How big of a deal is it? If it corrodes the small stone, we will find a bigger stone to seal it in. We will seal both the heavenly eclipse and the small stone together. If he continues to corrode, we'll just have to find an even bigger rock. We will have enough stones. Let's see who can outlast the other. Ghost's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The heart of darkness is a supreme creation. It will not be left in this world. I advise you to give up on this plan. As long as it is separated from the host and no life forms come into contact with it, it will be fine. Thea had reservations about his words. If it was really a special stone, how could it be corroded from the inside by the heavenly eclipse? Putting herself in his shoes, God was so busy. He probably did not care about the heavenly eclipse. He casually took a stone and sealed it. Done. Done. Ghost's plan was not a plan at all. Just separate the heavenly eclipse from the host and bury the heart of darkness in a hole. That was it? Whoever picked up the heart of darkness in the future would be unlucky. All the heroes gathered again and summoned Great God Sia again. They formed a team and started fighting again. Fight every century until the end of the world. It had to be said that this cycle was too boring. She asked Ghost a few more questions, but he did not provide much information. However, Thea could tell that this guy had been fighting the heavenly eclipse for countless years. He won more than he lost. Ghost was very confident in the battle between the previous and the current. Thea felt that he had too few opponents of the same level. He had nothing better to do. After 100 years, he would turn a blind eye and let the heavenly eclipse possess him. After that, he would have his fun. She was relieved to leave the heavenly eclipse to Ghost. However, she estimated that the anti-supervisor would appear at the critical moment, so she had to find a helper. Parallel universe. According to the non-famous division, this should be Earth 10, which could also be called Earth X. Because Karl Air landed in Czechoslovakia, Germany won World War II, and history changed beyond recognition. However, in the mother box of the new gods, this was not the division. They had their own way of naming. Countless apocalypse demons descended on this universe. Because they were afraid of a certain big boss from Earth, they went around Earth and went far away. Pooh! The Great Plains wolf killed the resistance with an axe. He wiped the blood splattered on his face and enjoyed the enemy's hateful gaze. This was not because he was despicable. If he did not get scolded every day, he would feel uncomfortable. It was because the divine position required him to do so. Create hatred and absorb hatred. Hatred was the source of the Great Plains wolf's power. Chapter 954. The battle on Earth, the battle on the Apocalypse Star, the battle in Hell, and so on had caused the Wasteland Wolf's divine power to reach rock bottom. In order not to drag Nephew Gu down, or to prove that he was still useful, he seized every minute to stir up trouble. The more hatred he accumulated, the faster he recovered. The continuous battles gave him a vague understanding. He seemed to have touched the position of the god of fear very vaguely. In order to become stronger, he waved his big axe vigorously. He didn't need the help of the soldiers. He killed the people who resisted with his axe, leaving corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. He wiped the blood off his face. The bloody slaughter was very satisfying. It cleared his mind and restored his confidence. Apart from those cheats, he was still the wasteland wolf who dominated the world. He bent his knees slightly and held his axe with one hand. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched his chest. He howled to vent his frustrations. Ah! Cough cough. Halfway through his shout, he saw a portal open beside him. A beautiful goddess dressed in black appeared beside him, looking at him curiously with her spirited eyes, as if he was a retard. The wasteland wolf felt his breath catch in his throat. He almost vomited blood. He wanted to turn around and curse or even fight, but he didn't dare. He could only stay on guard with an ugly expression. By the way, are you practicing martial arts here? Thea looked at the corpses on the ground that the wasteland wolf chopped up like melons. These creatures were hairy and looked like spiders on earth. However, they had 4 legs, long fangs, and hairy legs. They had nothing to do with beauty. She pursed her lips. With such ugly looks, the heroes on earth probably wouldn't come here to seek justice. This world still cared about appearances. I have something to discuss with Darkseid. Help me ask him out. She sounded like she was talking about something trivial. The wasteland wolf didn't dare to agree on his boss's behalf, but he couldn't refuse. He could only say that he could pass the message. This was considered safe. Whether Darkseid agreed or not, she couldn't eat him. He wanted to know more. The goddess of death was willing to work with the evil lord. There must be a huge benefit behind this. Seeing that Thea didn't show any hostility, he quickly thought about it. He wanted to know more. What do you want to talk about? He asked in a strict manner. The anti-life equation. Thea's words were shocking. As the oldest new deity, the wasteland wolf's strength was a bit weak, but his knowledge was not ordinary. If it was a great warlock, the kindly grandmother and the others most likely wouldn't know what the anti-life equation was, but he knew. You actually know about this. Do you know where it is? He asked anxiously. Thea smiled faintly. Why? Do you want to snatch it too? Her words were vague, but the meaning behind them was the same. You're not worthy. The anti-life equation is also very useful to you, right? Why don't you keep it for yourself? The Great Plains wolf put himself in his shoes. If he knew this news, he would definitely snatch it without a second thought. Firstly, that thing is too dangerous. Secondly, it's too dark and doesn't fit my path. Sia was telling the truth. She really did not want to touch the anti-life equation. This was an ultimate power of destruction extracted from the depths of the anti-universe. If her death was mixed with it, then an earth-shattering dark demon that could destroy the multiverse would definitely rise. She had a clear understanding of what kind of power she could and could not take. She had already walked far enough down the path of darkness. If she was given the anti-life equation, her path would be dark all the way. In order not to lose herself, it was better to take back some of it. Her goal was to obtain the anti-life equation that was filled with positive energy. It was not easy to obtain the anti-life equation. Even if she obtained it, Darkseid was not compatible with it. The slightest mistake could lead to a tragedy. She would just let Uncle Da study it. I know Darkseid is worried. Tell him we can meet in hell. Thea teleported away after she finished speaking. After learning this earth-shattering news that could change the balance of power in the multiverse, the Great Plains wolf could not be bothered to kill anyone. He excitedly opened the mother box and returned to Revelation Star. He was quite clear about his position, so he told Darkseid everything that had happened without missing a single word. The anti-life equation. Darkseid valued this news more than the Great Plains wolf expected. The evil lord revealed a thoughtful expression in front of his subordinate. Just like Thea, Darkseid had no room for improvement. He studied the experiences of his predecessors and compared them in an attempt to find his own path of development. In the original timeline, Darkseid had his eyes on the god of death, but he had not made any progress. In the end, he gritted his teeth and plotted to kill himself so that he could cultivate again and be resurrected. However, he had not made any progress. In this timeline, he would not do such a thing again. He did not have many choices, and the anti-life equation had always been at the top of his list. However, ordinary people had never heard of such a creation of the laws of the universe. There was also no forum specially designed for the big shots for them to communicate and consult, chat, and exchange what they needed. A few of the big shots were holed up in their own places. Who knew who had the life-reversing equation? Unless Darkseid was strong enough to subdue all 8 regions in the god's domain. Of course, this was impossible. Other things aside, he could not even defeat the supreme ruler of hell, Lucifer. He was no match for him. For the sake of the anti-life equation, he was prepared to attend the meeting. Your Majesty, the goddess thinks that the equation is very dangerous. Shouldn't you be more careful? The Great Plains wolf had calmed down. He looked at the anti-life equation with caution. He felt that his boss was a little reckless. Was power more important than life? Darkseid waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. Of course, he knew the danger. The two paths were completely different. The anti-life equation was suitable for the anti-watchers, so it was not suitable for him. However, he had no choice but to take a look at it first. However, there was no need to discuss this with his subordinates. He sent the Great Plains wolf to be the vanguard. He did not dare to go to a place like hell with his main body. Thea probably did not dare to go there either. Choosing to meet here was very suitable. Even if they did not come to an agreement, they would not fight. The boss of hell was too strong. The Great Plains wolf rushed to hell alone. This was an unofficial meeting between the bosses of hell and the Apocalypse Star, so they still had to keep it a secret. The aura of hell was chaotic, and the air was extremely hot. Even a new god like the Great Plains wolf felt uncomfortable here. According to their previous agreement, he crushed a talisman to inform the other party that he had arrived. Not long after, the blood-red portal opened, and an extremely gorgeous female demon walked out while stroking her hair coquettishly. Chapter 955. The female demon was extremely beautiful. She sized up the wasteland wolf playfully, her gaze sweeping across his chest and arm muscles. She giggled and said, "Welcome to hell, commander of the Apocalypse Star. I am Macanthus, the lord of the city of the dead." The wasteland wolf couldn't help but take another look. She had a name and a territory. This was a great demon. She didn't seem very strong. Her thin waist wasn't even as thick as his arm. However, he didn't underestimate the female demon. When it came to scheming, no one would dare to say they were the best. Moreover, this was hell. With the blessing of hell's will, one's combat power would increase exponentially. One couldn't just look at the surface. He said in a muffled voice, "Where are we meeting? Are you from the goddess of death?" Macanthus didn't admit or deny it. He tacitly agreed. The underworld was starting to add sand to hell. The wasteland wolf was impressed by the beautiful lady's ability to scheme. The Apocalypse Star was not afraid of hell, but even the villains were divided into factions. Demons were greedy and could not be killed. Darkseid had once publicly declared that he hated demons, especially those who were ranked at the top of the Apocalypse Star. The meeting place isn't far from here. It's the territory of the eldest son of the 3 palaces, the Black Gold Flame emissary Belial. Macanthus opened another portal. The wasteland wolf checked that there were no problems and walked in as well. The meeting place wasn't big. It was just a small palace. Although the underworld and the 3 palaces had fought, the demons only cared about benefits. After a few negotiations, they had formed a tacit understanding with the eldest son of the 3 palaces. It was very cliché to help the older brother deal with the younger brother. Macanthus was now the channel between the 2 sides. He was doing well with money and power. The wasteland wolf checked the meeting place. There were no problems, no ambushes, no traps. Actually, there was nothing to be afraid of even if there was an ambush. The boss would definitely come with a projection. If a projection was destroyed, it wouldn't affect the main body at all. As for himself, the wasteland wolf knew very well that Thea wouldn't spend so much effort to trick him. He didn't have that status. The wasteland wolf and Macanthus sent out signals at the same time. In less than 10 minutes, Thea and Darkseid's projections appeared in the room. Like a servant, Mekanthet bowed and withdrew, causing Darkseid to give him a second look. This was a great demon that had been transformed from a human. His combat power was ordinary, but the aura of hell was not weak. This meant that he was favored by the will of hell. The evil lord quickly retracted his gaze. His voice was as heavy as a giant hammer, and his words were like thunder. Who has the anti-life equation? Anti-Watcher. Where is the anti-monitor? Most likely in the antimatter universe. You want to attack the antimatter universe? Their conversation was concise and comprehensive, with questions and answers, testing each other's bottom line. For example, Darkseid knew that Sia did know about the anti-life equation and did not lie to him. No matter what the final result was, at least this trip was not in vain. Thea had also confirmed Darkseid's desire for the anti-life equation, to the point that he was determined to get it. Now the two of them had a basis for cooperation. The Anti-Watcher has just revived. Darkseid nodded. I saw your battle in the timeline. Was that when you sensed the anti-life equation? Thea did not expect him to be able to fill in the blanks on his own. She immediately admitted it. Yes, it was then. That power that can destroy everything is really terrifying. We still have a chance now. The anti-monitor is very weak. If he destroys a few more parallel universes, his strength will change drastically. By then we won't be his match at all. The other party had something they needed. Before he recovered his strength, they could kill him together and happily split the spoils. This was something that Darkseid did not feel pressured at all. However, he wanted to know what role Thea played in this matter. What could she gain by putting in so much effort? Would she be prepared to benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam? What can you gain from this? Not only did he want to know, but he also asked. Thea's expression was calm. She reached out and snapped her fingers. There was a flash of light, and the image of a woman appeared. Who was this? Darkseid took a closer look and realized that this was Thea's counterpart. He despised her in his heart. She was a new god that had ascended from the material world. She actually had a counterpart. He did not have such trouble. There was only one Darkseid in the entire universe. But Darkseid's eyes could look directly at the source of matter. That was the Omega effect. He used a little of the Omega effect to trace the source and immediately found something strange. The woman in the image was very powerful. She was so strong that he felt a little uneasy. Could he beat her? Was the counterpart of the goddess of death this powerful? This was too illogical. Was she the daughter of the creator? Darkseid thought too much when he thought about how Thea had reached her current level in just a few years. Could it be that they were essentially the same entity, a higher level being who had separated for some reason? Now she wanted to regain the lost part of her origin. Was that why she was not interested in the anti-life equation? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. In fact, the Great Plains Wolf was not the only one who was unhappy. Darkseid was also under great pressure. At the rate Thea was leveling up, it would only take a few years for her to catch up to him. This was a huge blow to Darkseid's confidence. If she had descended from a higher plane, then everything would make sense. It was not inconceivable for a powerful being to experience life. As for whether she had gone too far or was part of the game, Darkseid did not want to know. Thea did not know what Darkseid was thinking. She waited quietly for the result. You want to get rid of your counterpart, and I'll deal with the Anti-Watcher. Is that right? Darkseid wanted to confirm. The two of them would fight on their own without interfering with each other. This would prevent the other from attacking, and it would be easier to collect the spoils after the battle. This was the ideal situation. That's right. As long as the Anti-Watcher appears, he'll be yours. Of course, if you can't beat him, I can help, but you'll need to increase your leverage. What if he runs away? Darkseid was not sure how confident he was in defeating the Anti-Watcher. Considering his current pitiful state, he was still confident. However, if the Anti-Watcher ran away, it would be troublesome. Darkseid's large body showed that he was not good at speed. At least, he was not good at speed among those of the same level. I can stabilize time and space. He won't be able to run away. Thea felt that she had to do something while watching the two bad guys fight to the death. This mission of stabilizing time and space was not bad, so she immediately took it on herself. As for the evil world's consciousness, it had little influence on Darkseid and the Anti-Watcher. Besides, it was hard to say whether Darkseid or the Anti-Watcher was more evil. Chapter 956. Darkseid felt that Thea's task was too easy and unfair to him, but he suppressed his displeasure when he thought about the importance of the anti-life equation. Mage-type gods were rare, especially those like Thea. Her understanding of space and time was far greater than Darkseid's. If she could seal the space, she would definitely be able to prevent him from escaping. If she turned hostile after the battle and refused to let him leave, Darkseid was not worried at all. He was strong enough to break through all space barriers. If worst came to worst, he could flip a table and shatter a planet. He had no qualms about doing so. There was definitely a risk, and it was not a small one. However, after thinking about it for a long time, he felt that it was not a big problem. He nodded and agreed. Okay, I agree. After discussing the details of the cooperation, the two gods disappeared from Hell. There were too many powerful beings in Hell, so it was best to stay away from them. Sky Eclipse was left to the Ghost, Anti-Surveillance was left to Darkseid, and the rest had their own opponents. As for the terrifying Luther from Earth 3, he was a retard and was not worth the effort. After counting the enemies and matching them up, she found that the arrangement was very good. The young lady basically had nothing to do in this battle. At most, she would help out when someone was in danger. However, she did not slack off. It was always right to be prepared. She had discovered a problem when she fought First Light the last time. Her instant death attack lacked a surprise attack. Unlike the Black Death Emperor, who could easily wipe out a large number of enemies, she needed to prepare a few seconds in advance. This problem was not obvious when dealing with low-level enemies, but it was very frustrating when dealing with enemies of the same level. They were not blind, so they could always dodge. No matter how powerful an instant death attack was, it was useless if it could not hit the enemy. She needed a way to kill the enemy without drawing her sword. Improving one's level was the most effective way, but unfortunately, she did not have the time. Her foundation was already weak, and she lacked further enlightenment. This path was useless. Her mind wandered, and she quickly came up with a solution that was not a solution. After returning to Hell, she mobilized a large amount of human and material resources to create a scabbard in the place where the aura of death was the thickest. She had originally planned to make a scabbard where she could place the Night Sky Sword to absorb the aura of death. Then she could take it out and kill the enemy with one strike. Unfortunately, it did not match her style. Her long sleeves were fluttering in the wind, and she was carrying a sword sheath on her back. It was very eye-catching and beautiful. Now that she was carrying a cloak and a long robe, it was neither fish nor fowl. She could only compress it further and turn it into a sword sheath. Their effects were about the same, but the only problem was their durability. The death energy provided by the sword sheath might be able to launch 3 sure-kill attacks, but the scabbard could only provide 2. However, she reckoned that this should be enough. If she couldn't kill an enemy with 2 strikes, she wouldn't be able to kill him with 3 strikes either. The ghost didn't say what kind of material was suitable to seal the heavenly erosion. Thea found a few huge stones from the underworld that looked abnormally sturdy. They were also resistant to high pressure, corrosion, and magic. She kept them in her space as backup. Maybe one of them would come in handy. His daily research on the two-dimensional world was still fruitless. His spiritual feelers entered that world, and then what happened? Thea didn't know what to do either. She didn't have anyone to refer to, and it was a very painful thing to think about. In order not to affect Diana's future development, she did not tell her lover and could only think about it on her own. In the end, she couldn't figure it out. She decided to find someone to ask. Lucifer was impossible. This son of God was a god in his own world. He wouldn't come out even if the universe exploded. Big Brother Fate was strong enough, but this guy was always hiding from her. The remaining Watchers and Anti-Watchers seemed to be immeasurably powerful, but they were actually a bunch of high-level puppets. Thea didn't care about them at all. The Anti-Watchers aside, the Watchers seemed to be able to destroy the universe and record everything that happened in it. However, they were inseparable from the universe and were one. As long as the universe existed, the individual Watcher would exist. When the universe perished, so would the Watcher. When the universe evolved into the age of science and technology, the Watcher would be full of sci-fi vibes. If the universe evolved to the extreme of cold weapons, the Watcher would be an armored giant. Thea even felt that they didn't have the concept of self. They were completely different from her and Darkseid, who had their own emotions. They were like living programs. She would rather die than walk down this path. After eliminating those who had the ability to create the universe but ignored her, she only had one person left in her mind that she could ask. This person didn't live far away, but she hadn't made up her mind to contact him. It wasn't heaven or hell, and it wasn't some strange place. The person she was looking for was on Earth, in the metropolis. This place was only one stop away from the Daily Planet. It was the first choice for the city's poor. The security was good and the rent was cheap. Other than the fact that the population was a little mixed, there was basically nothing wrong with it. When Superman first came to the metropolis, he lived here for a long time. The rent wasn't expensive and it was close to the newspaper office. He only moved out after he got married to Louise, a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Thea wasn't looking for him today. Nor was she looking for something he left behind. She was looking for Superman's former neighbor, an old woman. When she found her, the old woman was drying clothes on the rooftop. Her hair was white, and her face was full of wrinkles. She wore a green t-shirt that was a little loose and didn't fit her body well. When the old woman turned around and saw Thea, she was shocked. Even if she didn't dress up, Thea's clothes were still of the best quality. Although this area wasn't considered a slum, no one would wear such expensive clothes. Do you need something from me? The old woman said hesitantly. Thea looked at her from head to toe and seemed to be relieved. I know you, the princess of the fifth dimension. Don't you have any power now? After her biggest secret was exposed, the old woman was shocked at first. Then she became calm as if she had accepted her fate. She chuckled as if she was mocking herself. She wiped her hands with a towel. Since the other party knew her true identity, she was not afraid. She continued to hang the clothes as usual and was busy for half an hour. Thea didn't say anything. Her eyes were constantly observing the old woman, not letting go of any of her small movements. Don't look, young lady. Or according to your people here, you're a god or something. I'm just an old woman now. I don't have the power you're worried about, the old woman said bitterly. Do you want to have a drink, young lady? The old woman took out a bottle of beer from the pile of clothes and invited her. Thea wouldn't drink her food no matter how low her guard was. She shook her head and refused. Chapter 957. The old woman shook her head as if nothing had happened. She sat at the side tiredly, tilted her head, and started drinking. Thea casually summoned a chair and sat opposite her. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close. She still maintained her vigilance and did not let her guard down. Seeing her casually pull a chair out of the void, the old woman's eyes lit up. You're such a busy person. Why are you looking for me? I want to know how to upgrade a two-dimensional world to a three-dimensional world. She answered casually, as if she was discussing family matters with the old woman. Knowledge is priceless. Besides, I feel that you're completely different from us. The old woman said with uncertainty. I'm sorry. I'm just an ordinary person in this world. I'm afraid I can't help you. If you still have your power, can you upgrade a two-dimensional world at will? Of course. Then how did you do it? I don't know. After talking for a long time, Thea was a little depressed. The old woman's attitude was sincere. She chose to avoid some questions, but she basically did not lie. Perhaps she was not good at lying. Or perhaps the pride of a fifth-dimensional person made her disdain to lie. I really don't know how to describe this process in your language. The old woman held it in for a long time as if she was constipated. She could not think of a word even after racking her brains. The old woman was not a top student. Her intelligence was average. Even her English sounded like a country bumpkin. Forget about French or Chinese, she did not know how to speak at all. The vocabulary of the English language was too small. Sia was confused by the few strange words that were repeated over and over again. I'll let you see my memories. Maybe it will help you, the old woman said. Thea was silent for a long time. She could not accept this gift without a reason. This was related to her bottom line, the trade deity position, and even karma. She had to ask clearly. What do I need to do? The old woman was also silent for a few minutes. You need to hear my story. Damn. Thea cursed silently. Listening to her story was tantamount to karma. Of course, according to the logic of the fifth-dimensional people, she had entered the story of the fifth-dimensional princess. She was not the silly Superman from the original space-time. For the sake of a two-dimensional world, should he get involved in this mess? She asked tentatively. How was your power compared to mine when you still had it? The old woman glanced at Thea. The disdain in her eyes was concealed, but Thea could still see it. You're thinking too much. To us, the main character of the story is someone else. Everything has already happened and is destined. You're just a dispensable participant. The old woman's words were very vague, but Thea understood. As long as he was not the main character, it was fine. As for whether the main character was Superman or not, she did not care. My name is a bit long for you, and it doesn't mean much in your language. My name is Giz Pietrini. Before she could finish her sentence, the entire world began to shake. Ordinary people would not notice it, but Thea noticed it immediately. She hurriedly waved her hand to block out the sound in this world. When she realized that it was not sound, she cut off the connection between this world and space. Only then did the tremors subside. Amazing. She glanced at the old woman. She was so powerful even before she finished her name. The fifth-dimensional people were indeed worthy of their reputation. The old woman was a little dejected. Well, the name doesn't mean much here. For the sake of convenience, you should call me Madame and I. After all, I'm an old woman. Thea readily followed her advice. Madame and I, please continue. The fifth-dimensional world is beyond your imagination. A long time ago, it was a place that was infinitely close to the past and could never reach the future. It was far away, yet close at the same time. The old woman stood up. Her withered body spoke and gestured like a fool, but Thea knew that she was choosing her words carefully. There was a fifth-dimensional kingdom full of fantasy and wonder called Raf. I won't say the full name of the kingdom. The full name of the kingdom is meaningless to you. The ruler of the kingdom, Bulapaikizi, has been depressed ever since his queen passed away. Ever since the queen passed away, there was nothing that could brighten his mood. Because of his sadness, the entire palace as well as Raf was shrouded in blue-black gloom. All the royal family and subjects felt the king's sadness. Thea's mind was filled with the image of a great demon king baring his fangs and brandishing his claws about to devour people. Madame and I recalled for a moment and continued. All his subjects gathered all the rare treasures in the kingdom and offered them to him. His most beloved daughter talked to him every day, but none of them could make him smile again. This included his court magician, Lord Venedeket. He conjured up rigid procedures, dull concepts, noisy rules, and pale examples. All of these made the king sleepy. Thea pursed her lips and did not say anything. This old woman's story was not objective at all. This so-called court magician was described as worthless by her. It was obvious that there was a personal factor at play. Until one day, the old woman's eyes were filled with vigor. A young man came to the palace. Although he was dressed shabbily, he had an extraordinary presence. His charming smile seemed to be able to make the stars blink. Thea rolled her beautiful eyes. Sure enough, the story developed as she expected. The old woman's eyes were intoxicated as she said, "The charming young man is guaranteed to make the king laugh. The court magician, Windecott Wilkes, is very disdainful." "What is that young man's name?" Thea asked. "Thea, you can think about it." The old woman's affectionate voice gave Thea goosebumps. If he remembered correctly, this guy was the #1 troublemaker in the DC universe. The young mistress insincerely praised a few words like good name and so on. The old woman continued. The enigmatic Pietrico did not play with those traditional tricks. He took off his hat and pulled out a projection of the universe, a curled-up multiverse. He was like an energetic, tireless elf. He played those people in the universe in circles and finally welcomed the king's laughter. Thea knew very well that this so-called amusing king was the story of the troublemaker and Superman. Superman was turned into a boss in a dungeon, and the troublemaker's various strange ideas and Superman's quick-witted responses. From a bystander's point of view, this story was indeed quite amusing. Then you two fell in love? With Mr. Venedeket? Thea felt that the old woman's taste was quite good if she could fall in love with a super joker. Chapter 958. Yes, our love spread throughout the kingdom and finally aroused the wrath of the jealous. The court magician Windicott Will. He launched a desperate revenge and stole the kingdom's divine weapon, the fantasy machine, the nihility treasure robe, and the multi-trillion blade spear. Madame Nee's eyes glowed fiercely, her hands spread out like chicken claws, as if she wanted to strangle the court magician. He put on the nihility treasure robe and sneaked into the palace, wanting to kill Pietrico of the Enigma. However, fate played a trick on him. He saw the bowler hat that Pietrico of the Enigma often wore, so he raised the multi-trillion blade spear and stabbed it. I didn't expect that the one wearing the bowler hat that day was His Majesty the King. Even the mighty king couldn't withstand the attack of the multi-billion blade spear. However, the huge reaction force still destroyed the spear and shattered the nihility treasure robe and one of Windicott Vicky's arms. The whole world roared because of the death of the king. Pietrico of the Enigma told me to run away and stay behind to deal with the pursuers. I escaped, tore through the dimension and came here. In this land of exile, I lost my power and became immortal, quietly and slowly waiting for the end of my life. Thea showed a regretful expression, as if sympathizing with the tragic experience of a pair of lovers. She did not delve into whether the story was biased, nor did she ask about the fate of the people in the story. Fate was fate, and the fifth dimension was the fifth dimension. She only wanted some high-level knowledge to broaden her horizons. For the fifth dimension people, time was between existence and non-existence. The story of Superman and the Troublemaker had not happened to Superman and Thea, but from the perspective of the fifth dimension people, it was actually something that happened many years ago. Thea touched Madame Nee's forehead and began to read her memories. Words could not be described and memories could not be faked. They could use their abilities freely, just like breathing and drinking water, which was very useful for Thea. A huge and messy fantasy rushed into her mind. There was no rationality, no logic, and the absurd ravings formed one picture after another. This was a completely different way of thinking, completely different from reality. It took her 10 minutes to accept everything. The life of this fifth-dimensional princess was simple. Living in the fifth-dimensional world was simple, and being an earthling was even simpler. In terms of experience, she was no match for Haruba, an old turtle who had lived for billions of years, but her memory was hundreds of times better than the Guardians. Thea was like using a supercomputer on Earth to read an extraterrestrial supercomputer. You couldn't say that she was slow, but she was very uncoordinated. Fortunately, her state was indeed high enough. She read it completely and even double-checked it. Seeing that she did not miss anything, she then bid farewell to Madame and I. She had to go back and think carefully. She did not go to the White House or the underworld. Instead, she went to the Endless Family's base. With fate at the front, this was the safest place in the world. After all, the DC universe was a 10th-dimensional world. Although the 5th-dimensional people sounded powerful, they were nothing in front of fate. Madame and I had the most images of the Troublemaker in her memory, and Thea read this part first. The results were reasonable. The Troublemaker's strength did not exceed her expectations by much. It was like in those old comics, where the Troublemaker could turn ghosts into pictures and kill the anti-spy with the snap of his fingers. Thea estimated that if the Troublemaker were to enter the multiverse, he would be at the level of the 3 palace demons. This strength was stronger than Thea and Darkseid, but not to the extent that it was incomprehensible. The Troublemaker's content was sealed, and she could read it slowly when she had time. She only needed to read Madame Nee's description of the 5th-dimensional world. Thea had long passed the level of following the crowd. She had her own judgment and would not blindly believe what others said was the truth. In this day and age, even the Supreme could make mistakes, let alone this 5th-dimensional princess. Looking at how she was now hanging out on the rooftop to dry clothes and drink beer, and how miserable she was, it was clear that she was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. The old woman's theory could only be used as a reference. There was no need to learn everything. The goddess of death had her own pride. Madame and I believed that the 5th-dimensional world was the 5th-dimensional world, and reality was the 3rd-dimensional world. The 3rd-dimensional world should be the 4th-dimensional world. It was a mixed world, and could not be simply described as the 3rd-dimensional world. The Troublemaker was a poor guy in the 5th-dimensional world, but in the fourth-dimensional world he was a god. Similarly, when Thea ascended to the fourth-dimensional world, she was also a god in time. Although the troublemaker was a max-level character in the fourth-dimensional world, and she had ascended from the lower world, and there was a difference in strength, they were still on the same level. Some people said that the fifth-dimensional world was the mind, but this point of view was only slightly related. In her opinion, it was more appropriate to say that it was a fantasy world. Just like the Martian hunter, his ability was very idealistic. If he felt that he could do it, then he could do it. If he could not, then he could. Many mages and psychics also had the ability to turn illusions into reality. Where did this ability come from? Why did it appear out of thin air? Thea felt that these abilities more or less borrowed a trace of the power of the fifth-dimensional world. The fifth-dimensional world was very close to normal people. Madame and I said that it was far away but close at hand. This was very accurate. The fifth-dimensional world could not be seen or touched by normal people, but it was there and had never left. Everyone had time and the ability to think. A few people could even extract power from their thoughts. Therefore, the third-dimensional world was made up of one-dimensional points and lines, two-dimensional planes, three-dimensional space, four-dimensional time, five-dimensional thoughts, six-dimensional, seven-dimensional, and all the way to the 10th-dimensional world. These invisible and unknown things were piled up together like a big box over a small box. When an individual reached the 10th-dimensional world, they would be considered to have reached the peak of this world. Thea would not take that path. Different paths lead to the same destination. The essence of power was the same. The only difference was the method and process of obtaining it. Carefully sifting through Madame Nee's memories, just like how not everyone in the fifth-dimensional world was a scientist, there were also unreliable people in the fifth-dimensional world. Milady felt that this princess was most likely a slacker in the fifth-dimensional world, the kind that only thought about young men and did not study hard. She spent a lot of effort to interpret many of the viewpoints in her own way, only to find that they were all wrong. One had to know that she was now a multiverse-level character. The veil of the world had been lifted to a corner for her. Theories that contradicted her basic understanding had a 99% chance of being wrong. However, she could not completely deny it. She could only decipher and ponder at the same time. She would keep the correct ones and look at them carefully later. Chapter 959. As for those that were completely contrary to her own understanding, she also noted them down. She was prepared to look at them from different angles in the future. Perhaps she would have some new ideas after experiencing more and improving her realm. The memories of the fifth-dimensional princess were completely filtered and deciphered. She switched to her own understanding and soon found the method to upgrade from 2 to 3 dimensions. For the fifth-dimensional people, this was extremely simple. No wonder Madame and I couldn't explain it clearly. It was too simple. To them, it was as casual as drinking water and eating. In reality, who could explain the process of drinking water? From the beginning of swallowing to the complete digestion and absorption, the steps the water went through, the specific effects, and which organs were used. Not many people could say it correctly because it was a natural thing. It was the same for the fifth-dimensional people. They had never thought about the specific steps to break it down. At least, this fifth-dimensional princess who was blinded by love had never thought about it. Sia couldn't just copy other people's talents. She needed to break down every step and study it bit by bit. Fortunately, she had a scientific spirit and had done many scientific experiments in the past few years. If it was someone like Diana, who was ignorant of science, she would be dumbfounded. She was fine. She had enough scientific literacy and personal thinking to support her research. After combing through all her memories twice, she found that there were no more problems. She directly returned to the underworld. The endless family was the starting point of time, not a place for seclusion. If she stayed for too long, she was afraid that Big Brother Fate would throw her out. She broke it down and studied it. When she found that she couldn't fully understand the results, she continued to break it down. During this period, she had been frantically researching. She wanted to completely break down the fifth-dimensional people's drinking and breathing instincts to the extent that she could use them. It wasn't until Diana called her that she knew that Batman and the others had completed the reverse teleportation. "What are you researching?" The two of them were changing clothes at home. Diana saw that her figure was ethereal and her temperament was agile. She had an illusory feeling, as if she could leave the material world at any time. Diana was a little worried. Thea was also a little helpless. She had researched for half a month. This job was more troublesome than she had imagined. She focused on research and slowly showed signs of ascending to the fourth dimension. However, she was a god. While her life was constant, it also meant that her life form was very stubborn. The ability to turn a normal person into a four-dimensional life form could not change her nature. He used permanence to stabilize himself in his current state and briefly explained the situation. Diana didn't know much about the fourth and fifth dimensions, but when she heard Thea talk about building a parallel universe in broad terms, she wasn't too surprised. From her perspective, her lover was very good at tormenting, in various senses. It was normal for him to do something earth-shattering. The two of them arrived at the Hall of Justice. Originally, the Watchtower Space Base was the most suitable place to conduct such secretive activities, but when they found out that the advance party was going to head to Earth 3 today, not only the Righteous Alliance but the other factions also sent representatives to observe. For example, Martian Hunter, who had always been away from the main alliance, Luther, who had brought his own rations, the young Titan Red Robin Tim, the Dark Justice League's Madame Xanadu, and the Rogue Gang's Captain Han all rushed to the scene. The remaining President Moira, the Vice President, the Speaker of the Congress General Lane, Amanda, Steve, various consultants, experts, and a bunch of other people gathered together. They wanted to witness this with their own eyes and see what the other parallel universe was like. That's right, Batman was very awesome. He had played tricks with a legendary device. Originally, the evil old butler's golden skull was a locator. It opened the channel and was done with a bang. Now, it had been magically modified with a lot of advanced technology from Luther and Batman. It could transmit sound and images across dimensions, making it like a live broadcast. The original three-man team of Nightwing, Black Canary, and Atom Man now had a new member. Baldy Luther was also going. What he was going to do was very important. It couldn't even be done without him. For the sake of concealment, the first teleportation couldn't use too much energy, and the request was that they bring less stuff. The teleportation device couldn't be completed on this side. If it was activated on the other side, they would have to start from scratch on the other side. Building a teleportation channel on Earth 3 wasn't the job of Nightwing and Black Canary, who were good at fighting. Their specializations were different, and Atom Man wasn't as knowledgeable as Luther. There would be some differences in the laws of physics between the two worlds. The most important thing was that they needed to report to the plane at all times. This was no longer a matter of the Righteous Alliance but a national matter. Several military staff officers had been stationed in the Hall of Justice to revise the follow-up plan after getting first-hand information. This teleportation job could only be done by Luther. After all, Nightwing and the others couldn't show their faces, and they couldn't disguise themselves on Earth 3. They couldn't appear in front of the camera, so they could only bring Luther along for this mission. Nightwing and the others teleported in a small room next door, and everyone in the hall surrounded Luther. His teleportation device was the most complicated. Several nano-level communication devices had to be implanted under the skin, and the coordinates of the landing point were provided by Thea. Guangdong still had a few subordinates on Earth 3. Although their strength was sealed, a few shadow assassins could be the initial support work. Boom boom. The machine began to roar continuously. Luther enjoyed this kind of attention and didn't feel the danger at all. A huge white light flashed, and he was happily teleported. Why hasn't the image been sent back yet? Moira waited for 3 minutes, but there was nothing on the screen. She couldn't help but ask Thea. The flow of time between the two worlds is different. It should be soon, she answered with certainty. Sure enough, 5 minutes after Luther and the others left, the image finally came back. Nightwing and the others had to disguise themselves as ordinary people, and wouldn't appear in front of the camera. As for Atom Man, even if he walked out openly, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see him. With the help of advanced technology, a group of politicians at the scene also saw the image of Earth 3, and even transmitted it to the world's leaders in real time through the Righteous Alliance. The sky here is blood red, the light is very weak, and there are no pedestrians on the street, Luther said carefully, and at the same time put on a wig. Baldness was still very eye-catching these days. Although he wanted everyone to know him, Luther wasn't stupid. In an environment full of enemies, he still needed to keep a low profile. The scene seemed a little cold. He hugged his shoulders and carefully observed the surroundings. The road was very empty, like a dead city. There were no pedestrians and naturally there were no police cars. Occasionally, a car would pass by, but it was full of heavily armed non-government personnel. Looking at their headscarves, clothes, and weapons in their hands, it was obvious how chaotic this place was. Chapter 960. Luther looked up at the sky again and observed for a while. Although the blood-red curtain blocks the whole world, there is still a weak sunlight. The sun here rises in the west and sets in the east, he said with great certainty. Hey, I found a book for you. The sudden voice startled the dignitaries. They knew it was the Atom Man. He could walk in front of the camera without any scruples because no one could see him. Luther picked up the book on the ground. Now everything was unknown. Books were a good way to learn. They had discussed it before. The book was not too thick. It seemed to be an enlightenment book. There were some illustrations. Luther flipped through it casually. But after a few glances, he smiled with a strange and playful smile. He flipped through the book quickly and finished reading it in less than half a minute. He opened the book and let the dignitaries see it clearly. At the same time, he added his own explanation. This is very interesting. This is a children's book. It tells a historical story. The history here is beyond recognition. In this world, the American Columbus discovered the European continent, the American Army surrendered to the British Army during the American Revolution, and the actor Lincoln assassinated President John Wilkes Booth. Ha ha! A sense of absurdity filled everyone's heart. This knowledge was completely contrary to what they knew. Look here. The government here is called the Black Palace. It is built in a place we call the European continent. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Luther flipped through a page. The building in the picture was the same as the White House, but the color was like it had been burned. The artist drew it very vividly. Thick smoke billowed around the Black Palace. It was full of evil. Look at this. This is the masterpiece of the local artist who called it a national treasure. It looks like a half-human, half-beast thing. Luther flipped through and explained casually. He then showed it to everyone in front of the camera. A blood-red monster that looked like it had been skinned was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws to devour something. The layering of the picture was good, but the content was nauseating. Not only the dignitaries in the Hall of Justice, but even the heroes were not looking too good. This half-human, half-beast thing did not have anything to do with justice. Evil had infiltrated all aspects of the place. Luther flipped to the end. In the picture was a man in blue tights and a red cape. The man had his hands on his hips and his eyes were cold as he soared in the sky. Haha, this is our old acquaintance. Let me see his name. Super Ultraman. What a good name. Superman's face was livid, indicating that he was very unhappy with Luther's teasing. Thea covered her mouth and chuckled. Diana glanced at her curiously, but she waved her hand to indicate that it was nothing. Ultraman. Ultraman. It was indeed a good name. A children's book couldn't provide too many clues, so he quickly flipped through it. The general idea was to introduce the history of this place. Superpowers and whatnot were just general descriptions. Luther walked down the street wearing a hood. He looked around hurriedly as he walked. This was not to say that he was nervous or that his mental fortitude was low. It was because the people here all walked like that. There were only a few passers-by, but their eyes were glowing and they were on high alert. They were afraid of being attacked, but at the same time they wanted to be the hunters themselves. The roles of predator and food were constantly changing here. The entire world's will was encouraging them to do bad things. The more they did, the greater their influence, and the happier the world's will would be. As long as you want to do something bad, the will of the world will provide you with convenience. If you want to do something good, then it will do everything possible to obstruct you until you become a corpse. In front of the world's political leaders, Luther acted out a method of asking for directions that was very characteristic of Earth. He observed the passers-by on the road and quickly found his target. He was hiding in a dark alley lying on the ground. His 2 feet were exposed from the shadows, trembling from time to time, as if he was a critically ill patient who was about to lose his life. A thin passerby passed by in front of him. Luther's slight trembling attracted his attention. A simple corpse was worthless. People died here every day, and the things on the corpse would be taken away in 10 minutes. And the guy in front of him was obviously not dead. His leather shoes seemed to be a bit oily. He turned into the street corner, wanting to see what else he could take away from Luther's body. The shoes were not bad, at least they could be exchanged for some money. Just as he was thinking about who to sell them to, Luther, who was determined to be a dying man, suddenly exploded. A syringe was inserted into his vein, and then he dragged him back into the dark like a dead dog. His actions were smooth and without any hesitation. He did not look like a super billionaire at all. Instead, he looked like an experienced street veteran. The people of the Righteous Alliance felt a little uncomfortable watching such a crime happen right under their noses, but they did not say anything. After all, Luther had a sense of propriety and did not kill anyone. Superheroes did not fight back. Batman dominated Gotham and no one blamed him for it. What's more, for many people in parallel universes were not human at all. The interrogation process was boring. Ordinary humans could not resist the effects of the truth-telling potion. The passerby who was captured by Luther quickly told him everything he knew. Historical events were indescribably strange. Many historical figures still existed in history, but the things they did were completely different. Luther's focus was always on the Kryptonians. He asked a lot of questions about them. According to the passerby, the super tyrant here came to Earth 30 years ago. After that, he brought Earth, which was already full of evil, to a new height. He threw money in public just to cause chaos and organized his henchmen to establish a criminal syndicate. He used super hearing to monitor the world and burned the few righteous people to death with heat rays. His methods were extremely cruel, but it shocked the whole world. Crime began to become mainstream. The passerby deliberately mentioned that the super tyrant had an extremely advanced spaceship parked above Earth. The artificial intelligence on the spaceship was monitoring Earth at all times. Will the advanced team be in danger? Moira immediately asked. As a charismatic politician, whether she was sincere or not, it had become an instinct to care about her subordinates in danger. Thea had been competing with the two-dimensional world recently. She shook her head to show that she did not know. She also turned to look at Batman, who was the self-proclaimed second spokesperson of the Righteous Alliance. Batman was very calm. With the help of Thea's relationship, the current government and superheroes had the closest and most compatible relationship. He replied calmly, "Don't worry, Mr. President. We have analyzed the difference between humans in the two worlds. Our vibration frequency is different from that of the other side. Unless we are specifically monitoring according to a certain frequency, we will not be discovered." Moira nodded in agreement. They continued to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 961. At this time, Luther was almost done asking Super Overlord about the space monitor. As expected, this was the fortress of solitude of the superhumans in this world. However, the superhumans in this world had always treated it as their home, as a memory of Krypton that stayed at the North Pole. In the other world, Super Overlord directly activated the spaceship and became the monitor of all humans. Passersby also knew very little information. They only knew the code names of a few bad guys and did not know their real names. However, the Fortress of Solitude belonged to Super Overlord alone. The Syndicate and the others could not enter. Nightingale from Earth 3 had also launched a space base. Unlike the ring-shaped watchtower here, his was square. A day passed quickly. Luther's main task was to build a teleportation circle, so that more heroes could enter this universe silently. The task of investigating military information and supercriminals was still left to the 3 members of the Righteous Alliance. In the evening, all the important politicians had left. Only the 9 members of the Righteous Alliance were still waiting for the latest information from Nightwing. Similar to Batman, Nightwing had strict requirements for himself. The second the appointed time arrived, he opened his communication channel. "I have to say that this place is really bad. During the day, there is no one on the streets. However, at night, everyone comes out of their houses like crazy, smashing, robbing, committing all kinds of crimes. It's..." Nightwing's face was a little pale. He had been to many places that day, secretly observing and recording everything. This place made him uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. "Bruce, can you imagine? The Graysons here are really bad. They are both circus trapeze artists. However, their activities in the country are not to perform, but to launder money. Their leader, Richard Grayson, is a complete villain. He facilitates criminals all over the country by sending weapons, money, and selling all kinds of information." Nightwing said hatefully. Although that person was not him, He still felt that someone was using his name to do bad things. "What's Gotham like there?" asked Batman. There are many landmark buildings here. Arkham Manor, Tompkins Brothel, free food for the poor. The Iceberg restaurant that has been destroyed by Nightingale," Nightwing said with an ugly expression. The members of the Righteous Alliance looked at Batman from the corner of their eyes. Unfortunately, they could not see any expression on his face. "Jim Gordon is the mayor here, but he's a big embezzler." Nightwing shared the information he had gathered. The Atom Man also told him about the information he had found out. The father of the nation here was Benedict Arnold, a villain who betrayed Washington and the War of Independence for £6,000 in Thea time. The national flag was not a blue background with white stars, but a red background with black stars. The red and white stripes had also become blue and black. "Clark, I thought the super queen here was Diana. I didn't expect it to be Louise," the Atom Man said awkwardly. "The Lantern here is also Hal Jordan, but according to the records, he is a coward." Amidst a bunch of annoying bad news, the Atom Man found a piece of news that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Eating empty pay, drinking the blood of soldiers, concealing reports, making false reports, passing off shoddy goods as good ones, and reselling military supplies. Everything that one could think of could be found here, and it was very common. If it was the Earth's army, they would be able to wipe them out without any losses. The call ended quickly. After all, Superboss rested during the day and came out at night. It would be bad if he was heard. After the call ended, the heroes looked at each other. If there were no Kryptonians in that world, it might at most be a more evil planet. This made Superman reflect on whether it was right or wrong for his parents to send him to Earth in the first place. Thea and the others didn't have time to feed him chicken soup. Ordinary heroes only cared about who they were dealing with. For example, the Flash and Green Arrow were discussing how to deal with Johnny Quick. Diana also expressed her dissatisfaction with the Super Queen's noose and dress. Strategic issues could only be discussed by Thea and Batman. "This blood-red sky is the barrier you mentioned, right?" "Yes. The Anti-Watcher is about to enter this world, right? How much time do we have?" "Over there it's 14 days and 2 hours. Here it's 17 days, 9 hours and 35 minutes. She was very sure that space barriers, and time were originally the strengths of magic gods. After studying the talents of the fifth-dimensional people for a few days, she had a deeper understanding of them. "Can you deal with the Anti-Watcher?" "Should be able to." Thea didn't say that Uncle Da should be able to defeat the Anti-Watcher. After all, the original Anti-Watcher had absorbed the power of 3 universes on Earth, and was still able to fight to a draw with Uncle Da. Now that he couldn't absorb the power, how could he be stronger than the original? As for why Darkseid appeared on the battlefield, Thea would not explain. She would just treat him as a passerby. When the time came, no one would be interested in watching the fight. "I don't seem to understand what you mean. I thought you were going to lead a team to destroy evil, but now it seems that there's more to it? An even more evil person wants to destroy these bad guys and you want to save them? Is that what you mean? Why don't you let them kill each other?" There was another person in the room who didn't belong to the Righteous Alliance. She knew the true identities of all the superheroes. She was invited to the Righteous Alliance's small meeting so that she could report to the politicians after the meeting. The politicians were not young anymore, and they couldn't stay up late. Cynthia was too lazy to brag about herself, so she gave the opportunity to Batman. "It's like this. We're not going to save the bad guys. We're going to save our universe from danger. If we don't do anything, then evil will indeed be eliminated, and the entire universe will be blown into dust. But then an even more terrifying person will come to Earth, to our Earth. This is not to save the bad guys but to save ourselves." Avatar didn't agree or disagree. With her experience, it was hard for her to imagine that an individual could swallow an entire universe. How powerful would that individual be? However, she believed in Batman and Thea's judgment. She nodded to show that she understood. Even with a conservative estimate, Luthor would only take 7 to 8 days to build the door on the other side. The Righteous Alliance, including the Alliance, had already reached the final stage of preparation. After leaving the Hall of Justice, Thea and Diana teleported to Paradise Island. The recent battles had been thrilling for Thea. Black Death King, Raoul, First Lantern, one after another. However, for Diana, she couldn't defeat the strong ones, and she crushed the weak ones. She felt that her martial arts skills were deteriorating. Now that the war was imminent, she wanted to return to the land where she was born and raised to regain the feeling of battle. Chapter 962. Listening to the howling sea breeze, the bright moonlight shining in the forest, and watching Diana practice martial arts methodically, Milady was initially prepared to watch from the side, which made the Valkyrie unhappy. She could only playfully pick up a sword and fight with her. Thea had not practiced martial arts properly in the past few years. She was a very pragmatic person. If it was useful, she would practice it, and if it was useless, she would give up. She would not say that these martial arts skills were taught by old Ma. She did not have the time to practice them because she missed her youth. She did not care, and she was a little absent-minded. Naturally, there were many flaws in the fight. If not for her fast speed and good foundation, she would have been defeated long ago. Diana practiced for a while and was also a little disappointed. She also knew that the use of martial arts would be less and less in the future, but she could not let it go. She had practiced for thousands of years, and suddenly found that the martial arts that she was proud of before could no longer be used. The confusion of the important things leaving her made her heart feel a little heavy. Why do I feel that you have more things on your mind than I do? Thea handed her a bottle of water. She suddenly realized that she had been too concerned about the two-dimensional world recently, and neglected the people around her. If you were given a chance to choose again, would you choose eternal immortality? Or to live an ordinary life like an ordinary person? The two hugged their knees and sat back to back on the beach. After a long time, Diana said slowly. After saying that, she smiled and answered her own question. You will definitely walk this path. No matter how difficult it is, you will definitely do it. This was the trouble of the long-lived species. As a medical giant, Thea felt that she had discovered a new illness. In layman's terms, it was that they were tired of living. The accumulation of hundreds and thousands of years of memories put a heavy burden on the soul, giving them the illusion that they did not fit in with the world. Before Lady Styx met Thea, she had not developed her superpower for thousands of years. Attikitis soaked in the blood pool every day, and used such violent means to prove that he was still alive. Not to mention the little blue guardians. The more knowledge they had, the more childish their thinking became. Now they had degenerated to the level of kindergarten. However, they were all troubled by the fact that their lifespans were too long. Compared to them, Diana was fundamentally different. Thea didn't say anything. She just needed to be a good listener. Diana didn't need to be weak in front of others. It was enough for her to have a shoulder to lean on and listen to her thoughts. Humans age too quickly. Batman is much older than when I first met him. He is no longer young. Although his body is still strong, I can see that he is tired. Barry purposely kept himself moving at a low speed, suppressing his speech speed and reflex speed to prove that he is still a normal person. However, there are wrinkles at the corner of his eyes. How long can he keep running at a high speed? 10 years or 20 years? Will he disappear into the universe one day while running? Clark is old in my eyes. Maybe Kryptonians live longer than Earthlings, but I guess he will leave eventually. The Sea King's lifespan is slightly longer than that of Earthlings, but it's only a little more than 100 years. What should we do when our companions grow old one by one? Do we save their lives or let them go to the end of their lives? Diana said word by word. It was obvious that she had thought about many of these words for a long time. Now that she said them out loud, she seemed to be in a better mood. Thea thought to herself. Diana had been in contact with the people on Paradise Island for a long time. She had never had the concept of life, old age, illness, and death. She had closed herself off from human society for 100 years, and was wary of everyone. It wasn't until she met Thea again that she opened her heart, and walked out in front of others again. She had made some friends. When it came to life, old age, illness, and death, no one in the world except the Black Death Emperor had a better right to speak than the goddess of death. However, there was no need to spoil the mood and talk about realms at this time. In many myths, the gods liked to make friends at first, but in the end, without exception, they closed themselves off and no longer cared about the mortals. Life forms were different. When the mortals died, they died, but the gods had to bear this friendship for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. Over time, there was a gap between the two. Diana looked mature, but her mental age was really young. Thea found it a little funny that she was still worried about these things. At this time, persuasion was not very useful. Everything depended on one's own thinking and finding one's own position. Moreover, she was wrong. Batman could still live for a very long time. He was a little old now because the dark multiverse was not fully online. Once it was fully online, Batman's life would reach an infinite level. Whether Batman was old or not, Catwoman had the most right to say. There was no need for the two outsiders to worry about it. As for Barry, Superman, and the others, they all had their own fates. They were not as pessimistic as Diana had described. It was just that it was too troublesome to explain. The young lady's solution was to change the topic. Do you know the mystery of the birth of the universe? Diana knew her well. She whispered, changing the topic again. No, do you know? Actually, I don't know either. But I know that we are all invaders. Her words were shocking. Diana was indeed attracted. Her lover knew a lot of secrets. In her opinion, it was caused by the difference in levels. It had to be said that the Valkyrie's interest was piqued. She immediately threw the matter of Batman to the back of her mind. Why do you say that? In the beginning, the universe was dark. There was no life. You've seen the Black Death Emperor. Although it's not accurate, he could be said to be a native of this universe. We, you, me, all the people and gods you know are actually invaders. The subversive words made Diana face it seriously. The two of them no longer sat back to back. Instead, they sat side by side. The Valkyrie tilted her head and waited for her to continue. She could not do the fifth-dimensional people's ability to change reality at will. However, after studying it for so many days, a simple diagram was not difficult for her. Without using magic, divine power, or any other power, she could change reality with the help of a part of the rules. Of course, the prerequisite for moving 1,000 pounds was that she had to have the strength of a few hundred pounds. Otherwise, it would be nonsense. She skillfully made a planar diagram. The universe was in a state of chaos. Seemed real and fake at the same time. As for whether it was real, she had not seen it with her own eyes. She could only imagine. Diana's realm was not high enough. She could not see the mystery behind the diagram. She thought that she was going to make a demonstration on the spot. Thea did not boast. The world was dark at first. Then a beam of light came from outside the world. It suppressed the darkness and brought light and life. As she spoke, she simulated a beam of light attacking the chaotic universe. The darkness resisted tenaciously, but in the end, the light broke through the layers of barriers. When the beam of light came into contact with reality, life was born. Chapter 963. So this is the white lamp, the birth process of the spirit of existence? Diana was smart enough to connect the dots. That's right. What I want to say is that our life lies in resistance. If we had continued to operate according to the original trajectory of the universe, we would still be nothingness. There would be no concept, no definition, and no meaning. Seeing that Diana was still thinking, Thea knew that she did not fully understand what she meant. She said softly, "Our current lives are actually the result of resistance. Following the development of the universe is not suitable for us. It was us who broke the peace of the Black Death Emperor. It was us who brought excitement to this part of the universe. If nothing had changed, all of this would have been meaningless. Resistance is the foundation." After listening to her, Diana had to admit that she was a little subverted. The Valkyrie had always thought that she was fighting for justice, for humanity, and for the universe. However, after listening to Thea's words, that was not the case at all. Life is the enemy of the universe? This point of view seemed absurd at first, but upon careful thought, there was some truth to it. So there's no need to be entangled with birth, old age, sickness, and death. It's fine as long as you live a wonderful life. Of course, if you can live forever, then you naturally have to live forever. Otherwise, wouldn't you miss out on a lot of fun? The goddess of death enjoyed the goddess of courage's worshipful gaze. In order to repay her, the goddess of death pushed the goddess of valor down and bullied her. The next day, she returned to the underworld. After a long conversation with Diana, Thea suddenly realized that she had taken a lot of detours recently. Initially, she had only wanted to give life to a two-dimensional world. This point of view was not wrong. However, after she obtained the knowledge of the fifth-dimensional humans, she wanted to achieve the goal in one step and directly ascend to a higher dimension. This was the problem that had troubled her for many days. Going from nothing to something was already a huge step forward. There was no need for him to pursue it in one go. Moreover, her previous methods were too gentle, and she always thought that success would come naturally. In fact, the nature of the world was a struggle, and if it wasn't intense, there wouldn't be any results at all. She had already completed the step of subduing the will of the world. Now she only needed to create one life to be considered a success. Life to the universe was like bacteria to the intestines. In order for the bacteria to reproduce better, they would work hard to change the environment. Their effect on the human body was to cause symptoms such as diarrhea. Humans had to eliminate these bacteria from their own point of view, but for the sake of their own health, they could not completely eliminate them. The game between life and the universe was the same. One wanted to change the other, while the other wanted to control the other. The counterattack of the green of all things and the black of decay was the revenge of nature against life. Entanglement and hostility were the true workings of the world. It had to be said that Thea's thinking was a little too simple to expect life to be born naturally. There was nothing more to say. Everything was clear. Suppress all discontent and fight back. Although it was said to be a game of brute force, it was actually not that intense. The process was really not that difficult. This two-dimensional world is too small, and its own will has only been born for a short time. It is muddle-headed and can't leave Thea. But it also wants to make its own voice. Milady did not waste any time, and directly used the fifth dimension method to instill her will into the world. All kinds of complicated emotions destroyed the weak will originally produced in the two-dimensional world, and it was finally replaced by Thea's own will. However, she did not completely exterminate them. Whether she was a normal person or a new god, she knew the importance of balance. Light and darkness, good and evil, life and death. Both the front and back sides were indispensable. Now, the will of that world was more like a mixture of her and her original will. The wholly owned company was forcibly acquired and turned into a joint venture company. Foreign capital took the lead, and the original will was squeezed into a corner. It chose to hibernate and wait for the opportunity to rise again. The first life was born from the soil. In the two-dimensional world, it was like a giant. The origin of its body was still made of stone. It was very curious about everything when it was born. It touched here and there and looked there. However, Thea felt a wave of sadness. She saw the fate of this life. Its life trajectory was very short. After exploring the world and finding nothing, it sat alone and meditated. In the end, it burned itself and brought the real fire of life to the world. The word death would appear after the stone man burned. The stone man did not have a name. Its fate was already determined. In the two-dimensional world, this life was very great, but in reality it was just an illusion that was not very real. Although Thea repeatedly told herself that it was just a program, she still felt sad. Indescribable pain hit her heart. The whole world breathed with her, and she was happy with her joy. She felt that she had broken away from the limits of her body and became a transcendent existence. The whole world was under her eyes. As long as she wanted to, she could see any corner of the world and anything that happened. In this world, she was omniscient and omnipotent. It was as if she had unlimited power. Fate and death had to bow at her feet. No, this was very wrong. Her heart was warning her. This pond was too small and should not be able to contain her. She should not be limited here. The outside world was her foundation. Relying on great willpower to break away from the two-dimensional world, Thea was so tired that she sat on the ground and panted. After a long time, she realized that she had returned to her body. The feeling of omnipotence disappeared, and she returned to normal. Power was intoxicating. This saying was not false. She almost lost herself in it and became a native will of the world. Fortunately, she did not kill it all and only dispelled half of the world's will. Coupled with the huge difference in power between her and the two-dimensional world, she was able to wake up in time. She returned to Earth exhausted. What happened to you? Her abnormality could not be hidden from Diana. The Valkyrie was puzzled. She was so energetic last night, so active. Why did she look so dejected now? Come, follow me and watch. Pulling Diana, the two entered the two-dimensional world with their spiritual power. They did not dare to provoke the world's will. Instead, they began to observe the world from an outsider's perspective. The stone man was like a newborn child. It was still exploring this world that was relatively vast compared to it. The two used their spiritual power to observe for a long time. Diana even felt that she was about to fall asleep. Is everything okay? We came out early in the morning to see this silly stone man running around crazily? Just as she was imagining if there was a hidden big boss in this world that would invade Earth in the future, Thea spoke. This is the world I created. It's the first life that was born under heavy pressure. Diana knew that she was tinkering with her own world. She felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Other than being a little monotonous, it had everything. It was very good and very powerful. But so what? Why do you look like you're on your period? Chapter 964. Thea also felt that her emotions were meaningless. Diana hugged her in her arms, and the two were silent for a long time before she recovered some of her emotions. Using the human heart to meet the will of the heavens, this was her current state. Of course, she was stronger than the human heart, but not to the extent of the will of the heavens. Her state of mind cultivation was not enough, and her vision was not enough. Instead of honing herself step by step, she learned the abilities of the fifth-dimensional people and took a different path. The whole world was pressing down on her heart, and now even the slightest ripple would cause a great change in her emotions. For the whole day, Thea was absent-minded. Batman looked at Diana with a strange look, which meant that they were playing a new game again. The war was about to start, so they had to control themselves. Superman and the Flash were first-class honest people, and Oliver was her brother, so it was not convenient for them to ask about this kind of private matter. As a reserve member of the Alliance, Supergirl seemed to have thought of something bad, and her face turned red. Fortunately, democracy and freedom were emphasized here, and privacy was respected. Even a nosy person like Batman could only ask very implicitly, and others could not talk about this topic at all. The inquisitive eyes of several people made the Valkyrie very embarrassed, but this kind of thing was tacitly understood not to ask, and she could not pull the collar of her neck and explain to them one by one, so she could only keep a straight face and ignore all the strange gazes. Relying on Diana as a shield, Thea took a full 3 days to return to normal. The will of the universe was her, but she was not the universe. It was easy to say, but in fact it was very difficult to connect and separate the two. Although her world was as small as a cell compared to the real world, she had already peeped into that supreme realm. Among the several big shots who created the world, God had the highest realm and was the most carefree. He had already cut off his connection with the world. The world was created by him, but he would not stay here forever. After absorbing enough power and knowledge, Thea estimated that his body had most likely left this world. As for Lucifer and Michael, they were in a second-class position. They were addicted to the will of the world and could not extricate themselves. When they could let go, when they could be considered to have transcended, Thea was able to escape because her world was too small. But the world created by the Lords of Heaven and Hell was definitely vast. There was a fundamental difference between the two. She had a low starting point, so she would naturally take it slow. She would start from a small world and slowly grow stronger. This was a path. As the sons of the two big shots, they came into contact with God every day. Naturally, their vision was extremely high. If they were going to do something, they would do it big. It wasn't impossible to directly head to a parallel universe great world. Different routes lead to the same destination. Everyone had their own methods. It was impossible to say who was better than the other. I should have recovered. She checked her body and found that there were no problems. She once again immersed her mind into the small world and merged her thoughts into the will of the world. This time there was no heart-wrenching pain or a thousand-fold attachment. The world was her, but she was not completely the world. The rock golem was still searching alone. It didn't know how big the world was, nor did it know what it was. It only knew that it might encounter the truth in front of it or tomorrow. Thea did not interfere with it and allowed it to act on its own. The outcome had long been decided. The rock golem would burn itself in the end and add something new to this world. Its death would also mark the beginning of the evolution from a two-dimensional world to a three-dimensional world. Thea did not intend to stop it. If she couldn't even let go of a creation, she wouldn't be able to survive in this world. The process was a little tortuous, but it was a stroke of luck. The matter of the two-dimensional world was completed naturally. In the future, all she had to do was sit at home and wait. The world would automatically evolve. Although it wasn't too smooth, and the process was different from what she had expected. It was fortunate that everything was on the right track. Her spiritual energy had been severely damaged, and she could only use 80% of her actual combat strength. However, her realm was so high that even she was shocked. The Endless family's ranking had risen by a large margin. Now it was 20th place. The burning of the wish power from before was completely ineffective. After all, the wish power represented an intelligent life's understanding of death, and not her own understanding of death. She was the one who wanted to be the second sister of death, not the other living beings. In the end, she had to rely on herself. The final few steps could only be taken by herself. Now her luck was pretty good. After fusing with the will of the world, she saw the rock golem's future fate. It was born from nothingness, then burned itself and used its death to bring new life to all living beings. After this cycle, the realm that gave her the most headaches and helplessness had been completely fixed. After all, she didn't have hundreds or thousands of years to slowly figure it out. Metropolis, Hall of Justice. Batman was about to set up a bed here. A bunch of heroes wanted to help, but they realized that they would only be in the way if they went over. Helpless, they could only watch from the side. The teleportation device on Luther's side had been installed. It was difficult for a super-rich person like him to do all the work alone without any superpowers. The lathe, the fittings, and the welding were all made with local materials. It took him almost no sleep to complete the job. It took him 3 days to finally complete it. Today was the official day of entry. Considering the suppression of the will of the world on that side, the first few batches of people were mostly people who abandoned evil and turned to good. Amanda's suicide squad was assembled at the first moment. There were government agents, a small military team, and more than 100 former members of the Cold Flame Church led by Mr. E. The suicide squad carried energy suppressors and disguised themselves as ordinary people through the passage. They were responsible for doing the dirty work, such as assassinating the local leaders, assassinating the generals, and destroying the ammunition warehouses to create the conditions for the ground forces to attack. The military brought many materials to expand Luther's teleportation channel. At the same time, several special forces split up to seize strategic locations. They couldn't take the people away. They were a bunch of bad guys, and it wouldn't be easy to reform them in a short time. Earth's population was under great pressure, and they didn't need these bad guys. However, the resources were completely interconnected. All kinds of minerals, rare metals, and their technological achievements could be packed up and taken away. The major countries in the world had been tormented by the First Light. Now they were all waiting to make a windfall from the war to enrich their national coffers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the motivation to fight some dimensional war. Mr. E was preparing to build an emergency magic channel. Once things changed, many people could return to Earth. He also had a mission to summon Thea's incarnation into that world, to suppress the will of the world. Let's assign the tasks. Batman's tone seemed to be discussing, but in fact, he was using an affirmative sentence. Hal Jordan had just been resurrected by the underworld, and finally made it in time for this big operation. Hearing such a commanding tone, he frowned and was about to speak. Simon Bartz couldn't steal the limelight from the greatest Green Lantern. Now he was hiding at the back, pretending to be invisible. Chapter 965. Hal's temper was still fiery. He had forgotten about the underworld after his resurrection. He only vaguely remembered that he seemed to have died and been resurrected, but he had no recollection of what happened after his death. Why is this guy still giving orders? He pointed at Batman and asked the people of the Righteous Alliance. At the same time, he could not help but look at Thea from the corner of his eyes. Although his memories of the underworld had disappeared, he still subconsciously thought that Thea would refute him. Don't look at me. My power is too great and the passage is too small. I can't go through yet, she said as she rubbed her head. In a place where they could not see, she had already started suppressing the evil world will of Earth 3. Her avatar was not in place yet. It was very difficult for her to suppress such a large world will. Even if her avatar was in place, it would take at least 2 days to suppress it. She did not want to talk about this. It was not that she liked to contribute silently. It was because the world will had nothing to do with the Righteous Alliance. There was no need to exert psychological pressure on ordinary people. Batman had faced Darkseid head-on before. Of course he was scared. It was just that he used his iron will to suppress his fear and numb himself with a lot of work. However, there was only one Batman. If ordinary people knew about something as idealistic as the world will, it was hard to say whether they would have a mental breakdown and their worldview would collapse. Earth 3 Star City is dead silent. Nightwing still doesn't know what happened there. Central City is controlled by Johnny Express. We can't choose that as our first stop. Most of the superpowers will be there. I suggest that we settle down in Gotham first, to deal with the superpower, the Anti-Watcher. If that Nightwing is intelligent, he should cooperate with us to fight against this powerful threat from beyond the universe. Batman stated his conclusion. To support his words, he even took out a lot of information that Nightwing had collected. Nightwing of Earth 3 had killed his parents. There was no doubt that he was evil in the eyes of the Righteous Alliance. However, he ruled Gotham with his own definition of order. He was not someone who would kill without restraint. Batman felt that he could win him over first. To be honest, they did not know much about the Wayne family. However, it was always a good thing to have someone who was familiar with the local area to help. Superman wanted to nod and agree. Sorry, your idea is not bad. However, I'm afraid that it will fail in the next 2 days. Thea couldn't help but interrupt. Why? The Missy was having a headache. Why did this guy Batman have so many whys? If she openly declared that the righteous universe's righteousness would prevail, while the evil universe's evil would prevail, it would probably have a huge psychological impact on these heroes. The value of heroes lay in their perseverance. If they were told that no matter what they did, justice would prevail at the final moment, how would they feel? Since I'm going to win no matter what, I'll go home and rest. Putting herself in his shoes, Thea felt that if she were in his shoes, she would definitely think the same. Seeing that she had to answer this question, she had no choice but to talk to Batman privately on the Mind Channel. Batman could only accept it passively. He couldn't speak in the telepathic channel. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that this matter was a bit mysterious. The will of the world was something that couldn't be seen or touched. No matter how strong his black technology was, it was impossible for him to catch one and study it. Nodding his head was a tacit agreement. The members of the Righteous Alliance did not know what they were talking about, but they wisely chose not to ask. Then we'll carry out the second set of plans. We'll attack Super Overlord's Fortress of Solitude from space. Thea felt that Batman had probably made a lot of plans. It was a good idea to get rid of Super Overlord first. Super Overlord was too intimidating to the 3 people on Earth. Although Thea estimated that he would most likely escape under the will of the world, it was still possible to seriously injure him. She would not participate in the early and mid-stage battles at all. She nodded her head in agreement. Green Lantern Hal also agreed. He could show off his skills in space battles without so many scruples. On the other side, Superman also agreed. Nightwing sent back a lot of Super Overlord's evil deeds. Superman was a little angry, which was rare. He said, I want to defeat Super Overlord with my own hands. Thea jumped out again to pour cold water on him. Sorry, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat him. Superman asked the same question as his old friend Batman. Why? That guy uses kryptonite as his main energy source. I reckon that the Fortress of Solitude must be filled with kryptonite. If you go in, I'm afraid it's not going to end well. Superman was suddenly stuck. He could rely on his willpower to hold on if it was 1 or 2 pieces of kryptonite. But if it was a few hundred or a few thousand pounds of kryptonite, he could not do anything. There was a limit to his willpower. It can absorb kryptonite, but it will be damaged by the yellow sun's energy, right? Batman asked. Thea nodded. Batman took out a yellow light ring from his belt. This can hurt him. It simulates the wavelength of a star. I remember that the yellow light can charge Kryptonians, so it can also hurt Super Overlord. Hal Jordan, Superman, and Diana all looked at the young lady with a strange expression. Thea was also very depressed. You took it out so openly because you thought I wouldn't beat you up, right? Batman kept a straight face. The ring is out of battery. It needs to be recharged. Your energy source is too strange. I haven't figured it out yet. Thea laughed dryly. She wanted to scold him, but everyone in the Alliance was there. Olivier and Diana were winking at her, hinting that she should not be so calculative. Fortunately, she did not care about the yellow light now. She shook her head, took out a brand new rechargeable lantern from the void, and threw it to him. I'll leave Super Overlord to you. You're a temporary member. Find a place where no one is around and recite the oath. The next plan was quickly discussed. The plan would be divided into 2 steps. 7 Lanterns and Batman would raid the Fortress of Solitude, then meet up with Superman to attack the Watchtower. Depending on the situation, they would choose the next target. The evil syndicate members were not on the same page, which gave them a chance to take them down one by one. Besides, Batman had also experienced the so-called evil world's will. If he went to deal with Super Overlord, he would definitely not kill him, and Super Overlord would most likely escape. However, he was the one who stopped the mission. Was it because he was affected, or did Super Overlord not deserve to die? Super Overlord has killed countless people. He's different from Owl. The essence of evil is contained in his every cell. Destruction and killing are his methods of doing things. If you want to kill him, you don't have to think about it, Diana advised Batman. Thea was sure that he would not kill anyone. Since he volunteered to deal with Super Overlord, she would let him be. At worst, she would send a few yellow lights to finish him off. As for Super Overlord killing Batman, the probability was so small that it was negligible. Chapter 966. Not long after the plan was discussed, Thea and Hal sent a signal, and the 7 Lantern Corps rushed to Earth. The yellow and green lanterns had more than 300 people, and Thea handed them over to Sinisto to lead them. The Holy Walker and Ching Nu were both conservative and not aggressive enough. Now that they were attacking a plane, considering that they were not aggressive at all, they could only let Sinisto lead them. The Green Lanterns were now the guardians of the Green Lantern Corps. They had been away from the material world for too long, and there were many things that they did not understand. The few of them could only delegate power to the Green Lanterns. The Green Lanterns elected internally, and Hal Jordan became the leader. Without affecting the stability of the universe, he transferred 500 Green Lanterns from all over the universe to participate in the battle. He was now the leader of a force, and this was the main reason why he was unhappy with Batman as the commander. Only a few people from the Purple and Red Lanterns came. After Thea gave him 10 containers of junk as Christmas gifts, Orange Lantern Laughless also came over half coerced and half tempted. The Righteous Alliance, the Suicide Squad, and the Rogue Gang were all mobilized. The International Justice League, led by the Golden Vanguard, stayed on Earth. The Bat family's Batgirl, Batwoman, and Batwing were also left in Gotham to prevent Black Mask from causing trouble. The young Titan was also left behind to look after the home. The Bear Kids expressed their dissatisfaction, but they were all forcefully suppressed. On the surface, they were looking after the home, but Thea's secret forces were not used at all. With Death Knell Fiora's ability, it was more than enough to protect Earth. The military operation codenamed Eternal Justice officially began. All the participants were present, and they were teleported in batches 5 minutes apart. Madame Xanadu and Old Ma stayed on Earth. On Earth 3, with the help of Zatanna and her father, Mystery worked together with the others and spent a lot of effort to summon Thea's projection over. This was Earth 3's Detroit. The name of the city was the same, but it was located in Europe. It was a sparsely populated city. The projection looked at the surrounding environment. She wanted to arrange the energy distribution of the lantern ring, and then suppress the will of the world here. After a simple conversation with Superman and Diana, she teleported away to Mars in this universe. Many arrangements could not be disturbed, and an empty Mars was the most suitable. After she left, it didn't take long for the 7 Lanterns ring to finally light up again. Superman and Supergirl activated their vision to the maximum. They carefully inspected the Earth. Superman first looked at the Fortress of Solitude in this world. Indeed, there was a lot of kryptonite stored inside and it was heavily guarded. The defense facilities were all activated. It was impossible to sneak in quietly. He told Batman what he had seen. Batman also felt that it was stupid to attack head-on against countless defense facilities. There was no doubt that Krypton's civilization level was higher than Earth's. Fortunately, he had a lot of backup plans. Where are the watchtowers? How are the defenses there? Superman looked at the square watchtower again. It seemed that to avoid the overbearing Fortress of Solitude, the Night Owl's watchtower was not in space, but on the far side of the moon. Superman looked for a while before he found it. The outer layer is covered with a thick layer of lead. I can't see what's inside. Superman looked at Batman speechlessly. Why is this nightingale here the same as you? Batman did not seem to understand the meaning of his gaze. Where are the enemies at the moment? Superman and Supergirl searched separately and soon came to a conclusion. Super Overlord should be in his fortress. The Night Owl seems to be on a date with Queen Super. Divine Power Ring is with the government personnel in the Black Palace. Johnny Express is in Central City. Deathstorm is not found. It might be in the Watchtower. Sea Overlord is in the Atlantic Ocean. We can create a small disturbance and gradually lure them out. We can kill them one by one. Mr. Excellent tried to make a suggestion. There were supporters and opponents. The supporters thought that it was a good idea to suppress the enemy with numbers. The opponents thought that it was not a good idea. They did not know if the enemy had a way to contact them. They might be able to trigger the whole situation. Once the war started, they would lose the initiative. Attack the Watchtower. I need more information on them. The discussion was fruitless. Batman did not continue to promote democracy and directly gave the order. Who would go? It must be someone with the ability to fly and survive in space. The Seven Lantern Corps was the most suitable, but Sinisto did not move. As the commander of the Three Lanterns, he acted as if he did not hear. Hal was also dissatisfied with Batman's unscrupulous orders. It was fine if he commanded this and that, but now he had 500 Green Lanterns behind him. If he obediently followed orders, what would the Green Lanterns think? The Purple Lantern Carol Ferris chose to synchronize with the Green Lantern. The Orange Lantern Laffles was very satisfied with the Christmas gift Thea gave him. Now he was hiding in a corner and writing quickly. He wanted to write a longer list of gifts that he needed. He did not hear Batman at all. On Earth, Superman's Supergirl characteristics were too obvious. They could not move. Diana's combat power was too high. It would be a waste to move now. The remaining Sea Overlord Bali could not fly. The situation was a little quiet for a while. At the critical moment, the Red Lantern Corps stood up. The Red Lantern Corps leader, who looked fierce and burly, said angrily, "Atakitas does not care about your war. I'm just here to repay a favor. I'll leave after a fight. Tell me, Earthling, how do you want me to fight?" Batman did not care about his attitude. As for whether he would write it down in a small black book after the event, he did not know. He thought for a while. You guys pretend to pass by inadvertently in space and then attack the Watchtower. It's best if you can lure the enemy out. Can you do it? On the other side, Ching-Nu said that she could teleport them to a distant place. After that, they could pretend to pass by and then fly back. Atakitas was very dissatisfied with this kind of sneaky behavior. However, as he said, he was here to fight to repay a favor to Thea. It was not a problem for him to fight however he wanted. Nodding in agreement, Ching-Nu teleported them away. In less than 10 minutes, a few heroes with supervision saw him rushing toward the moon's watchtower with Civet and his subordinates. It had to be said that the Red Lantern Corps were all fierce. They did not look like good people at all. Furthermore, they came in different shapes and sizes. They looked like aliens. Deathstorm, who stayed behind to do research on the watchtower, did not find anything unusual. The main theme of their universe was evil. It was too common to see a few evil aliens passing by, completely unaware that this was the prelude to the Great War. Deathstorm slowly walked out. In Thea's original world, Firestorm was a superhero formed by Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein's Firestorm Matrix. The Deathstorm here was a supervillain formed by the mad scientist Martin Stein, using the Matrix and Ronnie Raymond's corpse. Chapter 967. Squeezing two completely different life forms into one body, one had to admit that it was crazy. Even Thea was seeking life in the midst of death. She didn't dare to hold the two opposing positions of life and death in her hands. That was simply asking for death. The intersection of yin and yang, the fusion of water and fire, sounded beautiful and awesome. In fact, reconciling two completely opposite energies only existed in imagination. God should be able to do it, but Thea would never dare to do such a thing. Professor Martin Stein from Earth 3 happened to be a bold and dedicated person to science. He combined himself, a living person, with the corpse matrix and miraculously formed a new life form. At the same time that he obtained superpowers, The undead part also caused his way of thinking to undergo a drastic change. Having the ability to rearrange the atomic and subatomic structure of inorganic matter gave him an extraordinary view of the composition of the whole world. Among the syndicate members, he was the most indifferent to life. His gloomy gaze swept across the red light core members. His eyes, which had long since broken away from the human vision system, sized them up repeatedly. Among them, Attikitis's vitality was simply unseen. Previously, Deathstorm had secretly studied the cell composition of Super Overlord. It was a genetic state that was beyond the limits of Superman's imagination. It was efficient and compact, and the cells were full of power. The scientific arrangement made the Kryptonians live longer than the people on Earth. But they would still age. As a scientist, Deathstorm believed that he was right about this. But what about this guy in front of him? He looked at Attikitis again and quickly calculated the vitality of the red light core leader. The result was an astronomical figure. He was afraid that he had miscalculated, so he calculated again. The result still shocked him. This big guy in front of him could live for hundreds of millions of years, even if he was a baby. This was incredible. The structure was obviously not as scientific as the Kryptonians, and the distribution method did not achieve the most rational effect. Why did this guy have such a long lifespan? He really wanted to dissect him and take a closer look. Deathstorm's cold gaze looked at Attikitis as if he was looking at a specimen. This made him even more uncomfortable. The red light core leader had a bad temper. Anyway, he was here to fight and leave after the fight. Now that the enemy was looking at him like he was a walking piece of pork, he couldn't stand it at all. He roared and rushed forward with his people. In addition to the civet he took from Earth, he also brought 2 subordinates with him this time. Ratchet only had a meatbag-like head floating in the air. He lived on a highly developed planet in Sector 995. The intelligent life there had eliminated disease, poverty, hunger, and other factors. They had developed their civilization to a level not inferior to that of Krypton. The word crime only existed in dictionaries and philosophy. Every life was placed in a small container after birth. They communicated with each other on the internet and through holographic images. This was their entire life. Any physical contact was considered illegal. Ratchet, who was 138 years old, had just reached adulthood. He lived in the number 567 nutrition cabin of Unit 24, Room D, and this was his home. He was born here, and according to the strict laws of the planet, he would die here. The living habits of dozens of generations had caused their descendants to change beyond recognition. Their bodies had completely degenerated into a few tentacles that could barely sense the outside world, while their heads were incomparably large, making it convenient for them to connect to the planet's network. The young Ratchet was at a loss for the future. An idea that was considered treacherous by the locals grew in his heart. He wanted to put on a protective suit, walk out of his nutrition cabin, and see the real world. The result was self-evident. He was captured as a negative example. The only tentacles he had were cut off, and he was completely turned into a giant head. He was sentenced to live alone for 80 years. The long period of loneliness caused him to hallucinate. There was no mercy in this world, no hope. Hatred and enmity filled his heart. The red light ring arrived as promised. Ratchet had an extraordinary ability to control his mind. He was one of the few subordinates of Attikitis who could control his anger. In fact, the Red Light Corps had a large number of people, but there were too few who were drawn out for free combat. As the leader, Attikitis could only leave those who were controlled by hatred on the planet, and let them fight among themselves to relieve the anger in their hearts. He brought a few who could accept orders out to work and see the world. Now Ratchet was like a giant sarcoma floating in the air. His tentacles had grown out again. From afar he looked like a giant squid. He floated to the left of Attikitis, and beside the right leg of the Red Light Corps leader was a rotund fellow. That was Zox from Sector 3544. His life experience was nothing to write home about. He was banished by his people because of his ugly appearance. He was bullied countless times and climbed up countless times. There was no sudden outburst. Instead, he relied on the accumulation of time to gain the recognition of the Red Light Corps. To be discriminated against by aliens of various appearances, his appearance was indeed problematic. Hal Jordan had once mocked Zox for looking like a giant beach volleyball with hands and feet. Thea agreed with this. This was because he did not have a torso or a head. A large face grew on a rotund body, surrounded by 2 small hands and 2 small feet. This appearance was indeed comical. Attikitis had a cat, a floating head, and a beach volleyball with hands and feet beside him. This was the entire lineup of the Red Light Corps when they came to Earth 3. The 3 Red Light Corps' generals were nothing in Deathstorm's eyes. The Red Light Corps leader was his target. As for the 3 small fries, he would study their corpses after the battle and decompose them into atoms. However, he did not care about the others. Instead, Ling Xing was the first to rush up. The Red Light Corps could use materialization, but their minds were occupied by anger. They lacked this calmness. Instead of using the Light Corps, they might as well use their own bodies. Ling Xing was completely transformed by the Red Light Corps. This Earth's domestic cat was now abnormally fierce. He would use his sharp claws to vent his uncontrollable anger. Attikitis did not know that this was the secret plan of the Red Corps. He had secretly captured a few domestic cats on Earth. Unfortunately, no matter how he tortured them, they did not develop enough emotions. Helpless, he could only give up. Now that Ling Xing was his most important partner, he followed closely behind and rushed up. The remaining Ratchet and Brother Volleyball also ran over, ready to tear the enemy into pieces. Very passionate. Let me see if you have the ability to be passionate. The few Red Light Corps did not materialize. Deathstorm could not see any similarities between them and the Divine Power Ring. The Red Light Corps' rings replaced their hearts and were hidden inside their bodies. From the outside, it was impossible to see any abnormalities. In the eyes of Deathstorm, these people were just unlucky aliens passing by. Chapter 968. Spirit Star's body was the smallest, but its movements were the fastest. With a distance of 100 meters, it ignored gravity and arrived in the blink of an eye. Its blood-red claws brought a gust of wind as it clawed at Deathstorm's face. Go away, little thing. Deathstorm's right hand gathered a large amount of heat energy, and an energy cyclone was thrown forward. Spirit Star made a nimble turn in the air, and its left claw drew a bloody groove on Deathstorm's skeleton-like face, but there was little blood, as if it had grabbed a piece of dead wood. Meow meow meow. The cat was dissatisfied and muttered to Attikitis. The Red Light leader looked like a brute, but he was actually very talented, and he had learned the cat language without a teacher. He nodded and comforted his pet and right-hand man. Your body is very hard, right? Let me see how hard it is. Attikitis was like a bull, breaking up Deathstorm's thermal shock wave with one punch, and then continuously hitting the enemy's body. He then opened his bloody mouth and spat out a large amount of fiery energy. The red light rings replaced their hearts. Their anger and emotions mixed together with the circulation in their bodies. Their blood could be spat out in battle, a unique attack method unique to the red light rings. The flames could burn in a vacuum, and could burn away any flammable or non-flammable objects, including the energy barriers created by other energy rings. Unfortunately, they encountered Deathstorm this time. What a strange ability. The red light flame's temperature did not exceed the firestorm matrix, and the anger in it could not affect Deathstorm, who was already half dead. Dead people had no emotions. Although he was not completely dead, the red light's blood flame that circulated through his body was not completely angry. Other than Attikitis's violent impact, which broke a few of Deathstorm's ribs, it could be said that it did not cause much damage. It could freely change the atomic structure at will, and it was too easy to repair itself. In less than 2 seconds, Deathstorm returned to normal. Ratchet, who was not far away, suddenly began to blink rapidly. Deathstorm seemed to have returned to the time when he was still called Martin Stein. At that time, he had snatched his colleague's firestorm matrix and killed him in order to monopolize the glory. The distant memory filled his mind, making him forget that he was still on the battlefield. The big volleyball Zox jumped above his head and spat out blood flame thicker than Attikitis's. This time it finally worked. On one hand, Deathstorm's thoughts were stirred, and on the other hand, a large amount of anger emotional impact. Even with the corpse as a buffer, the other half that belonged to the living was still affected. Kill you, kill all of you. He began to roar. Without another word, Attikitis struck out with heart gouging. Even without the lantern ring, he still possessed considerable strength. A large hole was punched through Deathstorm's extraordinary body. Unfortunately, he had long since lost his human organs. A pile of atoms were arranged in a matrix. Heart. As an energy body, he did not need those things. Not only did Adecitas's attack fail to kill the enemy, but it also caused the enemy to counterattack like crazy. As a result, of course, storm. Eyes of the moon. This guy was not afraid of fire, his recovery ability was amazing, and he had high resistance to all kinds of abnormal statuses. For a time, the 4 red lanterns could not beat him. This was especially true when the Deathstorm suddenly appeared and grabbed one of Zox's legs. It activated its own ability to rearrange the atoms and directly turn Zox's leg into crystal clear powder. This kind of strange attack method made them feel quite apprehensive. Fortunately, Zox also had his own ability. His hands and feet could grow infinitely, but the others did not have this ability, and for a time they were restrained. Batman took advantage of the battle to sneak into the watchtower. He quickly cracked the defense program of the Night Owl. Although he did not know Thomas Wayne Jr. at all, from his analysis of his experience, Batman believed that the other party did not trust these supervillains, especially Super Tyrant. The other party must have a backup plan to counterattack in times of crisis. He quickly looked through all kinds of information, but unfortunately, no matter how careful he was, he could not avoid some key information. A rapid roar began to sound from the space base of the watchtower. Deathstorm, who was slowly gaining the upper hand, was shocked. Villains were more powerful in this aspect. They were 10 times more vigilant than heroes. Living in a world where you did not harm others, others would harm you. As one of the rulers of this evil earth, his sense of crisis was far superior to the average villain. These enemies in front of him were not passing by chance, but premeditated. Their purpose was to steal information. Deathstorm was intelligent and quickly analyzed the reasons, but he couldn't figure out what these aliens wanted from Earth. "You guys are so slow." Sinisto floated proudly in the sky, looking at Adecitas with undisguised disdain. "Do you need help?" His nostrils were in the air as if he was giving alms. "No need." Adecitas did not expect his first battle to be so tricky. 4 against 1, and they did not have the upper hand. Finally, he did not hold back. The lamp ring was not used usually, but it did not mean that he did not know how to use it. With a swoosh, a red giant hammer a few meters tall appeared. Deathstorm was stunned. This thing was a bit like the Divine Power Ring, but the Divine Power Ring was green and this was red. What was the relationship between the two? Before he could figure it out, Ratchet launched a psychic attack at the right time and stunned the enemy. The red giant hammer fell and smashed Deathstorm directly into the deep pit on the moon. After that, Adecitas showed his skillful control skills, changing from a slap to a grab. A red giant hand firmly grasped Deathstorm and gradually tightened its grip. Deathstorm's body was very strong, but that was compared to ordinary people. He could change molecular structures at will, but it could only change objects that could be explained by the Firestorm Matrix. It was ineffective against the lamp ring that came from thousands of years in the future. Who are you people?" He was a little dumbfounded. In his eyes, these people who were flashing with all kinds of lights suddenly jumped out from the crowd. There were red, yellow, green, and blue. His eyes suddenly saw hundreds of green lights, and he instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. But he did not realize that these people came from another universe until he finally found Hal Jordan. One was very brave and the other was timid. Their temperaments were completely different, but their appearance was not much different. Plus, they were all green lights, so Deathstorm finally realized his negligence. "You guys come from another world." He wanted to call a few of his companions. Although they looked united, at least they could maintain unity in front of a strong enemy. Chapter 969. Kill him. Seeing that he wanted to call for help, Sinisto reminded him loudly even though he didn't know who he could call for on the moon. Adecitas didn't need to be reminded. He wasn't a kind person at all. He increased his emotional output and wanted to crush Deathstorm alive. Of course, the other party wouldn't give up easily. Deathstorm's body began to rapidly fission like a nuclear explosion, and his energy level was increasing exponentially, self-destructing if he couldn't win. Such a ferocious enemy gave Adecitas a shock. Sinisto didn't have time to pretend to be an expert. Although he looked down on Earth's civilization, his body couldn't withstand a nuclear bomb. He hurriedly put up a layer of light, and the other green, yellow, and red lights put up their energy shields, ready to resist the nuclear explosion. Hal wanted to dissuade him, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw a beam of light coming from afar, directly enveloping Death's storm. The light rings and nuclear fission were all gone. The storm of death was separated again, and the person directly fainted, lying side by side with the corpse. Light didn't have any color, but if you looked closely, you could see that it seemed to have color. Looking at it a few more times, you could see that it was the color in your mind. The ball of light swept away the Deathstorm duo and tossed a shimmering object to Athekitas. This interceptor was naturally Thea. Deathstorm was very helpful to her in terms of atomic construction. In addition, his combat power wasn't bad. In fact, Earth's firestorm was also very strong. Unfortunately, the duo didn't have much offensive power and was limited by many conditions, such as morality and human nature. They couldn't even use 30% of their combat power. Deathstorm was much stronger. It could be seen from how he could suppress the 4 red lights. As for whether this guy was a bad guy or not, there was no doubt that Deathstorm was a bad guy. But he was also a scientist. Speaking of evil, the two-faced person was much worse than him. Compared to Miss He's subordinates, Deathstorm wasn't much worse. As for merging with the corpse, it was nothing to an ordinary person. But she was the goddess of death, and the number of corpses under her command could be counted in the trillions. She really didn't think it was a big problem. She threw at Akaitas a divination-type divine artifact. Although it was called a divine artifact, it was actually made by the great liches under her command in the underworld. The main material was the leg bone of a little blue man that she didn't know which guardian it was. In the future, Atakaitas would be able to use part of the little blue man's knowledge in his divination as a reward for this operation. A favor was a favor, and the benefits that should be given should still be given. At this moment she was on Mars, and she was knocked unconscious by the deadly storm. She was then tossed back to hell. Thea was trying her best to cooperate with the main body to suppress the will of the world here. The will of the world would use countless coincidences to build up a certainty. If she ignored it, this righteous action would have a high chance of failure. She stood calmly in the void, and not far from her, there was a person who was watching her attentively. It was a tall man wearing soft armor with a golden cloak. His face was ordinary, and he wouldn't stand out in the crowd. The only thing worth noting was that he was surrounded by a black aura, as if he had practiced some kind of demonic art. You are a unique life form, a special existence. Why do you want to participate in the struggle between ordinary life forms? That doesn't suit your identity. The man had been watching for a while, and only when Thea saved the deadly storm did he ask in a calm tone. Thea bowed slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Respected Watcher, our life forms are different, and our responsibilities are also different. You are responsible for monitoring, recording, and future planning, and I will do what I have to do." The increase in her realm allowed her to take a big step into the origin of the world. She was not afraid of a watcher who was similar to a programmed puppet. Then her tone carried a hint of temptation. The purpose of the anti-watcher is to destroy and absorb this universe. Your responsibility and my purpose do not conflict, and we can even cooperate well. After all, the anti-watcher is your greatest enemy. The watcher continued to be calm. The universe is born, and it is also destroyed. This is the limit of the rules. Can you watch this universe die, watch yourself disappear, and be indifferent? Thea asked tentatively. I can. You are lying. There is still a trace of unwillingness in the deepest part of your heart. You are not ready to face death calmly, and you are even a little resistant. Like a candle in the dark night, I can see this very clearly. Thea exposed the truth mercilessly. Day after day, year after year, observing life forms and the universe finally made some changes to these watchers that were not set in the settings. They were eager to listen, unwilling to die with the universe, and had a little attachment to their own form of existence. Thea struck while the iron was hot. Since you are not ready, it means that it is not the time for your final destiny. This universe should not die at this time, am I right? After getting a super step, the watcher found an excuse for himself. That makes sense. Can I still continue to live? Fate was something that could be said in the opposite way, and it depended on how you understood it. There was a gap in the Watcher's heart, and naturally, it would be broken with one attack. Go back to your monitoring area and continue to observe. The end of this universe has not yet arrived, and your responsibility still has to continue. Her tone was solemn and full of holiness. The Watcher felt that what she said was reasonable. He could not just watch Earth. If a counter-watcher appeared, they would fight. Should he help or should he help or should he help? Might as well go. The troublesome Watcher was fooled away, and Thea was relieved. The Watcher was not weak and could borrow a part of the universe's power. She only had the realm now, but she did not have the corresponding means to turn it into attack power. It was really not suitable for her to fight against them. She shook her head and continued to focus on the work in front of her. As soon as she started, she found an abnormality. The resistance of the worlds will seem to have weakened by more than half. Before it was like a tug of war, but now it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. She originally planned to use 2 days to suppress it, but now it seemed that half a day would be enough at most. She could even slightly change some of the core settings. It was obvious that the Watcher helped her. She did not refuse at all. She brought her own food and saved his life. It was already good enough that she did not ask him for some world origin as a reward for the mission. When evil developed to its end, would it give birth to justice? She could not guarantee it, but that kind of universe did not conform to the rules of the world. In all the parallel universes, there must be a universe that represents evil. Thea was ready to push back the evil here a little, and let them return to the state before Super Tyrant came to Earth. Although evil, there was still justice. This was the change she made to the world's will. She began to speed up the suppression of the world's will, and Batman also made a breakthrough. Chapter 970. Nightingale had indeed left a way to counter Chao Ba. His watchtower would emit a unique electromagnetic pulse that disintegrated the external defense facilities of the Fortress of Solitude. Who are you? A bunch of ants. He looked very similar to Superman, but his face was full of hostility. The logo on his chest was not a capital S, but a U surrounded by many lanterns. He was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes glowed fiercely like a man-eating beast. Do you think I didn't take precautions against Nightingale's little tricks? Chao Ba sneered. As his voice fell, a large group of alien creatures flew out of the Fortress of Solitude. They had different characteristics, but the only thing they had in common was that part of their bodies had been mechanically modified and controlled by Chao Ba. Some could spit acid, some could clone themselves, and some could turn into shadows to launch sneak attacks. Even if the lanterns were mentally prepared, they were still caught off guard by the various abilities. Looks like that old thing failed. I said that weak earthlings can't be trusted. I have to rely on myself for everything. The Deathstorm sent the message at the end. Chao Ba already knew that these guys came from another dimension, a dimension that they had coveted for a long time. Chao Ba looked around and his eyes automatically found Batman. This guy looked ordinary and seemed to be the leader in the circle. He could be a good target to show off his power. His nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong made Chao Ba make a choice that he would regret for the rest of his life. He did not say a word and used the method of sneak attack. He bypassed the oncoming green lights and went straight for Batman. What's that? It was too fast. He did not understand what happened at all. He only saw a yellow light pass by in front of his eyes. At the critical moment, his body turned quickly, but the yellow light still cut a bloody groove on his shoulder. He turned to look at Batman and found that this guy was wearing a yellow and black battlesuit. Only the cape was still black. The most important thing was that he was wearing a ring on his left middle finger. The ring emitted a very uncomfortable yellow light. What was this? Was it the same ring as the green light? Initially, Chao Ba did not pay much attention to it. On Earth, the 3 God power rings Hal Jordan was just there to make up the numbers. This made him feel extremely disdainful of Lamp Ring. But now that he had doubts, he quickly discovered a problem when he looked around. This was a dazzling multicolored light. Among them, there were many yellow lights that made her uncomfortable. Go, all of you, go. Super Tyrant didn't dare to go up himself, so he desperately controlled his mechanical creations to fight against Yellow Lantern. An experienced green light could simulate the wavelength of kryptonite, and an experienced yellow light could simulate the wavelength of a star. Batman had only been wearing the temporary yellow light for a short period of time, but it didn't stop him from being familiar with the sun and accurately calculating the wavelength of the star. This was homework that he had left for Damien back in the year, and it was child's knowledge to him. He had spent a lot of time researching the creation, use and destruction of such a high-tech item like the light ring. Although he hadn't researched much, his familiarity with the lantern ring wasn't inferior to Sinisto's. As for whether or not he had the ability to inflict fear, asked the Two-Faced Man, who was still afraid of Batman popping out of nowhere in hell, as well as the bad guys on the streets of Gotham. They all had the right to speak. "You're finished." Batman did not back down. He had beaten up Darkseid before, so Ultraman was nothing to him. He waved his hand and threw 3 yellow darts. Super Tyrant didn't know how these yellow lights could hurt him, so he didn't dare to take them head-on. He hurriedly dodged and dodged the darts. He had been invincible on Earth for too long, and he had forgotten to attack. In his subconscious, he didn't realize that he needed to defend himself if he was attacked. He had always been the one bullying others from above. When had he ever been beaten? When he saw Batman charging at him from the corner of his eye, he was already a few beats too late. He saw a fist with a golden glow coming straight at his face. "How dare you, puny earthling!" Super Tyrant's face was ferocious as he reached out to grab Batman's fist. He wanted to crush this enemy who dared to offend him, from his hand to his arm to his entire body. Unfortunately, the moment his hand came into contact with Batman's fist, a sense of powerlessness filled his body. It was as if the power that could move a planet had never existed. Unprepared, he was punched heavily on the left side of his face by Batman. Super Tyrant reflexively turned around and tried to escape. Batman had plenty of flying experience in mecha and gliding, so he didn't hesitate to chase after him. Of the two people, one had his speed greatly reduced by the wavelength of the star, while the other had his speed greatly increased by wearing the yellow light ring. The result was self-evident. Before he could escape the range of the moon, Super Tyrant was kicked to the ground from behind by Batman. Fists rained down on him. "How can this be? This must be a dream. I'm invincible." Super Tyrant's face was covered in blood. He was still shouting and yelling like a mad dog. Batman revealed the answer under his puzzled gaze. "You're too superstitious about your own strength. You've long forgotten your own weakness. You only know how to rely on strength without any willpower. You're the weakest person on this planet." After saying this, he smashed a fist into Super Tyrant's head. At this time, Super Tyrant had long been reduced to the size of a dog by the wavelength of the star. His physical fitness wasn't much stronger than an ordinary person's. Coupled with the huge psychological gap, he directly fainted. "He's really weak, isn't he?" Batman asked Superman, who followed closely behind. Super Tyrant had been consuming kryptonite for a long time, and there was a trace of kryptonite radiation in his body. However, Superman could forcibly endure it with his willpower. Previously, he had seen Batman chasing Super Tyrant from afar. He was worried about his old friend, so he also chased after him. Avoiding the question of whether he was weak or not, Superman was very pleased. His path was not wrong. Batman also indirectly acknowledged this point. Willpower was more important than strength. If Super Tyrant had a little willpower, Batman might not have been able to beat him. Super Tyrant had completely lost to himself. If we don't give him kryptonite to absorb, he will have no strength at all. Take him back to Earth and imprison him. The two quickly reached a consensus on how to deal with Super Tyrant. There was no prosecution, no defense, no jury, and a life sentence effective immediately. "How do we deal with that thing?" Superman asked, pointing to the Fortress of Solitude that was still floating in the sky. "Pull it back to Earth," Batman said expressionlessly. No. Superman immediately objected. Thea's voice also entered their ears. She also had the same opinion. The Fortress of Solitude was simply a piece of Krypton black technology. It definitely couldn't fall into the hands of an Earthling, even if it was the third version of Earth. Earth was a level 3 civilization that wasn't level 4, while Krypton was a level 8 civilization that wasn't level 9. This wasn't a constant value but an average value. Some inventions on Earth were beyond the current level of technology, and Krypton had them too. The classic example was the Fortress of Solitude. Chapter 971. Think about Batman. How many years ahead of Earth was Luthor's technology? Who could calculate that? Brainiac believed that Luthor had level 9 intelligence. In order for Superman to grow up healthily and have a strong backing, Superman's father, Jor-El, had provided his son with the Fortress of Solitude. To Krypton, this was all black technology, and Old Joe was the master of Krypton's black technology. Old Joe was not dead at all, and in the future he would rely on technology to capture troublemakers. How powerful was that? Could Brainiac calculate what level of intelligence he had? Even Old Butcher might not be as good as him. Thea estimated that the Fortress of Solitude he had left for Superman contained at least level 10 technology, or even level 11 technology. Even if the Fortress of Solitude on Earth was weaker, it could easily crush Earth's technology. This thing could not be seen by Earthlings, who were seeking death by hiding their talents. Two of the most influential elders of the Alliance of Justice and Order both expressed their opposition. Their attitudes were resolute. Democracy still had to be respected, so Batman did not continue to insist. He escorted Superboss back and Superman flew to the bottom of the Fortress of Solitude. Enduring the radiation of kryptonite, he threw the fortress, which contained countless black technology, into the sun. Superboss used kryptonite as an energy source. He usually ate kryptonite as a snack and stored it all in the fortress. Seeing the veins on Superman's forehead bulging as he pushed the spaceship into the sun, he knew that there must be a lot of kryptonite in there. Batman expressed regret for the destroyed kryptonite, but he also knew that it was fine if he secretly hid a few pieces. If he hoarded dozens or hundreds of kilograms of kryptonite, even Superman would get angry. The battle ended quickly. The lanterns went to different parts of the world to help the ground troops clear the obstacles. Batman entered the Night Owl's watchtower to record all kinds of data. At the same time, the superheroes on the ground also split up. They voluntarily formed teams and were free to do whatever they wanted. The Justice League did not interfere. The Flash and his rascals helped the good neighbors deal with Johnny Quick. Rogues don't kill unless absolutely necessary. Don't hurt women and children. Captain Frigid, who was holding a freeze gun, emphasized again before leaving. His three teammates, Heatwave, Mirror Master, and Weather Wizard all agreed to this rule. You'd better remember this promise, the Flash said to them seriously. Captain Lung Han was very relaxed. Don't worry, the lady from your righteous alliance hired us. We won't ruin our own reputation. Come on, let us take action. As long as we defeat that speedster, it will be enough for us to live freely for a long time. The remaining members of the rogue gang cried out in excitement. Not only did they get to earn money, but they could also beat up the extreme speed user. Without any moral burden, such a good thing was simply like a dream. The Flash helplessly looked at their energetic faces. He couldn't comment on whether Thea's decision to hire the rogue gang was right or not. He just felt a little confused when he thought that he would fight side by side with them one day. The other party is vicious and merciless, and he enjoys killing people. He's not me, so you guys better be careful. Seeing that the rogue gang did not seem to treat the extreme speed as a threat, he kindly reminded them, "We are also bad guys. You should be careful." Captain Han looked at the Flash with a complicated expression. They soon received news from Batman that the space assault had been successful. The Watchtower and the Fortress of Solitude had been taken care of. As long as the enemies on the ground were taken care of, the Eternal Justice operation would be considered a success. The Flash ran to Central City himself, and the rogue gang used Mirror Master's teleportation to go directly. Was it faster to run or teleport? As it turned out, teleportation was faster. The four members of the rogue gang walked out of the broken glass in the corner and looked at the city that was similar to Central City. Perhaps because their appearances were too unique, they quickly attracted a group of gang members to surround them. A group of nameless people was naturally not a problem for the loyal and righteous rogue gang. Without weapons or abilities, they easily defeated a group of gang members. Rich Heatwave, who used to be an arsonist, was very happy. He took out a large amount of money from what seemed to be the pocket of a small leader, and was ready to count it happily. Captain Han picked up one of the bills and looked at both sides. He patted Heatwave on the head and said, "We can't use this money." "Why? Hey, who is this?" Heatwave retorted loudly, But he was dumbfounded when he saw the picture on the bill. Franklin, who used to have a charming smile on the $100 bill, had turned into a guy with the face of a rat. The American War of Independence memorial on the back was also gone. Instead, it was a building that looked like a racetrack. He flipped through a few other small currencies, but there was no Washington or Lincoln. Thea and the others could recognize Benedict Arnold because they were very knowledgeable. The rogue gang did not have a flute player at the moment. The highest education level was Captain Hahn, who was in high school. They did not know Benedict Arnold, or any of the generals or lieutenants in the American War of Independence. Although they did not know, it did not affect their intelligence. This thing was useless back on Earth. Except for the blind, no one would accept this kind of money. They were a bit disappointed. They could only focus on the mission. Thea's fee for hiring these people was not expensive or cheap. $2 million per person. She paid $8 million for the 4 of them. If they caught Johnny quick, they would be rewarded with another $2 million. The few of them were like paupers who had received a windfall from the sky. They were so happy that they came to Earth 3. Extreme speed, extreme speed. This was what was on their minds now. Find this guy, beat him down, and then get the money and call it a day. With the ability of the Mirror Master, they began to frequently search the city. On the other side, the Flash also entered the city. The two groups of people split up to look for the enemy. Hee. It seems that you are looking for me? The enemy did not hide but chose to take the initiative to attack. This was an extremely aggressive extreme speed. Johnny Quick's real name was Jonathan Allen. The people of Syndicate did not know his real name. His girlfriend was the original child of a spy who lurked on Earth. After receiving the alarm from Owl, he immediately found the two groups of people in Central City. As an extreme speed, he wanted to compete with the Flash of the other world. However, he was vicious by nature. Thinking that his girlfriend was doomed, he decided to attack the weak first. He set his first target on the rogue gang. Zooming past the familiar streets, he finally couldn't help but laugh when he saw the faces of the rogue gang members. He knew all 4 of them, or rather, he knew their counterparts on Earth 3. They were 4 loyal police officers, known as the conscience of Central City. However, the 4 of them were brutally murdered by him many years ago. Originally, he still had some reservations about the so-called enemies from the other plane, but now he officially confirmed that these guys were indeed from another plane. Chapter 972. After turning 2 corners, he rushed out from the shadows. He had already noticed that Mirror Master was responsible for the mobility of this small team. As long as he killed this person, the remaining 3 would not be able to escape from his hands. Unfortunately, he had the same problem as Super Overlord. He had underestimated the heroes of Earth 1 and overestimated himself. As someone who had been entangled with the Flash for so long, how could Captain Frosty not be on guard against a surprise attack from a speeder? His goggles were a combination of many advanced technologies, among which dynamic vision was the most important. When there was a high-speed reaction in the area, the goggles would automatically switch to auxiliary mode. Left! He shouted, aiming the frost gun at the left side of the road, and pulled the trigger. Heatwave and Weather Wizard reacted equally quickly, not caring if there was an enemy on the left side. Weather Wizard threw out a whirlwind, and Heatwave followed closely behind, spewing fire to both sides. Johnny Quick was blocked by the cold air. Seeing the whirlwind rushing towards him, he could only continue his assault on the wall, but he did not expect to collide with Heatwave's flames. With a bang, he was sent flying 3 or 4 meters away. The flames were burning fiercely. He hurriedly turned around and ran back. He wanted to use his high speed to extinguish the flames on his body, but since Heatwave and Miss Gotham's Firefly had discussed the experience of arson during the Night of Darkness, a lot of accelerants had been added to the flames, making them hotter than traditional flames and harder to extinguish. Johnny Quick ran for 3 kilometers before he was able to completely extinguish the flames. A large part of the protective suit below his left rib was burnt, and even some of his skin was damaged. He was caught by the Flash. Good and evil did not coexist. They simply confirmed each other's identity and began to race. After running a few steps, the Flash already had a 60% chance of winning. His opponent's speed was not as good as his. After being spurred on by Savitar and extreme speed, the Flash's speed had already surpassed Johnny Quick. The reason why they seemed to be evenly matched was because he was not familiar with the terrain here. Barry had experienced those few unconventional speedsters. Now that he looked at a normal speedster like Johnny Quick again, he felt that he really wasn't up to par with them. There was only one extreme speed on Earth and Johnny Quick had no pressure at all. Naturally, he would not spend a lot of time on training. There might be a gifted extreme speed, but it was definitely not him. Seeing the two speedsters pulling out long yellow shadows and running further and further away, the rogue gang members were very unhappy. "The Flash, you're stealing the kill. You're too disloyal. That's $2 million. Mirror Image Master didn't say anything and chased after them with a few of his companions. Johnny Quick's head began to sweat. A minute ago, he had already disregarded his dignity and called for help from his companions. Unfortunately, their communication channel had been hacked by Batman, and no one received the message. Barry ran faster than him, so the frequency of his attacks was naturally higher. With the help of the rogue gang, Johnny Quick was almost knocked down several times, but he managed to escape with his cunning. "Mommy!" A little girl was snatched away from her mother's arms by Johnny Quick and thrown into the sky. Barry could only stop to catch the child. An old man with a white beard was kicked away by Johnny Quick. Regardless of whether he was a bad guy or not, the rogue gang abided by their bottom line and helped the elderly, women and children. They also hurriedly followed to save people. Because of various factors, the speed of the two sides was once again equal. However, Johnny Quick was dealing with the 5 of them by himself, and slowly he could not hold on. The Flash and the rogue gang were deliberately forcing him to the outskirts. His range of activity was rapidly shrinking under the pressure of the two. He was unwilling to give up, so he set up a small trap. Johnny Quick used a fake move to cause a heat wave to hit a building. The fire burned very quickly, and the building was filled with smoke. At least dozens of people were trapped in the building. The Flash rushed in to save people. Without Barry's cooperation, the rogue gang encountered a great crisis. Damn you all! Johnny Quick hated these troublemakers. Without them, the Flash wouldn't have been able to catch him. The Mirror Master had a lot of means to move, and he was quite deceptive. Before, he was almost caught in the mirror world. Johnny Quick always cherished his life, and he did not dare to enter this kind of strange space. The weapons of Captain Cold and Heatwave were also lethal to him. Especially the ice speed reduction was too fatal for him. He set his sights on the Weather Adept, who had powerful attacks but was 2 beats slower. The Weather Wizard was called a wizard, but in fact it had nothing to do with traditional wizards. He was just a person with the ability to control the weather. Once he had time to accumulate energy, his attack power was far greater than the total of the rogue gang. However, in a normal battle, the weakness of his slow moves was easily discovered. Johnny Quick used him as a breakthrough point. It could be said that it was a very smart decision. Go to hell, trash. He quickly swept past the few people, leaving the ice and fire behind him, and reached out his hand to grab the Weather Wizard. Crash! The Weather Magus shattered into pieces like glass, and the excitement he felt when he thought he had succeeded was instantly extinguished. Looking at his hands full of broken glass, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. After all, the rogue gang was a group of bad guys and a group of very united bad guys. They made full use of their own abilities and the character of their enemies. The Weather Wizard had left the team in the previous chase. He created a storm over the city and hid in the eye of the wind, which not only disturbed Johnny Quick's vision, but also slowed down his speed. At the same time, the Mirror Master created a mirror image to follow the few people, and finally led the enemies to jump into the trap. Bang! With a light shot, a large cloud of frozen air wrapped around Johnny Quick's calf. No one could run away with their legs frozen. Johnny Quick's face changed greatly. He hurriedly mobilized the power of lightning speed to accelerate the thawing of the frozen parts. At the same time, he bowed to Captain Cold and the others. I surrender, I surrender. I'll tell you a big secret. He tried to use words to buy some time. Even if it was only a little time, he could rely on the power of lightning speed to thaw it. Unfortunately, Captain Cold had already seen through his thoughts. He didn't talk nonsense with him at all. He kicked the frozen calf with all his strength. The ice cubes broke into pieces and along with it, Johnny Quick's left leg was shattered as well. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, howling. Captain Cold directly knocked him out, then put on the power suppression collar and ordered Heatwave to carry him. Let's go, we caught one alive. Let's go to that lady's secretary and get the money. The rogue gang members were very happy to kill the enemy so easily, and they were even happier to get money. Chapter 973. In the distance, Barry had just rescued the ordinary people in the building. When he saw that the enemy had been knocked unconscious, Captain Han was still waving at him. Thank you for your help, Flash. The few of them used the Mirror Master's ability to teleport back to the base camp to collect the money. Barry shook his head. He really couldn't comment on the rogue gang. They weren't bad people, but they didn't seem like good people either. He stopped thinking about the rogue gang and ran to the other side to support Superman. After Superman destroyed the Fortress of Solitude, he took a short break and landed in the metropolis. Night Owl and Super Queen were having a secret rendezvous behind Superboss back. The alarm in the watchtower alerted Night Owl. They quickly put on their clothes and contacted the Syndicate urgently. As a villain without any superpowers, Nightingale had his own uniqueness to be able to survive among the treacherous villains such as Super Tyrant, Deathstorm, and Johnny Quick, and to be able to do so well. While Super Queen was still at a loss, he instantly thought that Earth One's butler must have been exposed and then triggered a counterattack. He made a prompt decision to run out. His idea was simple. He had to protect himself first. Under this premise, he would decide whether to run away or rescue his companions who were on guard against each other. Now that everything was unclear, he needed information, a lot of information. Night Owl had left a lot of secret plans in the metropolis, since he was fooling around with Super Boss Woman behind his back. Today he could use them. Unfortunately, when they were 100 meters away from the secret base, Superman descended from the sky and blocked their way. He had never been so passive, but Night Owl didn't panic. He first looked at the familiar clothes and smiled. A Kryptonian from another world? Surrender, and I promise you will receive a fair trial, Superman said as he was also on guard. Night Owl smiled and didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear anything. Super Queen, who ran over with him, laughed loudly. A fair trial, fair. I'm dying of laughter. Louise. Looking at his wife's counterpart in front of him, Superman felt a little uncomfortable. They looked the same, and the only difference was their temperament. Louise was righteous and kind. She had an indomitable will to find out the truth. Her tenacity was as precious as a diamond in Superman's eyes. However, this Super Queen in front of him was filled with an evil aura. She was debauched and her eyes were filled with lust. No matter how he looked at her, she was not a good woman. It was rare for Superman to be angry. He would not allow anyone to tarnish the image of his wife. However, he still used his supervision to take a look as usual. You have a child in your stomach? This immediately messed up his plan. Was he going to fight a pregnant woman? Originally, he wanted to take down the two of them as quickly as possible, but the pregnant woman made him hesitate. Attacking a pregnant woman was a serious challenge to his moral bottom line. That moment of hesitation gave the two battle-hardened villains an opportunity. However, they had no intention of joining forces to take down Superman. At most, they were just friends, not even friends. They had the advantage and could work together to deal with the enemy. For now, it was better for them to run for their lives. This should be effective against you. Nightingale tossed out a smoke bomb. There was a hint of green in the dark gray smoke. Kryptonite powder. Superman was shocked. He quickly held his breath and retreated quickly. Fall. The Super Queen threw out a noose covered with thorns and wrapped it around Superman. She borrowed the momentum and jumped behind him. However, Nightingale was one step faster. This was his secret base. In terms of familiarity, he was much more familiar with it than the Super Queen. He quickly ran into a large door. Nightingale casually glanced behind him. He did not say anything about saving his companion and lover. Instead, he closed the door and walked in coldly. The Super Queen was not surprised by her companion's heartlessness. If she were in his shoes, she would have made the same choice. However, she was facing Superman alone. It was not a good choice. She had no choice but to run. The Super Queen put away the noose and prepared to run back the way she came. However, she underestimated Superman's willpower. It was a huge mistake to measure Superman's willpower. Superman rushed out of the kryptonite smoke. There were a lot of kryptonite powder on his face and skin. However, he endured it and fired a heat ray at the Super Queen. Faced with the same ability as Superba, The Super Queen did not dare to take it head-on. Instead, she chose to dodge. She tapped the ground lightly with the tip of her foot. She was like a big black bird. The heat ray created 2 deep trenches on the ground. Unfortunately, it missed. The Super Queen flew away lightly. This Super Queen was very powerful. Enemies who could fly with their own strength were generally not weak. Superman remembered Thea repeatedly saying that Louise had potential. He finally believed it. The kryptonite powder still had some effect on Superman. His speed was greatly reduced. He could not hit the stomach or the head. Superman could only aim his heat ray at the enemy's arms, thighs, and other body parts. The Super Queen dodged left and right in the air. Superman did not stop. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Super Queen was not slow. However, she knew that she was not as fast as Superba. Therefore, she was probably not as good as this Kryptonian from another dimension. Her speed was already at the limit. There was no room for her to increase her speed. Superman behind her was quickly getting rid of the kryptonite powder's influence. His speed seemed to have no limit. The Super Queen could only turn around and fight. While the enemy was still affected by the kryptonite powder, she had to end the battle. Otherwise, she would be no match for him in a while. Superman and the rest felt that the enemy was their counterpart, so they had a psychological advantage in the battle. In fact, the reverse was also true. From the perspective of the Earthlings, Superman and the rest were Superba's counterparts. No one thought that they were an illusion. They all felt that they were the most real. Both sides had underestimated the enemy. The difference was who realized the problem first. The Super Queen's thorny lasso wrapped around Superman's left arm, where the kryptonite powder was the most concentrated. The Super Queen liked to see the enemy crawling at her feet in pain. Her lasso was different from Diana's lasso of truth. It would make the victim feel hundreds or thousands of times more pain. Other than the Night Owl, she had never seen a second person who could resist this kind of pain. Unfortunately, she saw a second person today. The intense pain diluted the kryptonite's weakening effect on the body. Superman had recovered more than half of his strength. He dragged the Super Queen in the opposite direction and threw a punch at her the moment she approached him. The Super Queen was pregnant, so he definitely could not hit her stomach. Some parts of her chest were also not suitable for him to hit. Superman was also hesitant when he attacked. Coupled with his old habit of holding back against his enemies, this punch was not even 30% of his normal strength. Even so, the punch still broke the Super Queen's shoulder blade. She screamed, "Come and help me." Then he heard a roar, followed by a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a bucket, striking down at Superman from the sky. Chapter 974. The surface of the lightning was surrounded by countless white lights and contained a large amount of energy. Its speed was so fast that it exceeded the limit of the retina. Caught off guard, Superman was hit by the lightning head-on. Amidst the deafening explosion, Superman was sent flying like a toy. He rolled continuously, plowing a long pit more than 500 meters long and 1 meter deep on the ground. He knocked down 3 buildings and countless cars along the way before he finally stopped. Encountering a strong enemy, Superman was not afraid. Instead, he was happy. He was a warrior with a strong sense of honor. No matter how bad this woman was, he did not want to hit a woman, especially a pregnant woman. He really did not know how to do it, so he had no scruples about this new enemy. He looked at the man who had just appeared beside Queen Chow. He had short chestnut red hair, a thick beard, and a strong body. He looked like a man with an extraordinary temperament. The man was wearing a black half-body soft armor with a huge lightning symbol on his chest and a long cloak behind him. Magic! Superman moved his body. The huge lightning made his body a little numb, but the huge energy impact also shattered the kryptonite powder on his skin, which was equivalent to indirectly helping him. His combat status did not decrease but instead increased, and he was restored to his best state. Queen Chow's eyes were sharp, and she also noticed this. She could not help but secretly scold him for being an idiot. However, she did not dare to vent her dissatisfaction with the terrifying man beside her. She even had to show her respect. The guy who appeared in front of you is Lex Luthor. He is even more ferocious in real life than in the pictures, Batman informed Superman through the official channel. He had occupied Owl's watchtower and was now desperately downloading all kinds of data. Naturally, there was information on Lex Luthor. Owl had recorded information on many villains on Earth, but only Lex's record was vague. It was marked as the most dangerous, the most deadly, and the most unpredictable. To distinguish him, let's call him Lex. This Lex was originally a member of the Syndicate, but they completely broke off. According to Owl's analysis, Lex has the superpower to absorb other people's superpowers. According to his analysis, this superpower was not born naturally. Lex is very aggressive and manic. It is difficult to predict what he will do. I understand. Superman quickly hung up. On the other side, the Super Queen also told Lex what she knew. Great, after killing them and absorbing their abilities, my evolution will be strengthened again. Lex was full of fighting spirit, looking at Superman as if he was staring at a piece of fat meat. Queen Chao cursed the madman in her heart. However, this madman had immeasurable abilities and was her only hope now. Help me guard the surroundings. After Lex finished speaking, he brought out a burst of black gas, and several bolts of lightning continuously shot out from his palm. Queen Chao was just what she wanted. She stood by the side and watched the battle. Superman dodged the lightning with a few agile turns. Just as he approached Lex, he saw her open her mouth, and a faint sound wave hit Superman's face. Superman, who was caught off guard, hurriedly sealed off his hearing organs, but it was still a step too late. Lex's sonic attack was too sudden, and Superman only felt dizzy for a moment. Countless illusions appeared before his eyes. You are finished, Kryptonian. After absorbing your power, Chao Ba will no longer be a match for me. Lex could ignore the rules and absorb the abilities of the superpowered people who were killed by him. This was the main reason why there were only a few of them left in the Syndicate, although there were many members in the beginning. It was not a problem to kill people behind their backs, but if it happened too many times, no one would be able to stand it. The most serious thing was that he threatened Chao Ba's position. A large amount of corrosive liquid emerged from Lex's palm, and he grabbed Superman's neck. Just as he was about to make contact, a yellow lightning flashed past, and Superman was taken 100 meters away. Of course, it was the Flash who rescued him. He had been running around the continent for half a lap, and now he finally showed his value. Lex was very knowledgeable. He had been coveting Johnny Quick's ability for a long time, and he knew very well what it was. The power of speed. This ability is also mine. Lex looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Clark, how are you? The Flash asked in a low voice as he ran a little further with Superman. It's similar to the Black Canary's sonic attack. Put me down. I should have recovered. Superman was depressed. If the sonic attack's damage to ordinary people was 1, it would be 10 for people with super hearing like him. He did not expect the opponent to use this ability without warning. He was not prepared and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, the Kryptonians were known for their physical attributes, and their recovery was extremely fast. The discomfort was quickly fading. Phew! Seeing that Lex and the Super Queen were in hot pursuit, Superman suddenly flew up and turned around to face Lex. He then spat out a huge breath of ice. At the same time, the Flash on the ground threw a lightning bolt. Lex sidestepped the lightning bolt, and then used a fire ability that nobody knew who he got to counter the ice breath. The two opposing energies quickly consumed each other in the air. Chao Ba could no longer stand aside and watch the show. She waved her lasso and attacked the Flash. The Flash dealt with 2 attacks and soon found out that it was a pregnant woman. He cursed his bad luck. He was kinder than Superman. He fought with fear and was even at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Superman had the upper hand. He could get a steady supply of energy from the yellow sun, while Lex could only extract energy from his own cells. Both sides were at a disadvantage. Lex saw that the Flash was restrained by the Chao Ba, and realized that this was a good opportunity. He forced Superman to retreat with a few moves and turned to attack the Flash. Of course, Superman would not just stand by and watch. The battle changed from 1-on-1 to 2-on-2. Lex was extremely insidious. He did not even care if his companions were injured. He repeatedly blocked the Chao Ba in front of him, forcing the hero to withdraw his attacks, while he took advantage of the situation to attack. He had a lot of means of attack. Super strength, super speed, super endurance, flying, magic, sound waves, vibration, venom, acid, flame, ice, lightning, physical and non-physical, and some conceptual abilities. All kinds of messy abilities gathered in one body. A special ability that could ignore both friend and foe, and could cause all living beings within a 10-meter radius to bleed, tormenting them to the point that they couldn't take it anymore. As Barry fought with him, he felt that his body under the protective suit was bleeding. Blood flowed down his crotch, and he felt like he was having his period. However, because his battlesuit was red, it wasn't too obvious for a while. Superman's body was different from that of the people on Earth. This kind of bleeding was stopped at the genetic level. Chao-Ba had a rendezvous with Al before, so she was wearing less. The exposed skin was bleeding under the effect of the ability. If she continued to bleed like this, she would definitely be the first to die. She hurriedly shouted for Lex to change his ability. Chapter 975. However, Lex's mind didn't seem to be very clear. His external performance was that he had too many abilities, and he couldn't fully master these abilities. Sometimes he used them just right, but most of the time he used them in a mess. Among the four, the two heroes were holding back. Queen Chao was in the center of the battle circle. She wanted to run, but unfortunately, Lex had to firmly hold her back and use her as a shield. The scene was extremely tense for a while. The two heroes repeatedly wanted to let Queen Chao go from the battle. Her own desire to escape was also very strong, but Lex didn't let her go. The fight was a mess. As they fought, Lex suddenly remembered that he had an ability. His shoulders shook, and a dark green ripple spread in all directions. Within 100 meters, everything seemed to come to a standstill in an instant. Everyone and everything stopped moving. Physical activity on both observable and unobservable planes stopped. At this time, the strength of these people could be seen. Queen Chao slowly turned her body, and her lips opened slightly as if she wanted to say something. Superman still maintained a punching motion, but it was a few hundred beats slower. The Flash was a little stronger than him, but he couldn't run at high speed. At this time, he was like an old man in the park doing his morning exercise, running slowly. As the one who released the ability, Lex wasn't affected at all. His eyes jumped back and forth between Superman and the Flash, as if he was thinking about who to kill first. Inert waves, it's Tortoise Man's ability. The Flash was shocked. Thea had studied Tortoise Man's ability. Later, Green Arrow also used an inert slowing grenade to help deal with Savitar. Savitar was tortured to death. This kind of slowing was extremely overbearing. Unless prepared in advance, it was almost unsolvable. In the midst of the strong deceleration, he barely managed to say a sentence, and then he was ready to pull Superman out of the range of the deceleration. The stronger the ability, the more restrictions it had. The results of Thea's research showed that even Tortoise Man himself could only use it twice a day. After 2 times, the cells couldn't provide more energy. Even so, once the number of times of the strong deceleration exceeded a certain threshold, the body would fall into a state of low speed until it completely stopped. The form of life would stagnate, or in other words, die. The Flash didn't have time to think about the drawbacks of this move. He pulled Superman and the two brothers ran out together. If they were villains, they would definitely run for their lives. Whoever they caught would be unlucky. However, the heroes did not have such thoughts. They ran out together. The truth was similar to what he had estimated. This trick was obtained from Lex killing the 3 tortoise men on Earth. He only used it once a day. After using it, he felt uncomfortable all over, and his brain's thinking and reaction would be very slow. After obtaining this ability, he had used it twice, and the aftereffects were too great. After a long time, he had almost forgotten that he had this ability. This time his attack was successful. His body was not affected by the speed reduction. With a look of ecstasy, he pounced on Superman. Less than 100 meters away, the Superman Flash ran for a long time, but Lex caught up in an instant and easily dodged Superman's fist. There was a blue electric light in his palm and he grabbed Superman. A golden lasso, like a swimming dragon, came down from mid-air and entangled his fingers when they were half a meter away from Superman. Just as Lex was wondering why the Super Queen wanted to stop him, he found that the lasso was different from the one he knew. Before he could think about it, he felt the lasso pull hard and throw him in the opposite direction. The unparalleled force sent Lex flying hundreds of meters away. Without the support of his ability, the deceleration was impossible. Several people regained their normal ability to move. The Flash and Superman had some ability to move in the strong deceleration, but the consumption was not small. In particular, the opponent's endless superpowers made them a little tired. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived. Full body armor, a red cloak, and holding the true word lasso, the extraordinarily heroic Diana nodded slightly to the two of them and then looked at the Super Queen. Before she could ask, Lex flew back at a faster speed. Your abilities are all mine. Diana could only join forces with Superman and the Flash. With the addition of the Valkyrie, the battle finally began to show an overwhelming advantage. The gods gave Diana a lot of characteristics, such as immunity to deceleration, confusion, and mental attacks. The rest of the wind, fire, and thunder resistance were all very high. Lex continuously used several abilities, but he couldn't affect Diana at all. Furthermore, the Valkyrie slashed his left arm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, and the blood couldn't stop flowing. On the other hand, Superman and the Flash could take down the Super Queen no matter how restrained they were. The evil syndicate's complete defeat was right in front of them. Owl, who was hiding deep underground, and Batman, who was in the sky, saw the battle here. They felt that the battle had reached the end stage and started their own arrangements, ready to welcome the three post-Earth eras. Thea, who was far away on Mars, finally suppressed the evil world's will. When she saw Diana enter, she sighed. This was not the end of the battle, but the beginning. What's the point of bullying them? You look like you've grown a lot. You're qualified to fight me. A wild and unruly voice sounded outside the few people, but before the voice sounded, no one saw anyone there. She had short blonde hair and an extremely beautiful face. She wore a black dress and armor and held a blood-red longsword in her hand. The young woman looked at them calmly, or rather, she was looking at Diana. This unexpected enemy was not in the previous information at all. Whether it was the interrogation of the evil old butler, Nightwing's investigation, or Batman, who was still copying Al's information, there was no mention of this enemy. But they all knew this woman's appearance. Not to mention them, even the South Pacific natives on Earth might know her. Wasn't this Miss Thea? It was just that her temperament was a little different. She was colder and more indifferent, as if there was no trace of humanity in her. She was like a sharp sword that could take people's souls. You've finally appeared. Diana had expected this. She had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Previously, the other party hid very well, and she could not find him at all. Now that he had revealed himself, there was only one thing left, and that was to fight. You're going to challenge me? You've improved so fast. Is it because my counterpart helped you? Black Thea sat on a stone, the blood-red long sword lying between her knees. Seeing that Lex seemed to want to speak, she waved her hand casually. Go play somewhere else. This woman is not someone you can deal with. Lex was like a mouse seeing a cat. He bowed hurriedly, then turned around and ran away. Queen Ultra was a little confused and also flew away. You guys go too. Leave this to me, Diana whispered to Superman and the Flash. Let me help you. Superman really did not want to fight with the pregnant woman anymore and offered to help. Unfortunately, Diana knew Black Thea's strength and rejected him. Chapter 976. Diana made an expression that said, There are many stories between us, but I can't tell you in detail. This is my enemy. Superman was full of helplessness. He could only gloomily drag along his friend, the Flash, and continue to chase after Super Queen Lex. In the communication channel, Earth's Luthor already knew about his counterpart. He was very curious and checked their coordinates. He was approaching them. 3 against 2, the odds of winning were very high. You're no match for me. Aren't you going to call for help? Black Thea ignored them and looked at Diana playfully. Although my counterpart plus you are no match for me, at least you can withstand a few moves, right? Her tone was calm, but her tone was frighteningly arrogant. That power doesn't belong to you, Diana pointed out. She had heard Thea analyze her opponent many times. At this time she was not afraid, and there was even a trace of condescension in her tone. You're the one who doesn't understand the level of power. Our power belongs to ourselves, but who does your power belong to? Is it because once you exceed a certain limit, you'll lose control? Will you still be you then? Nonsense, Aunt. I'm going to cut off your head and make that guy suffer for the rest of his life. Black Thea seemed to have been hit where it hurt. She lost her calmness, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. She didn't seem to do anything, but the blood-red sword suddenly crossed the distance between them and slashed at Diana with unparalleled force. Dang! There was a loud bang. Diana quickly took out her shield and blocked the sword. She was a little nervous and hesitant, but she chose to take this move head-on. She had her own pride and her own persistence. Although the enemy's power was overwhelming, as if she could split a planet with a wave of her hand, and the sword contained endless hatred and monstrous evil, Diana gritted her teeth and took it. She pushed her opponent back hundreds of meters. She could fight. If this was the opponent's highest level, Diana didn't think she would lose. The sword and shield collided, and the shockwave pushed to both sides. Fortunately, Superman, the Flash, and the others had deliberately lured the enemy out of the city. In the nearby wilderness, other than flying sand and stones, there were no casualties. Diana placed her shield in her left hand and held her longsword in her right. She assumed the most standard combat posture. She lowered her center of gravity and stared at her opponent without blinking. Time seemed to have turned back to the past, and everything seemed to have returned to the day when she had just left Paradise Island. Back then she was still young and naive, and she was filled with fantasies about the outside world. Now that she was mature and calm, she had the courage to face all her enemies. What an imposing manner. You are a worthy opponent. Black Thea was like a graceful and elegant, beautiful girl. She landed on the ground with a backflip and slowly walked forward. Her footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Every step she took seemed to have been measured. As she walked, a mighty force from the heavens and earth blessed her. Heaven and earth, the universe, time, space, all the concepts, both describable and indescribable, seemed to be beginning to fit her. With every step Black Thea took, the degree of compatibility increased. Diana had a feeling that she was going to fight against the entire universe. She was very nervous, very nervous. This kind of pressure was something that Ares and Doomsday could not give her back then. However, there was also excitement. She was a warrior from the beginning to the end, and it had never changed. Magic was not suitable for her after all. Finding her own path in battle was what she had been pursuing all this time. Diana also gathered all her strength. She strengthened herself with the divine power of courage. Sword and shield in hand, she was ready to deal with the enemy's next earth-shattering attack. Her improvement caused Black Thea's lips to curl up. She laughed until she laughed. Her smile was cold and her tone was contemptuous. Laughable persistence, laughable courage. Can you fight against the heavens and this world? I can. The Valkyrie's aura was also at its peak. She firmly believed that justice could defeat evil. Ignorant. Black Thea moved as fast as lightning. She appeared in front of Diana in just a few steps. Her longsword was as light as duckweed, but the sword was as heavy as a mountain. An irresistible force cut through the air and slashed at Diana from the side. Knowing the difference in strength between the two, Diana, as a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles, did not take the attack head-on this time. She jumped and dodged the slash. Then she struck back at Black Thea with her sword. Scrap metal. Ignoring the sharpness of the fire god's sword, Black Thea freed one of her hands to grab the edge of the sword. Diana changed her move very quickly. She twisted her waist in the air and swung her left arm horizontally. The heavy shield smashed into Black Thea's face with a bang. Black Thea only took half a step back, but her fingers still managed to grab the fire god's sword. Diana only felt a strong force pulling her fiercely, and what welcomed her was the unstoppable edge of the blood-red sacred sword. She immediately abandoned her sword and stepped on the ridge of the sacred sword with her left foot, pressing down the edge of the sword. At the same time, she took out a lightning spear and used all her strength to stab at Black Thea's face with her right hand. Black Thea's attack missed, and the spear was right in front of her. The power of lightning had a restraining effect on both the heavens and the human body. Black Thea could only continue to retreat and leave the attack range of the lightning spear. Diana took advantage of the situation and kicked the fire god's sword back to her hand. The whole process happened quickly. Black Thea only had strength, but she did not have enough ability to adapt. On the other hand, Diana sublimated the battle to the point of an art. Neither side gained the upper hand, but Black Thea's momentum, which was like a dark cloud pressing down on her, had been somewhat affected. The principle was the same. The first drum was the strength, the second was the weakness, and the third was the exhaustion. A battle was not only a competition of energy, magic, and divine power. The confidence and belief of each other were also an important part of it. After defeating her opponent's spirit, Diana's confidence in herself increased a little. She no longer passively defended. She was as agile as a cheetah and continued to use the sword and shield combination that she was most familiar with. Divine power surged all over her body, and she charged forward with an extraordinary momentum. Black Thea did not expect that the enemy would attack first, knowing that she was at a disadvantage. She lost the initiative and could only block several consecutive attacks. However, unlike the young lady who was lazy, the Dark Thea did not dabble in so many abilities. She did not know anything about magic, technology, or the fifth dimension. Before she got the heavens as her host, she did not even understand the composition of this world. The world was like a thick layer of fog in front of her. In order to stand out in this evil world, she could only practice martial arts hard. After she got the heavens, in order to resist his erosion of her will, she could only continue to practice hard. She did not know how much willpower she had honed and whether it would work against the heavens, but she was indeed very skilled in martial arts. In just 3 moves, she stopped her decline and began to take advantage of her high level of strength and speed to counterattack. Diana was tired of dealing with her. She dodged as much as she could, and when she could not avoid the attacks, she used her shield to block them. Chapter 977. Black Thea's attacks were relentless and almost never stopped. Under the continuous attacks, this round shield, which was forged using the shield of the second-generation Greek god King Kronos and added with precious materials, was already unable to bear the burden. According to Diana's estimation, the shield would reach its limit after receiving at most 3 more attacks. However, she did not flinch. Thea's main body had already forced its way into this world when they first clashed. However, Diana did not say anything about needing help. Thea understood her personality and did not say much. Instead, she stood in the distance and watched silently. Even if the shield was broken, she had to persevere. This was the battle she had chosen. However, she did not mind obtaining some information about her opponent. At this time, while dealing with the enemy's fierce attacks, she asked Thea behind her, "Is this guy stronger than you?" Previously, when they fought across worlds, she could not see the depth of their strength. Now that they were in this universe, it was clear who was stronger. Thea looked down on this blackened counterpart of hers. Everything about her power, realm, and comprehension came from the heavenly eclipse. Perhaps there was some agreement between them, or perhaps there was some tragic and melodramatic story behind it. However, the darkened counterpart could not use all of her strength. She even had to reserve some of her strength to prevent the evil consciousness from taking over her body. However, Thea could see the difference in strength between the two. Black Thea and Tian Shur were like a rabbit saving its strength every day to protect itself from the tiger that lived with it. Whether it saved its strength or not was completely useless, because the tiger was always teasing it and never cared about its little strength. It would only take Tian Shur a few minutes to seize control of the body. However, it seemed that he enjoyed playing the role of the weak in this game of possession and counterpossession. Now that Diana asked, in order to protect her lover's pride, Thea deviated a little and told a white lie. "If we calculate all of our strength, she is stronger than me, but not by much." Diana's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. It had been a long time since she had a proper battle with Thea. As proud as she was, she had to admit that there was a gap between the two of them. In order to take care of her, Thea had to go easy on her. Now the two of them would rather stay together and watch soap operas than fight. It was really unnecessary. Now that she heard Thea say that she wasn't as good as the other party, Diana instantly felt that she was really awesome for being able to fight with the enemy for so long. Courage and perseverance were very important to one's state of mind. Once she let go of her burdens, her divine power seemed to increase exponentially. Her attack speed, strength, and endurance all increased by 20%. Black Thea didn't know why she suddenly burst out. She thought that she had been holding back before, so she also took defensive measures. As the vengeful spirit of God's predecessor, Tian Shur advocated attacking. Black Thea's personality on Earth was also to attack again and again. After defending for 2 consecutive times, she discovered that Diana didn't have any powerful moves. She relaxed and changed her tactics to defend and counterattack again. Diana was quite familiar with the enemy's sword. Although the lines on the sword were bright red and the entire sword was pure black, she couldn't be mistaken. That was a holy sword, the pinnacle of all fantasy weapons. It was just that Thea's holy sword was pure white and holy. It represented light. Meanwhile, the dark version's longsword was filled with all sorts of negative energy gathered together to form darkness. Holy swords made of the same material would undergo completely different changes because they were wielded by different people. Why don't you understand? Your resistance is futile. With your poor vision, you can't even imagine such a grand and supreme power. Black Thea's original elegance turned into a harsh tone. Black Thea didn't know why Diana had such a strong belief to resist her. Didn't she know that she was just an ant in front of the Supreme? You don't understand me at all. Diana roared angrily. Her divine power, which was already overloaded, increased by another notch. To a certain extent, she was fighting against the entire world with her own strength. Milady, who was watching from afar, had a new understanding of the Valkyrie's stubbornness. Sure enough, the privilege of seed burst belonged to the protagonist. If she was in Diana's position with that kind of strength, she would have run away a long time ago now. Relying on her continuous seed burst, Diana caught up with Black Thea, at least for a short period of time. Her courage was almost tangible. For a moment, the Green Lanterns who were fighting all over Earth felt the energy in their lantern rings begin to boil. Diana replaced the first lantern ring's energy supply at this moment, and made herself a living source of emotion. The Green Lanterns were greatly encouraged. With more than 500 Green Lanterns, their courage was fed back to Diana. This was the main reason why the Valkyrie could continuously seed burst. Black Thea held her sword with both hands. The pitch-black blade was shrouded in a thick layer of black gas. Her eyes were blood-red. She was not prepared to continue fighting. This kind of battle annoyed her. A cat was not a cat, and a mouse was not a mouse. She wanted to end it all. Hide if you can, little mouse. Black Thea's face was filled with anger. The aura around her holy sword was extremely tyrannical. She wanted to destroy this planet. Heavenly Eclipse could easily destroy a planet, and she needed to mobilize the power of Heavenly Eclipse. Separated by a layer, it was slightly slower. However, in the outside world, it only took an instant. Diana could not ignore it. Seeing that her opponent was about to destroy the planet, she bravely raised her shield to block it. Kaboom! The pitch-black holy sword hit the shield like a hammer. This shield, which could be considered the top divine artifact of the Greek pantheon, was finally overwhelmed. Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared under the immense force. Diana had already expected this. It was just a shield. With the support of Thea's underworld, the goddess of courage said that divine artifacts were not much. She did not have time to feel sorry for the shield. She lowered her arm slightly to reduce the force. Then she pushed Black Thea's attack from the side to the left. 100-meter-long black gas turned into a crescent-shaped slash. It brushed past the surface and flew into the distance, directly flying out of the atmosphere. Diana's shield shattered. She crossed her hands and one sword turned into two swords. Her left hand slashed towards Black Thea's lower abdomen. Black Thea quickly dodged, but she did not expect Diana's right sword to entangle her like a snake. She had already used her moves, and this sword was at the peak of its speed. She only had time to tilt her head in the nick of time. With a soft sound, the sharp blade left a bloody mark on the left side of her face. It penetrated less than a centimeter into her flesh before it was blocked by her strong defense. However, this was the first time Black Thea had been injured. This sword had destroyed all of her pride. At this moment, her invincible image was interpreted as pretentious. She touched the blood on her cheek. How long has it been? She had forgotten that she could still be injured. She could no longer suppress her monstrous anger. A small patch of blue skin appeared in the middle of her jade-white cheeks. You can bleed too? Diana smiled happily. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Chapter 978. Thea felt that this smile was very beautiful and charming, but in the eyes of the dark Thea, it was mocking her. Ant? Weakling. Kill. A dark energy that made people tremble surged out from the depths of Black Thea's soul, and a burst of violence acted on this planet, acting on this universe. That was a supreme power that did not belong to this world. Although it was insignificant to the Supreme, Both magic and divine power had to bow in front of it. Whether it was quality or quantity, there was a difference between heaven and earth. At first it was only a few strands, but then it was like water released from a dam, uncontrollable. Black Thea's elegance and calmness completely disappeared, replaced by a fierce aura. At first there was still a hint of struggle in her eyes, but unfortunately, it was quickly surrendered in front of the tide of evil thoughts. Diana gasped for breath as she watched the enemy's appearance change greatly, and she was powerless to stop it. She was very tired, her body was overdrawn, and her divine power was almost dried up. Her most powerful state began to rapidly fade after receiving Black Thea's earth-shattering sword. But she was not afraid, she was not fighting alone. The Dark Thea was transforming into the heavenly eclipse. She held the sword with one hand and pointed it at Diana. Her body was still the same body, but her soul had changed greatly. The holy sword did not recognize him, but unfortunately, that resistance was very weak in front of the heavenly eclipse. Your life will be taken by me. The main body of the voice was still a female voice, but there was another voice faintly contained in it, another language. The voice was very soft, and if one did not listen carefully, it would be ignored, but once one listened carefully, it was full of bewitching magic, and the more one could not hear it clearly, the more one could not help but listen carefully. The language used by the heavenly eclipse was unheard of. It was the world's most simple language. In the Old Testament, it was recorded in the book of Genesis that the people of the world originally spoke the same language, and they tried to build a tower to heaven, the Tower of Babel. In order to stop the humans' plan, God made the humans speak different languages, but because the construction work could not communicate, the plan failed. This story was partly imaginary, but part of it was true. At least Thea, who pondered about the creation of the world every day, felt that it was normal. In the beginning there were only a few lives, so it was normal to speak the same language. For the sake of the development of life, God had created his own language so that they could communicate and improve faster. This was completely understandable. Thea reckoned that if she were to do it herself, she would definitely be able to learn how to create characters, hunt, make clothes, and build houses. The faster and better his world developed, the more he would benefit. For someone like her who placed benefits above all else, she couldn't wait to enter the interstellar era. How could she be reluctant to use words? The language that Tianshi spoke was the most ancient, a language that had been passed down by God. It was simple and heavy, and every syllable contained wisdom. This was a language that not even ghosts could speak. Thea hid in the distance and secretly memorized a few sentences, preparing to study it when she had time in the future. It wasn't that she didn't want to hear more, but it was time for her to leave the stage. Diana would deal with the normal Black Thea, while she would deal with the half-Black Thea and half-eclipse. Ghost would be the last to deal with the full eclipse. This was the result of her discussion with Ghost. After all, they had come all the way here. It would be inappropriate if they didn't fight at all. Moreover, she still had to show her strength and make Darkseid, who was watching in the dark, wary. A verbal agreement was still not enough. Anti-Supervisor and Tianshi were in cahoots. She guessed that Anti-Supervisor was most likely watching the battle in the antimatter universe. If he joined forces with Tianshi at the critical moment, it would be very troublesome for them to fight 2 against 2. If Darkseid didn't show up, or if he joined forces with the enemy, the situation would be even more dangerous. As someone who was afraid of death, she wouldn't allow herself to be in danger. Therefore, she volunteered to fight the second stage, leaving the third stage for Ghost to deal with. Even if Darkseid betrayed her, Anti-Supervisor and Tianshi. With 3 against 1, Ghost should be able to hold out for a while. During this time she could take her people and escape. At least that was her plan. Black Thea's laughter was strange and unpleasant. It sounded like she was crying and laughing at the same time. Seeing that Diana was powerless, as if she had given up resisting, she raised her sword. This sword wasn't inferior to the one that had been prepared to destroy the planet. It was even more casual, as if she was swatting away a fly. It was simple and natural. The sword brought about a turbulent black hurricane that covered the sky and swept toward Diana. Thea walked out of the shadows. Using magic against divine power was a little low. In order to intimidate the enemies in the dark, she used the methods of the fifth-dimensional people to forcefully alter reality. She waved her right hand lightly, and invisible waves came from her palm. The black hurricane suddenly stopped when it was 100 meters away from Diana. In the blink of an eye, the raging hurricane turned into a 10-meter-long fountain. The water was still warm. Thea's ability to alter reality was limited, and the effect was also short. She took advantage of the moment when her opponent was stunned to seize control of the hurricane. This was a little difficult for Diana to understand. The war goddess was still at the stage of pursuing her own abilities and exploring them in depth. Thea was different. She had already uncovered a corner of creation, and it wasn't difficult for her to borrow a part of the universe's power. If Tianxue could borrow it, so could she. In less than half a second, the fountain disappeared, and the black hurricane returned to its original state. However, she had changed the direction of the attack by 180 degrees, and was now crazily sweeping toward Tianxue. Not bad. At this time, Black Thea's consciousness was fading. The dark blue skin had already covered the left side of her face, making her look extremely ugly from afar. Tianxue's vision was far beyond the fifth dimensional. In his eyes, these methods were not bad. The alteration was only temporary. Even if the troublemaker jumped out now, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone Thea. Lucifer, Michael, and the others pursued eternity. They were eternal and the world was eternal. Spectre and Tianxue, these two gods, did not need to pursue eternity, but they also represented eternity. They could also change the creation of a space, but it was meaningless. Tianxue was disdainful. He didn't know that Thea wasn't putting on a show for him. Darkseid, who was watching in the dark, was shocked. There was no magic, no divine power, and it was completely different from his father Yoja Khan, who was so scared that he peed his pants. This was a power that he didn't understand at all. This new power also indirectly confirmed his conjecture that Sia came from a higher plane. While Darkseid watched them fight in frustration, Sia had already mobilized all of her understanding of the fifth dimension. Like a butterfly, she used all kinds of complicated fifth dimension techniques to fight the heavenly eclipse. She wasn't very familiar with altering reality, but with the memories of the fifth-dimensional princess, she could use her divine power to simulate most fifth-dimensional abilities. She didn't change her armor or the goddess of death's costume. She was dressed very casually, but her methods made Tianxue suffer. Chapter 979. It was not easy to borrow the power of the world. Tianxue had long lost his original body, and now his consciousness was sealed in the heart of darkness. Separated by a layer of stone seal in Black Thea's body, he had to spend more energy to absorb and transform the power of the world. The power of the world was transferred to him through the two layers, and the loss was immeasurable. After spending so much energy, he might be able to destroy the enemy. Unfortunately, although the scene looked lively, Thea was not fighting with him at all. All the consumption came from this universe. The hurricane was changed into a fountain, the earthquake was changed into a bronze statue, and the meteorite was changed into a flying bird. All kinds of messy modifications made a very serious battlefield feel a little funny. This made Batman, who was secretly observing from the moon, speechless. Thea was also helpless. The fifth-dimensional people were a group of jokers. Their methods were also comedic. It was strange that they could be serious. Tianxue thought that he was being looked down upon. He was angry, but he really had no good ideas. Without his original body, he was no longer the vengeful spirit of God. His realm was clearly much higher than Thea's, but he was limited by his host and could not unleash his full power. Sometimes he was even forced into a difficult situation. Swoosh! Tianxue paused for a moment, as if he had made a decision. He waved his right hand, and a blood-red spear was thrown at Diana. Thea was too worried to change this reality. Instinctively, she took out her holy sword, quickly caught up with the blood-red spear, and cut it in half. Why bother? She is about to completely erode you, and you are still wasting your power to attack. This attack was Black Thea's power. She could not be wrong. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Black Thea shouted, as if to make her let go of the knot in her heart. Tianxue's body shrank a little, and now it was Black Thea's voice. What's the difference between you and me? Aren't you me? Why do I have to suffer all this? But you can get everything, tell me. Black Thea had a pained expression, and there was a trace of helplessness in her eyes that reached deep into her soul. She had wandered through several parallel universes, absorbing the soul force of the other Thea in order to resist the heavenly erosion. She had tried her best and resisted, but the outcome seemed to have been decided long ago. She was about to completely lose control of her body. Once she lost it, no one knew if she could wake up again. However, based on her understanding of the heavenly eclipse, the chances of her returning to her body were so small that it was negligible. Family, love, friends, and strength. I yearn for these two. Why aren't they mine? Tell me. There seemed to be some tears in her eyes. Unfortunately, just as the tears flowed out, they were evaporated by the high-temperature energy on the surface of her body. Diana seemed to want to say something, but Thea waved her hand to stop her. She sneered and said, "If you think you've been wronged, who will the people who died in your hands complain to?" Earth 2's Thea Quinn was just a rebellious girl. She had just resolved the misunderstanding with her father. Her life was trampled on by you. Who can she complain to about her life? Earth 10's Thea joined the army. She had a bright future ahead of her, but she was also killed by you. Do you know how her family and her brother felt? Earth 36's Thea was the lover of the superhero Archer Kid. She was also cruelly killed by you. How do you explain her life? Earth 39's Thea. Thea listed them one by one. There were a total of 7 parallel universes where Thea had been killed by her. Thea did not exist in other universes. Even Superman and Batman did not exist. For example, Earth 26 was a cartoon world. The superheroes there were Captain Carrot, Rubber Duck, and the like. It was a very cute world. For example, Earth 50 was the world of the Justice Overlord Superman. Star City was razed to the ground. Naturally, there was no Thea. It could be said that there were only 9 people who had survived to adulthood. The 2 of them were the only 2 survivors. If I didn't have the power, I would have been killed by you. What right do you have to cry here? Thea was very unhappy. Very unhappy. If she was a hero of pure justice, she would have comforted her and used her mouth to clear her name. She did not have such a habit. She scolded her directly. After all, she was going to be corrupted. Tianxue would eventually take control of her body. Trying to reason with her? There was no need for that. She had a vague thought. Destroying all of her counterparts would be beneficial to her future path. However, she was not sure what the benefits were. She raised her sword and pointed. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. You passed your misfortune on to others. Today it is time for you to taste the consequences. Look back at the mistakes you have made all these years. Thea pulled out Tianxue's timeline. Originally, she could not do it. However, Tianxue seemed to know what she wanted to do. Instead of stopping her, he was very cooperative. Black Thea's past life began to appear one by one. The evil world could turn a good person into a bad person. Old Robert and Moira, who were originally half black and half white in this world, basically maintained their original state. However, Black Thea was influenced since she was young. She longed for power. Especially after it was revealed that she was not a descendant of the Quinn family, the family conflict escalated to the extreme. After that, with the help of her kind father Malcolm, she joined the League of Assassins. The League of Assassins here was a public welfare organization that was willing to help others and eliminate evil. The Ninja Master was a kind old man who could be elected as a moral model. Black Thea had a happy time here, but she did not give up on the pursuit of power. Later, she found clues about Tianxue in an ancient book. After going through a lot of hardships when she found Tianxue, she realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Her realm and power were raised to a realm that she could not even dream of before. The result was that she and Tianxue became symbiotic. With a determined personality, she tried to break out of this situation. She began to use the ability given to her by Tianxue to find a solution. She traveled to every corner of Earth 3, and found the Holy Sword on her journey. She killed people of the same race to strengthen her soul foundation. Later, she experimented with the fusion of multiple abilities on Lex. It could be said that she had put in a lot of effort for this. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. In the face of Tianxue, the resistance of mortals was too weak. Her past was revealed one by one. Black Thea's psychological defense was directly shattered, and the process of Tianxue seizing her body accelerated. Thea also said in her heart, hurry up, hurry up. Once Tianxue came out and the spirit boss appeared, she could go to the side and rest. Simulating the abilities of a fifth-dimensional person for a long time was very tiring. After all, she was not a fifth-dimensional creature. Unexpectedly, things did not go as she wished. Just when the blue skin was about to cover her entire face, the speed of erosion stopped and even took a small step back. Chapter 980. I want to fight with you. I won't be satisfied until we fight. Black Thea's expression was pained, but Tianshure's invasion was temporarily suppressed. It was unclear how deep her obsession was. Before Hija was about to lose everything, she relied on her tenacity to not admit defeat and slammed on the brakes. This caused the young lady, who was about to call it a day and go back to rest, to choke and cough. Eris sighed. She couldn't refuse Tianshure's challenge. Even the goddess of death had her pride. You asked for it. Why do you have to do this? Tianshure is using me to destroy your confidence. Wouldn't it be better to just leave quietly like this? Thea's tone was relaxed, but she also raised her aura to the peak. She wanted to cut the Gordian knot and get rid of Tianshure as soon as possible. This time, she didn't borrow the power of the universe. Instead, she used her own divine power. The entire universe seemed to tremble slightly because of her all-out effort. She didn't need to look to know that she was the focus of the multiverse at this moment. The Heavenly Father in the realm of God, Darkseid, the few top-ranked archangels, and the great demons. The Observer in the observation realm, the Anti-Supervisor in the antimatter world, the Endless Family's big brother Fate, and even more world lords outside the 52 parallel universes. Their attention was probably focused on her. Black Thea always felt that she could borrow the power of the universe. She was very powerful, but this view wasn't completely correct. The power of the universe was indeed powerful, but the strength of an individual couldn't be ignored. Borrowed power and one's own power were two different concepts. Thea could use her own power to cover the rules of the universe here. Heaven's will and people's will had to stand aside. Although it wouldn't last long, it wouldn't be a problem for her to fight. The Seven Lantern Corps received a warning in advance and landed at the rear. The light from their rings slowly disappeared, and their emotional energy was covered by the divine power of death. However, Hal Jordan was still brave. After the energy from the lantern ring disappeared, he knocked down the divine power ring with a right hook. He used facts to prove that he was still a good man even without the lantern ring. On the other hand, the Flash also ran back to the base camp. The divine power of death had also cut off his connection with the space of speed. Without speed, it was too dangerous to wander outside. The originally blood-red sky was covered by black clouds, and bone-chilling cold rain continued to fall. The flames of war in the entire world suddenly stopped, and everyone hid in the dark, trying to figure out what this strange phenomenon in the outside world meant. Only Superman was still active on the surface of the planet. Superman's energy belonged to him, and he was unaffected. Lex, who was being chased, could not. His various abilities were the result of Black Thea's experiments, which involved 7 or 8 outer spaces. Thea covered the entire parallel universe and cut off all connections to the outside world. The balance of his abilities was broken, and he began to vomit blood. For some reason, the Super Queen was flying with Lex instead. Her own speed was much slower, and it was only a matter of time before the Super Queen caught up. Thea's blonde hair turned black, and her gaze was very serious. She wore the Goddess of Death's costume again, and held the night sky sword in her hand. This image made the Wasteland Wolf, who was watching the live broadcast on Planet Apocalypse, tremble. Black Thea looked at the sky. The ceiling enchantment set up by the anti-surveillance had been completely broken. The sky was filled with black fog, and the freezing rain made the temperature on the ground plummet. It was cold and dead. Everything seemed to be saying that this was the world of the dead. Is this all your strength? I think it's nothing special. Black Thea said insincerely, and the contempt in her tone was undisguised. You use too much strength. This is not necessary at all. It's pointless to vent your strength. It only proves that you are shallow. She pointed at the sky and the freezing rain, and commented without holding back. Thea sneered. Did you see this yourself, or did Tianshure see it? You are very dignified to use other people's perspective to judge me. Can you tell me how I did all this? You don't know anything. You are the one who knows nothing about power. Are you sure this is righteous? You are no different from me. You also joined the darkness to gain power. Black Thea said angrily as she pointed around. Thea rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to argue with such a simple view of good and evil. Batman wore a black cloak every day, and didn't sleep at night to scare people. Who said he was evil? There were good and evil people, but there was no such thing as power. Especially in modern society, the right to speak was in one's own hands. If one said they were righteous and did not violate their bottom line, then they were righteous. Stop talking nonsense. Let me see if you only know how to talk big. Thea's figure gradually blurred and disappeared from everyone's sight. Black Thea hurriedly used her own methods to search around. But unfortunately, she found nothing. She was a little anxious and hurriedly asked Tianshur in her body. Where is she? Is she going to sneak attack me? Tianshur smiled sinisterly. A sneak attack is definitely going to happen, but where is she now? You are really asking me. How is that possible? Even you can't find her whereabouts? Is she not in this part of the universe? Black Thea didn't expect Tianshur to say that he couldn't do it. Even if Tianshur was sinister and cunning, he wouldn't lie. He represented God's previous spirit of vengeance. His pride wouldn't allow him to lie. Tianshur thought about it. At first he didn't want to answer, but seeing that Black Thea seemed to care about this question, he could only say, it's most likely some kind of death domain. I don't understand that domain. After all, I can't die. I can create death, but I won't study the meaning of death. Tianshur replied casually. As long as God was still around, he would always exist. What kind of death could affect him? There was no power in this world that could kill him. He was very calm and even looked at the outside world with interest from his soul. Black Thea felt uncomfortable. She was jealous and envious. Endless resentment filled her chest. Why did she have this kind of power that could make Tianshur's eyes light up? It was obvious how rare this ability was. Most importantly, this ability belonged to her, and there were no side effects. I suggest you move a bit. Your body is starting to stiffen. Haven't you noticed? Idiot. Tianshur reminded her in her soul. Only then did Thea realize that she seemed to have fallen into a mixture of quagmire and spider webs. There was not a single ray of light around her, but she could feel countless threads rushing towards her. They were weightless and extremely light. However, there were simply too many of them. Every time his body came into contact with a thread, his body would become slightly heavier. What kind of attack is this? She waved her holy sword and kept hacking at the threads around her. She is making you undead. Your body will lose all life force in less than 3 minutes. Tianshur didn't mock her. His tone was very serious. Chapter 981. You mean that I'm going to die? How is that possible? I've been immune to magic for a long time. Black Thea didn't believe him at all. Magic was nothing more than a toy to her. Even without Tianshur, her own vision had long since surpassed the limits of what magic could contain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have created a freak like Lex who could shout praises, use magic, and even absorb abilities. Actually, it's not magic. Something more complicated. She used the law of causality as well as some other rules. These threads are all from the people you killed. Your peers traveled back in time to give them a chance to take revenge on you. I might be wrong about other things, but I definitely won't be wrong about this hatred that seems to be carved into the depths of your soul. As God's previous spirit of vengeance, Tianshur was also astonished at how Thea was able to draw out a portion of revenge from death. This wasn't Thea's revenge, but rather the revenge of those who died in vain. They crossed timelines and attacked from different points in time. What Tianshur didn't say was that he had been tricked by Thea. Not only had Thea browsed through Black Thea's life, she had even planted a nail in Black Thea's timeline and detonated it during battle. Previously, Tianshur had allowed Thea to see her peers' pasts in time in order to attack his host's confidence. However, he didn't expect that Thea would be so sly. Lend me some more of your power. Let me break through here. After half a minute, Black Thea noticed that something was wrong with her body. Her vitality was rapidly decreasing. She would probably lose the ability to move in less than 3 minutes. She clearly wasn't dead. But her body was stiff, and her soul was trapped alive in her body. She felt that this ending wasn't much better than Tianshur taking over her body. Tianshur was also rather troubled. An unseen enemy was indeed difficult to deal with. Karma Entanglement also had many sure-hit attacks. What would happen to him if his host became a dead person? He hadn't considered this question at all. Would he live or die then? As for leaving Black Thea and finding a new host, Tianshi only considered it for a moment before putting it aside. He still had some time before reaching that stage. With Tianshi's power replenishing her, Black Thea finally recovered more than half of her combat strength. She furiously attacked all around her. Scram! Wantonly scattering energy, gaps were opened in the domain of death. Rays of light from the outside world shone into this area through the gaps. His line of sight was densely packed with figures, and one of them was particularly eye-catching. He was wearing a light gray uniform with a windbreaker and high riding boots. He was holding two thin swords in his hands. Black Thea recognized her at a glance. She was Earth's 10th ranked Thea Quinn. Her entire family were high-ranking officials in the SS. Black Thea had killed her in front of tens of thousands of soldiers and left. Her martial arts were good, and she had some technological equipment. She could be considered an elite on the level of ordinary people, but in front of the power of the eclipse, she was no different from an ant. At that time, Black Thea was arrogant and crazy. She didn't care about the consequences at all. She killed people and extracted their souls. In the end, she left. The other party was just a symbol in her eyes, a puppet. Earth's 10th Thea spoke softly without making a sound. However, countless ghosts around her responded to her silently. However, Black Thea heard it very clearly. Her opponent wanted to have a fair fight with her. She wanted to sneer. What fair? Was there any fairness in this day and age? She was still sneering when she found herself in the wilderness. The surroundings were very quiet. Only Earth's 10th Thea was standing in front of her with a thin sword in her hand. The strength that she was so proud of had completely disappeared. All that was left was the martial arts she had learned and the experience she had gained from killing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Eclipse, where are you? She called out several times, but there was no response at all. Had she gotten rid of that guy? Didn't seem like it. She had experienced Eclipse's stubbornness for many years. She didn't have time to think about it. Dual Swords Thea had already rushed forward with a roar. She was very uncomfortable without her extraordinary power. She was completely tenacious. She quickly put away her discomfort and waved her sacred sword to fight with the enemy. After fighting for a full 10 minutes, she finally stabbed the sacred sword into the enemy's chest. Looking at the enemy turn into ashes, she sighed. To be fair, the other party's martial arts were indeed not weak. She was able to crush him at that time only because she had the Eclipse as her host and the other party didn't. When the battle ended, her vision turned black again. The bone gangrene in her body once again connected to her soul. Are you okay? Eclipse asked strangely. I'm fine. Black Thea vaguely understood something. She waved her sacred sword as usual. In less than 3 seconds, she entered that strange space again and fought with the other Thea. After ending the battle in that strange space, she returned to her body. The time in the outside world matched perfectly. Eclipse, who was using her body to observe the outside world, didn't notice anything strange. When she entered that strange space for the 8th time, she finally saw the main person. Thea was waiting for her. There were 7 other people with different expressions around her. They were either standing or lying down looking at her. What is your purpose? She couldn't help but ask. I thought about it. Even if I don't like you, I still want to save you. How? With your skills. Black Thea was disdainful. If it weren't for the fact that you had so many strong people in the universe, you would have died under my sword. Bah, don't think I didn't investigate. Taking into account the difference in the flow of time between the 2 worlds, I was already a new god when you got the Heart of Darkness. How much of Eclipse's power could you use? I'm afraid you're only awake for 1 or 2 hours a day. From the beginning to the end, you've never caught up to me. Even if she wanted to help her, she couldn't admit defeat verbally. Sia had always been puzzled. She had been driving so crazily that even a tough guy like Darkseid would come up with a bunch of nonsensical ideas to find excuses for her, such as higher dimensional life forms, the daughter of the god of creation. Her improvement speed in the eyes of the world was insane. How could this guy be so much stronger than her? Now that she saw the other 7 Thea, she realized that they were all the same age. There was no one like Thea Quinn who was in her 80s or 90s. This meant that their starting point was about the same. Their starting point was the same. She was so overpowered, how could she be surpassed? How was that possible? The truth was that Black Thea had always been inferior to her. She looked strong and powerful, but that was all because of Eclipse's power. She herself was only a small leader of the Assassin Alliance. Black Thea bit her lip and didn't say anything. Some things would only embarrass herself if she denied it. She instinctively felt that Thea had something else to say. As expected, Thea's next sentence shocked her. "This is a world I created. It's a little small now, but we can talk." With Eclipse as her grandpa, Black Thea had great vision, even though he was an evil grandpa preparing to take over her body. Chapter 982. She looked around. The other Thea were all ordinary people. They didn't think that creating a world was difficult, nor did they understand the hardships involved. However, Black Thea could see many things. This place was really simple. Even if she used too much force, the world would collapse. That was why she could only guide a small portion of her spiritual power into it, not her body. The world was too small. Tianshi didn't notice such a dust-like thing. Tianshi will be sealed eventually. But now that you're entangled with each other, you'll go in with him when he's sealed, Thea said. She didn't gather so many of her peers just to have a tea party. "Oh, what do you think, Goddess of Death?" Black Thea still didn't like talking to her. She was jealous, but more so because of her pride. She didn't want to accept Thea's help, but she also didn't want to give up hope. As if she saw through her thoughts, Thea went straight to the point. "I can't save your life. Or to put it another way, from the moment you accepted Tianshi as your host, your life form has changed. This process, at least in my opinion, is irreversible." Seeing her angry expression, Thea interrupted her. "Don't interrupt. Let me continue. We don't have much time. Give up those unrealistic thoughts. You're already dead. You've been dead for a long time. What I can do for you is to cut open your soul. Tianshi wants your body, so give it to him. Only then can you be free of him." The atmosphere fell silent. Black Thea bit her lips, unable to make up her mind. "So this is the end of my journey? It's a pity that all my hard work." Hija muttered to herself. The others ignored her. She was a bit pretentious. The 7 people she killed didn't even say anything. What was there to complain about? "Where will I go in the end?" Thea was the most qualified to speak. She shrugged. "It's up to you. If you want to go to heaven, I can introduce you. If you want to go to hell, you can go to be reborn. If you don't want to go anywhere, you can stay in my underworld or my small world." Then I'll reincarnate." Black Thea didn't even consider staying in the underworld or the small world. As expected, she chose to reincarnate and start a new life. In fact, Thea didn't want her to keep wandering around in front of her, partly because the two of them were born incompatible. It was more of a psychological discomfort. Modern psychological research had shown that people's first impression of individuals who were very similar to themselves was basically a hostile attitude. No one wanted to see someone who looked exactly like them. "What are you going to do?" Black Thea made up her mind and regained her composure. "Actually, our souls are basically the same. The only difference is the frequency of the universe's vibrations. However, Tianshi's and your soul's density is very high. We will need their help. After all, they still have a part of their souls in your body. If we gather the power of the 9 of us, we will be able to pull a large part of you out. After that, all we need to do is to sever the connection." She pointed at her counterparts and said. Thea's method was simple and crude. It was obvious that she did not spend much effort on it. Black Thea had no choice. If she could get rid of Tianshi, it would be a victory. If her soul's origin was damaged, then so be it. She immediately nodded and agreed. Her vision blurred and she returned to the real world. This time, in order to coordinate the cooperation of several souls, it took a little longer. Tianshi finally noticed something strange. However, he didn't expect Black Thea to be so decisive. He asked curiously, "Why are your spiritual fluctuations so powerful?" Because of this, Thea suddenly appeared behind him. She gathered a large amount of death energy on the night sky sword in her hand, as if she wanted to kill him with one strike. Tianshi was shocked. He didn't dare to say that he could ignore an attack with the death attribute. After all, there was no goddess of death for billions of years. He had never tried it before. He didn't know if he could take it, and he didn't know if Thea could kill him. Tianshi saw that the situation was critical. Black Thea was a little dazed. Before he could communicate with her, he forcibly controlled his body to dodge to the left. This time it was easy to control, as if it was his own body. He was slightly stunned. At first he thought that Black Thea didn't resist, but in a tenth of a second he saw the answer. Black Thea's turbid soul was pulled by 7 thin black lines. More than half of her soul had escaped. Don't think about running. Without the host's original soul, it would be countless times harder for him to control the body. Otherwise there would be corpses everywhere. Why would he need to find a host? Tianshi didn't hesitate. He stretched out a giant hand to grab her. Thea, who had been watching coldly, saw the opportunity. She mobilized a large amount of death energy in her domain to attack Tianshi, trying to buy time. Unfortunately, mortals were less than ants in front of vengeful spirits. They couldn't stop him at all. Thea could only fight personally. If he dared to stretch out his hand, she would just chop him off. The night sky sword drew an arc and slashed down fiercely. It didn't hurt Black Thea's body. It was like a shadow that rippled through her body, cutting Tianshi's left hand at the soul level. In a fight at full strength, the young miss was still no match for him. However, one side was already prepared to go all out. On the other side, Tianshi was separated by the Heart of Darkness seal in Black Thea's body. He wasn't prepared and acted hastily. It would be strange if he could stop her. This strike was both good news and bad news for Tianshi. The good news was that Thea's death energy couldn't kill him. Her realm wasn't high enough. The bad news was that he was stopped. More than half of Black Thea's soul had escaped. The most important part, the core, had escaped. Tianshi was furious. He tried to grab her again. Knowing the difference between them, Thea didn't fight him head-on. She flipped her sword and directly cut off the soul connection between them. Or rather, she took the initiative to cut off a small part of Black Thea's soul. Ah! Ah! The two shouted at the same time. Thea didn't care about anything else. She grabbed Black Thea's soul and ran. The other side was about to become complete. If she didn't run now, when would she? Tianshi wanted to chase after her, but he also wanted to take control of the body. Although most of the host's soul had escaped, there was still a small part left. This small part was enough for him to take over the body. He quickly made up his mind. He would take over the body first and think about other things later. The body had been corroded for many years. Now that the resistance was gone, it was only natural to take it over. Thea flew out for 2 seconds. She felt a large hole in her death domain. After that, she lasted for less than a second before completely shattering into pieces. The black clouds and freezing rain all disappeared. The light of the sun returned to the world, and with it came a huge amount of evil energy. You're quite fast. In 3 seconds she had opened up a distance of several thousand meters. She returned to Diana's side. Her fingers drew 2 mysterious runes. Black Thea's soul and her sacred sword were thrown into the underworld. There was no special treatment or punishment. In fact, with the sacred sword accompanying her growth, her starting point in the next life would naturally be higher than many people.